And during the few moments that we have left, we want to have just an off-the-cuff chat between you and me, us. We want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand. We all agree tonight, all of the speakers have agreed that America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. And every time you look at yourself, be you black, brown, red, or yellow, a so-called Negro, you represent a person who poses such a serious problem for America because you're not wanted. Once you face this as a fact, then you can start plotting a course that will make you appear intelligent instead of unintelligent. What you and I need to do is learn to forget our differences. When we come together, we don't come together as Baptists or Methodists. You don't catch hell because you're a Baptist, and you don't catch hell because you're a Methodist. You don't catch hell because you're a Methodist or a Baptist. You don't catch hell because you're a Democrat or a Republican. You don't catch hell because you're a Mason or an elf. And you sure don't catch hell because you're an American, because if you was an American, you wouldn't catch no hell. You catch hell because you're a black man. You catch hell, all of us catch hell for the same reason. So we are all black people, so-called Negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. You are nothing but an ex-slave. You don't like to be told that. But what else are you? You are ex-slave. You didn't come here on the Mayflower. You came here in a slave ship, in chains, like a horse or a cow or a chicken. And you were brought here by the people who came here on the Mayflower. You were brought here by the so-called pilgrims or founding fathers. They were the ones who brought you here. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common. And what we have foremost in common is that enemy, the white man. He's an enemy to all of us. I know some of you all think that some of them are enemies. Time will tell. In Bandung, back in, I think, 1954, was the first unity meeting in centuries of black people. And once you study what happened at the Bandung Conference and the results of the Bandung Conference, it actually serves as a model for the same procedure you and I can use to get our problem solved. At Bandung, all the nations came together. They were dark nations from Africa and Asia. Some of them were Buddhists. Some of them were Muslim. Some of them were Christian. Some of them were Confucianists. Some were atheists. Despite their religious differences, they came together. Some were communists. Some were socialists. Some were capitalists. Despite their economic and political differences, they came together. All of them were black, brown, red, or yellow. The number one thing that was not allowed to attend the Bandung Conference was the white man. He couldn't come. Once they excluded the white man, they found that they could get together. Once they kept him out, everybody else fell right in and fell in line. This is the thing that you and I have to understand. And these people who came together didn't have nuclear weapons. They didn't have jet planes. They didn't have all of the heavy armaments that the white man has. But they had unity. They were able to submerge their little petty differences and agree on one thing, that though one African came from Kenya and was being colonized by the Englishmen, and another African came from the Congo and was being colonized by the Belgian, and another African came from Guinea and was being colonized by the French, and another came from Angola and was being colonized by the Portuguese. When they came to the Bandung Conference, they looked at the Portuguese and at the Frenchman, and at the Englishman, and at the other Dutchman, and learn or realize that the one thing that all of them had in common, they were all from Europe. They were all Europeans, blonde, blue-eyed, and white-skinned. They began to recognize who their enemy was. The same man that was colonizing our people in Kenya was colonizing our people in the Congo. The same one in the Congo was colonizing our people in South Africa, and in southern Rhodesia, and in Burma, and in India, and in Afghanistan, and in Pakistan. They realized all over the world where a dark man was being oppressed, he was being oppressed by the white man. Where the dark man was being exploited, he was being exploited by the white man. So they got together under this basis, that they had a common enemy. And when you and I here in Detroit and in Michigan and in America, who have been awakened today, look around us, we too realize here in America, we all have a common enemy. Whether he's in Georgia or Michigan, whether he's in California or New York, he's the same man. Blue eyes and blonde hair and pale skin. Same man. So what we have to do is what they did. They agreed to stop quarreling among themselves. Any little spat that they had, they'd settle it among themselves. Go into a huddle. Don't let the enemy know that you got a disagreement. Instead of us airing our differences in public, we have to realize we're all the same family. And when you have a family squabble, you don't get out on the sidewalk. If you do, everybody calls you uncouth, unrefined, uncivilized, savage. If you don't make it at home, you settle it at home. You get in the closet, argue it out behind closed doors. And then when you come out on the street, you pose a common front, a united front. And this is what we need to do in the community and in the city and in the state. We need to stop airing our differences in front of the white man. Put the white man out of our meetings, number one, and then sit down and talk shop with each other. That's all you got to do. I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a Black Revolution and a Negro Revolution? First, what is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely, without taking careful consideration what this word actually means and what its historic characteristics are. When you study the historic nature of revolutions, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution, and the methods used in a revolution, you may change words. You may devise another program. You may change your goal, and you may change your mind. Look at the American Revolution in 1776. That revolution was for what? For land. How was it? Why did they want land? Independence. How was it carried out? Bloodshed. Number one, it was based on land. The basis of independence. And the only way they could get it was bloodshed. The French Revolution, what was it based on? The landless against the landlord. What was it for? Land. How did they get it? Bloodshed. Was no love lost. Was no compromise. Was no negotiation. I'm telling you, you don't know what a revolution is. Because when you find out what it is, you'll get back in the alley. You'll get out of the way. The moment, the Russian Revolution, what was it based on? Land. The landless against the landlord. How did they bring it about? Bloodshed. You haven't got a revolution that doesn't involve bloodshed. And you're afraid to bleed. I said you're afraid to bleed. Long as the white man sent you to Korea, you bled. He sent you to Germany, you bled. He sent you to the South Pacific to fight the Japanese, you bled. You bleed for white people. But when it comes time to seeing your own churches being bombed and little black girls murdered, you haven't got no blood. You bleed when the white man says bleed. You bite when the white man says bite. And you bark when the white man says bark. I hate to say this about us, but it's true. How are you going to be nonviolent in Mississippi as violent as you were in Korea? How can you justify being nonviolent in Mississippi and Alabama when your churches are being bombed and your little girls are being murdered, and at the same time you're going to get violent with Hitler and Tojo and somebody else that you don't even know? If violence is wrong in America, violence is wrong abroad. If it's wrong to be violent, defending black women and black children and black babies and black men, then it's wrong for America to draft us and make us violent abroad in defense of her. And if it is right for America to draft us and teach us how to be violent in defense of her, then it is right for you and me to do whatever is necessary to defend our own people right here in this country. The Chinese Revolution. They wanted land. They threw the British out, along with the Uncle Tom Chinese. Yeah, they did. They set a good example. When I was in prison, I read an article, and don't be shocked when I say I was in prison. You're still in prison. That's what America means, prison. When I was in prison, I read an article in Life magazine showing a little Chinese girl, 9 years old. Her father was on his hands and knees, and she was pulling the trigger because he was an Uncle Tom Chinaman. When they had the revolution over there, they took a whole generation of Uncle Toms, just wiped them out. And within 10 years, that little girl became a full-grown woman. No more Toms in China. And today it's one of the toughest, roughest, most feared countries on this earth by the white man, because there are no Uncle Toms over there. Of all our studies, history is best qualified to reward all research. And when you see that you got problems, all you have to do is examine the historic method used all over the world by others who had problems similar to yours. And once you see how they got theirs straight, then you know how you can get yours straight. Please. There's been a revolution, a black revolution, going on in Africa. In Kenya, The Mau were revolutionaries. They were the ones who made the word Uhuru. They were the ones who brought it to the fore. The Mau, they were revolutionaries. They believed in scorched earth. They knocked everything aside that got in their path. And their revolution also was based on land, a desire for land. In Algeria, the northern part of Africa, a revolution took place. The Algerians were revolutionists. They wanted land. France offered to let them be integrated into France. They told France to hell with France. They wanted some land, not some France. And they engaged in a bloody battle. So I cite these various revolutions, brothers and sisters, to show you, you don't have a peaceful revolution. You don't have a turn the other cheek revolution. There's no such thing as a nonviolent revolution. Only kind of revolution that's nonviolent is the Negro revolution. The only revolution based on loving your enemy is the Negro revolution. The only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater, a desegregated park, and a desegregated public toilets. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet. That's no revolution. Revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. The white man knows what a revolution is. He knows that the black revolution is worldwide, in scope and in nature. The black revolution is sweeping Asia, sweeping Africa. It's rearing its head in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution. They overturned the system. Revolution is in Asia. Revolution is in Africa. And the white man is screaming because he sees revolution in Latin America. How do you think he'll react to you when you learn what a real revolution is? You don't know what a revolution is. If you did, you wouldn't use that word. A revolution is bloody. Revolution is hostile. Revolution knows no compromise. Revolution overturns and destroys everything that gets in its way. And you sitting around here like a knot on the wall saying, I'm going to love these folks no matter how much they hate me. No, you need a revolution. Who ever heard of a revolution where they lock arms, as Reverend Cleage was pointing out beautifully, singing, "We shall overcome"? Just tell me you don't do that in a revolution. You don't do any singing, you're too busy swinging. It's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an independent nation. These Negroes aren't asking for no nation. They're trying to crawl back on the plantation. When you want a nation, that's called nationalism. When the white man became involved in a revolution in this country against England, what was it for? He wanted this land so he could set up another white nation. That's white nationalism. The American Revolution was white nationalism. The French Revolution was white nationalism. The Russian Revolution, too, yes, it was white nationalism. You don't think so? Why you think Khrushchev and Mao can't get their heads together? White nationalism. All the revolutions that's going on in Asia and Africa today are based on what? Black nationalism. A revolutionary is a black nationalist. He wants a nation. I was reading some beautiful words by Reverend Cleave pointing out why he couldn't get together with someone else here in the city. Because all of them were afraid of being identified with black nationalism. If you're afraid of black nationalism, you're afraid of revolution. And if you love revolution, you love black nationalism.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro, back during slavery. There was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick. We sick. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, that house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today, because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here.
I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say. Why, you left your mind in Africa. On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. in the house, they ate high up on the hull. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hull. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you are all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes. He hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated his master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died. If someone come to the field Negro and said, let's separate, let's run, he didn't say, where are we going? He said, any place is better than here. You got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro. The masses are the field Negroes. When they see this man's house on fire, you don't hear these little Negroes talking about our government is in trouble. They say the government is in trouble. Imagine a Negro, our government. I even heard one say, our astronauts. They won't even let him near the plant. And our astronauts, our Navy, that's a Negro that's out of his mind. That's a Negro that's out of his mind. Just as the slave master in that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check, keep us under control, keep us passive and peaceful and nonviolent. That's Tom making you nonviolent. It's like when you go to the dentist and the man is going to take your tooth. You're going to fight him when he starts pulling. So they squirt some stuff in your jaw called Novocaine to make you think they're not doing anything to you. So you sit there and because you got all that Novocaine in your jaw, you suffer peacefully. Blood running all down your jaw. And you don't know what's happening. Because someone has taught you to suffer peacefully. The white man do the same thing to you in the street. When he don't want to put knots on your head and take advantage of you and don't have to be afraid of you fighting back, to keep you from fighting back, you get these old religious Uncle Toms to teach you and me that just like Novocaine, suffer peacefully. Don't stop suffering, just suffer peacefully. As Reverend Cleave pointed out, let your blood flow in the streets. This is a shame. And you know, he's a Christian preacher. If it's a shame to him, you know what it is to me. There's nothing in our book, the Quran, as you call it, Koran, teaches us to suffer peacefully. Our religion teaches us to be intelligent, be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone. But if someone puts his hand on you, send him to the cemetery. That's a good religion. In fact, that's that old-time religion. That's the one that Ma and Pa used to talk about. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and a head for a head, and a life for a life. That's a good religion. And then anybody, no one resents that kind of religion being taught but a wolf who intends to make you his meal. This is the way it is with the white man in America. He's a wolf, and you're a sheep. Anytime a shepherd, a pastor, teach you and me not to run from the white man, and at the same time teach us don't fight the white man, he's a traitor to you and me. Don't lay down our life all by itself. No. Preserve your life. It's the best thing you got. And if you got to give it up, let it be even Stephen. The slave master took Tom and dressed him well and fed him well and even gave him a little education. Gave him a long coat and a top hat and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today by the same white man. He take a Negro, so-called Negro, and make him prominent. Build him up, publicize him, make him a celebrity, and then he becomes a spokesman for Negro and a Negro leader. I would like to just mention one thing else quickly, and that is the method that the white man uses. How the white man uses these big guns or Negro leaders against the black revolution. They're not a part of the black revolution. They're used against the black revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble, plus it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders begin to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you. They contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money, and then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and farmers started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature began to attack each other, they began to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. That's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the black revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. Scared the white man to death. Scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, you all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at 2 nights ago. Belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. And we'll use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at the Covert today. This is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it, with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six. And told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for. And they've nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and brothers. Soon as they got the setup organized, the white man made available to them top public relations experts. Opened the news media across the country at their disposal. And then they began to project these Big Six as the leaders of the march. Originally, they weren't even in the march. You was talking this march talk on Hastings Street. Is Hastings Street still here? On Hastings Street. You was talking the march talk on Lenox Avenue, and down on, Fillmore Street, and Central Avenue, and 42nd Street, and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the Big Six ahead of it, made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man. They invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher. Yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy in power. Labor, the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants. Same clique that put Kennedy in power joined the March on Washington. It's just like when you got some coffee that's too black, which means it's too strong. What you do, you integrate it with cream. You make it weak. If you pour too much cream in, you won't even know you ever had coffee. It used to be hot, it becomes cool. It used to be strong, it becomes weak. It used to wake you up, now it'll put you to sleep. This is what they did with the March on Washington. They joined it. They didn't integrate it, they infiltrated it. They joined it, became a part of it, took it over. And as they took it over, it lost its militancy. They ceased to be angry. They ceased to be hot. They ceased to be uncompromising. Why, it even ceased to be a march. It became a picnic, a circus. Nothing but a circus with clowns and all. We had one right here in Detroit. I saw it on television with clowns leading it, white clowns and black clowns. I know you don't like what I'm saying, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I can prove what I'm saying. If you think I'm telling you wrong, you bring me Martin Luther King and A. Philip Randolph and James Farmer and those other three, and see if they'll deny it over a microphone. No, it was a sellout. It was a takeover. When James Baldwin came in from Paris, they wouldn't let him talk because they couldn't make him go by the script. Burt Lancaster wrote the speech that Baldwin was supposed to make. They wouldn't let Baldwin get up there because they know Baldwin's liable to say anything. They controlled it so tight, they told those Negroes what time to hit town, how to come, where to stop, what sign to carry, what speech they could make and what speech they couldn't make, and then told them to get out of town by sundown. And every one of those toms were out of town by sundown. Now, I know you don't like my saying this, but I can back it up. It was a circus, a performance that beat anything Hollywood could ever do. The performance of the year. Reuther and those other three devils should get a Academy Award for the best actors because they acted like they really loved Negroes and fooled a whole lot of Negroes. And the 6 Negro leaders should get an award, too, for the best supporting cast.
It is very, very heartening and encouraging to me to see so many of our people take time to come out, especially on Easter Sunday night. You and I are not a people who are used to going anywhere on Easter Sunday or Easter Sunday night to hear anything that has anything to do with... Number one, why is it so difficult to get so many of our people in this country interested in going to Africa? And I have to point this out because today the entire question has reached a new level of thought. There was a time when you talk about going back to Africa, you'd hear it out on the corner, 125th Street and 7th Avenue. But today, on college campuses across the country, you have students who are interested in nationalism. Nationalism is the wave of the present and the future. It is nationalism that's bringing freedom to oppressed people all over the world. It was nationalism that brought freedom to the Algerians. It was nationalism that brought freedom to the Nigerians and to the Ghanaians. It was nationalism that brought freedom to the people of Uganda and Tanganyika and Sudan and Somaliland. It was nationalism that has brought about the freedom of every oppressed people. They have studied the tactics and the strategy and the methods of all of the African nations who have emerged and won their independence. And they've seen that the Africans didn't get it by sitting in. They didn't get it by wading in. They didn't get it by singing "We Shall Overcome." They got it through nationalism. And you and I will get it through nationalism. What is it? What is it that makes it difficult for the philosophy of nationalism to spread among the so-called Negroes? Number one, they think they have a stake in America. They think they have an investment in this country, which we do. We invested 310 years of slave labor, 310 years, every day of which your and my mother and father worked for nothing. Not 8 hours a day. There was no union in that day. They worked from sun up until sundown, from can't see in the morning until can't see at night. They never had a day off. And on Sunday, they were allowed to sit down and sing about when they die, they wouldn't be slaves no more. When they died, they wouldn't be slaves no more. They'd go up in the sky, and every day would be Sunday. That's a shame. And it is that 310 years of slave labor that went in, that was my and your contribution into this particular economy and political system. If those of us who are in this audience right now were to take our individual equality of opportunity, if the Constitution at the present time, then change it. Either it offers it or it doesn't offer it. If it offers it, good, give it to us. If it doesn't offer it, then change it. You don't need a debate. You don't need a filibuster. You need some action. You and I should let them know now that either we collect our investment right here, right now, and then if we can't collect it here, our people will then be ready to go back home. Let's go ahead and join in with them and make this man pay these back wages. Make him give us the back pay. Let's join in. If this is what the Negro wants, let's join him. Let's show him how to struggle. Let's show him how to fight. Let's show him how to bring about a real revolution. Let's make him stop jiving. If you're interested in freedom, you need some judo, you need some karate, you need all the things that will help you fight for freedom. They have not wanted the black nationalists involved in the civil rights struggle because the black nationalists are too militant and they don't compromise. They proved that at the United Nations when Lumumba was murdered. Since we know that they don't want the black nationalists involved in the civil rights struggle because black nationalists are too militant and won't compromise, we've got to get involved. We have to expose the subterfuge and the trickery, the treachery of the white liberal who's posing as a friend of our people in this country, keeping us barking in the wrong direction. And once we get involved, we have to give an entirely new interpretation to the entire civil rights struggle so that the door will then be open for all of our people to become involved at a level or on a level that they best understand. And the only simplified way to explain it is we want equality of opportunity. And this doesn't conflict with what Mr. Muhammad taught me, because on the back of the newspaper, Muhammad Speaks, it plainly states that if the man is not going to let our people go back home or isn't going to give us some territory somewhere else, then we demand equality of opportunity. So what I feel I'm doing is carrying into action what I learned from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I have to take United Nations. Wants to stay here and get some recognition as people by degrees than to go back home where we would be recognized as brothers and sisters overnight. So since they have this image in their mind and want to stay here, those of us whose philosophy is black nationalism have to be realistic enough to see this and realize that the majority of our people are going to stay here and remain here, or want to stay here and remain here until their mind has been changed. So that we have to be realistic and flexible in our approach to the problem. Not only must we have the long-range program pointing us back in the direction of our fatherland, of our homeland, but we have to have a short-range program that will enable our people to have better housing and better clothing and better food and better education and better jobs right here, right now, while we're getting ready to go back home. If those of us who believe in black nationalism spend all of our time thinking only about Africa, which is about 9,000 miles away, with a great deal of water in between, we will place our people here in the same position that they were placed in by the preacher during slavery, where they would dream about some place way up in the sky. Because many of our people see going back to Africa just as difficult as the non-religious Negro now thinks in terms of getting up to a city in the sky somewhere. So we have to have a new approach, a new appraisal. And this new appraisal and new approach has to be in tune with the reality of the conditions that we are in after having been thoroughly brainwashed by this blue-eyed white man. Some of them have brown eyes. Those of us who believe in black nationalism, who believe that we should migrate to our African homeland, on ourselves to see that new bridges must be built. Because in the minds of the majority of our people today, Africa is too far away. So the only way you and I can point them in that direction is build new bridges. We have to have the type of understanding of Africa and the type of understanding of our people here in order to build a bridge, a contact, a line of communication between the two. And once the lines of communication have been established and our African brothers can stretch forth their hands and reach us, and we can stretch forth our hands and reach them, why there's nothing that this blue-eyed man in this country will be able to do to you and me successfully from that day onward. Our African homeland, in other words, must be brought nearer. And our African brothers and sisters must be brought nearer. Not only must they be brought nearer to us, but we must be brought nearer to them. And the first step for those of us who believe in the philosophy of black nationalism, we have to realize that the problem begins right here. The first problem is right here. We have to elevate our thinking right here first. Not just the thinking of a handful, that won't do it. But the thinking of 22 million black people in this country must be elevated. They must be made to see it as we see it. They must be made to think as we think. And then they'll be ready to act just like we're ready to act. If the black nationalists don't realize this, the black nationalists will fail as other groups have failed. Any philosophy that you have that can't be implemented is no good. A preaching or a gospel is no better than its ability to be carried out in a manner that will make it beneficial to the people who accept it. When you have a philosophy or a gospel, I don't care whether it's a religious gospel, a political gospel, an economic gospel, or a social gospel, if it's not going to do something for you and me right here, right now, to hell with that gospel. In the past, most of the religious gospels that you and I have heard have benefited only those who preach it. Most of the political gospels that you and I have heard have benefited only the politicians. The social gospels have benefited only the sociologists. You and I need something right now that's going to benefit all of us, that's going to change the community in which we live, not try and take us somewhere else. If we can't live here, we never will live somewhere else. African Americans, or so-called Negro. One of the reasons that it is bad for us to continue to just refer to ourselves as so-called Negro, that's negative. When we say so-called Negro, that's pointing out what we aren't, but it isn't telling us what we are. We are African, and we happen to be in America. We're not American. We are people who formerly were Africans who were kidnapped and brought to America. Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us. We were brought here against our will. We were not brought here to be made citizens. We were not brought here to enjoy the constitutional gifts that they speak so beautifully about today. And because we weren't brought here to be made citizens today, now that we've become awakened to some degree and we begin to ask for those things which they say are supposedly for Americans, they look upon us with hostility and unfriendliness. So our unwanted presence, the fact that we are unwanted, is becoming magnified in all of America's preachments today. And the only way that we who are... thank you, brother. Okay. In the United Nations, you have poor nations and rich nations. They say that the most powerful bloc in the UN are the African Asian bloc. These are the poor nations. Yet they carry more weight in this political body than the nations do who have all the money. Why? Because no matter how wealthy America is, she only has one vote. No matter how wealthy Russia is, she only has one vote. Whereas all the poor nations in Africa who have just emerged into independence, they have each a vote too. And they stick together and are able to outmaneuver the rich nations. This is by having independence and the right to vote in the political world body, it has enabled the dark nations to band together and use the strength of their ballot to force the wealthy nations, which are the white nations, into giving more independence to other nations who are still under their jurisdiction. You and I have to look at this and understand this, that the ballot is as powerful as the bullet. At least they're both important. And if you don't use the ballot, you're going to have to use the bullet. So if you don't want to have to resort to the bullet, then immediately we have to take steps to use the ballot. These little nations are important because of their... Now, if you and I leave it up to the moderate Negro leaders, they'll be able to trick it up and make the world think that they passed something that doesn't really mean anything. So what you and I have got to do is get involved. You and I have to be right there breathing down their throat. Every time they look over their shoulder, we want them to see us. We want to make them We want to make them pass the strongest civil rights bill they've ever passed, because we know even after they pass it, they can't enforce it. In order to do this, we're starting a voters registration drive. We have to get everybody in Harlem registered, not as Democrats or Republicans, but registered as independents. We're going to organize a corps of brothers and sisters who, after the city is mapped out, they won't leave one apartment house door not knocked on. There won't be a door in Harlem that will not have been knocked on, to see that whatever black face lives behind that door is registered to vote by a certain time this year. Nobody will have an excuse not to be registered. We'll ask him, let us see your card. If you don't have the sense of responsibility to get registered, we'll move you out of town. It's going to be the ballot or the bullet. After we get our people registered, we can then organize that voting strength and channel it in a direction that will get immediate results for the benefit of our people. We can sweep our enemies right out of office, but we will not be able to do it sitting around talking about select and elect your own candidates and not doing any community. Any black person, anywhere you live on the street, that's Harlem. Any black home or black apartment building or apartment building where black people live, that's Harlem. We're going to map them out. We have the offer of cooperation of student groups who have been involved in voter registration in different parts of the country. They have for tonight to a halt. Our immediate aim is to register Harlem, the black people in the greater New York area, and then across the country, so that we will be able to bring political pressure to bear upon the people who up to now have been posing as our political friends while acting as our political enemies. Once we are able to organize this political pressure and power, it'll then be possible for you and me to bring the same pressure to bear upon Washington, D.C. that the people of Latin America brought. And they were able to get $20 billion, they call it the Alliance for Progress, to be sent to some peasants down south of the border who have never done anything for this country. Well, we need some Alliance for Progress. We need a black Alliance for Progress. We need Uncle Sam to take some of those tax dollars and bring them into the black belt and build some better schools so that our children will have a decent school to go to, and put better teachers in those schools with the type of textbooks that will show our children that they are human beings too. We want schools in Harlem where they are teaching about the empires of Africa that existed.
Mr. Moderator, Reverend Cleave, brothers and sisters, and friends, and I see some enemies. In fact, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we had an audience this large and didn't realize that there were some enemies present. This afternoon, we want to talk about the ballot or the bullet. The ballot or the bullet explains itself. But before we get into it, since this is the year of the ballot or the bullet, I would like to clarify some things that refer to me personally concerning my own personal position. I'm still a Muslim. That is, my religion is still Islam. My religion is still Islam.
I still credit Mr. Muhammad for what I know and what I am. He's the one who opened my eyes. And at present, I'm the minister of the newly founded Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which has its offices in the Teresa Hotel right in the heart of Harlem. That's the Black Belt in New York City. And when we realize that Adam Clayton Powell is a Christian minister, he has the Abyssinia Baptist Church, but at the same time he's more famous for his political struggling. And Dr. King is a Christian minister in Atlanta, Georgia, but he's become more famous for being involved in the civil rights struggle. There's another in New York, Reverend Galamison. I don't know if you've heard of him out here. He's a Christian minister from Brooklyn, but has become famous for his fight against the segregated school system in Brooklyn. Reverend Cleave, right here, is a Christian minister here in Detroit. He's the head of the Freedom Now Party. All of these are Christian ministers. All of these are Christian ministers, but they don't come to us as Christian ministers. They come to us as fighters in some other category. I'm a Muslim minister. The same as they are Christian ministers, I'm a Muslim minister. And I don't believe in fighting today in any one front, but on all fronts. In fact, I'm a Black Nationalist freedom fighter. Islam is my religion, but I believe my religion is my personal business. It governs my personal life, my personal morals. And my religious philosophy is personal between me and the God in whom I believe. Just as the religious philosophy of these others is between them and the God in whom they believe. And this is best this way. Were we to come out here discussing religion, we'd have too many differences from the outstart, and we could never get together. So today, though Islam is my religious philosophy, my political, economic, and social philosophy is black nationalism. You and I... As I say, if we bring up religion, we'll have differences, we'll have arguments, we'll never be able to get together. But if we keep our religion at home, keep our religion in the closet, keep our religion between ourselves and our God, but when we come out here, we have a fight that's common to all of us against the enemy who is common to all of us. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that the black man should control the politics and the politicians in his own community. The time when white people can come in our community and get us to vote for them so that they can be our political leaders and tell us what to do and what not to do is long gone. By the same token, the time when that same white man, knowing that your eyes are too far open, can send another Negro into the community, get you and me to support him so he can use him to lead us astray, those days are long gone. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that if you and I are going to live in a black community, and that's where we're going to live, because as soon as you move into as soon as you move out of the black community into their community, it's mixed for a period of time, but they're gone, and you're right there all by yourself. We must understand the politics of our community, and we must know what politics is supposed to produce. We must know what part politics play in our lives. And until we become politically mature, we will always be misled, led astray or deceived or maneuvered into supporting someone politically who doesn't have the good of our community at heart. So the political philosophy of black nationalism only means that we will have to carry on a program, a political program of re-education to open our people's eyes, make us become more politically conscious, politically mature. And then we will, whenever we get ready to cast our ballot, that ballot will be cast for a man of the community who has the good of the community at heart. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should own and operate and control the economy of our community. You would never find, you can't open up a black store in a white community. White man won't even patronize you. And he's not wrong. He got sense enough to look out for himself. And it's you who don't have sense enough to look out for yourself. The white man is too intelligent to let someone else come and gain control of the economy of his community. But you will let anybody come in and control the economy of your community. Control the housing, control the education, control the jobs, control the businesses under the pretext that you want to integrate. No, you're out of your mind. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we have to become involved in a program of re-education to educate our people into the importance of knowing that when you spend your dollar out of the community in which you live, the community in which you spend your money becomes richer and richer. The community out of which you take your money becomes poorer and poorer. And because these Negroes who have been misled, misguided, are breaking their necks to take their money and spend it with the man. The man is becoming richer and richer, and you're becoming poorer and poorer. And then what happens? The community in which you live becomes a slum. It becomes a ghetto. The conditions become run down. And then you have the audacity to complain about poor housing in a run-down community. Why, you run it down yourself when you take your dollar out. And you and I are in a double trap, because not only do we lose by taking our money someplace else and spending it, when we try and spend it in our own community, we're trapped because we haven't had sense enough to set up stores and control the businesses of our community. The man who's controlling the stores in our community is a man who doesn't look like we do. He's a man who doesn't even live in the community. So you and I, even when we try and spend our money in the block where we live or the area where we live, we're spending it with a man who, when the sun goes down, takes that basket full of money in another part of the town. So we're trapped, double trapped, triple trapped. Anywhere we go, we find that we're trapped. And every kind of solution that someone comes up with is just another trap. But the political and economic philosophy of black nationalism, the economic philosophy of black nationalism shows our people the importance of setting up these little stores and developing them and expanding them into larger operations. Woolworth didn't start out big like they are today. They started out with a dime store. And expanded and expanded and expanded until today they're all over the country and all over the world, and they're getting some of everybody's money. Now this, what you and I in General Motors, the same way, didn't start out like it is. It started out just a little rat race type operation. And it expanded and expanded until today is where it is right now. And you and I have to make a start. And the best place to start is right in the community where we live. So our people not only have to be re-educated to the importance of supporting black business, but the black man himself has to be made aware of the importance of going into business. And once you and I go into business, we own and operate at least the businesses in our community. What we will be doing is developing a situation wherein we will actually be able to create employment for the people in the community. And once you can create some employment in the community where you live, it will eliminate the necessity of you and me having to act ignorantly and disgracefully, boycotting and picketing some cracker someplace else, trying to beg him for a job. Anytime you have to rely upon your enemy for a job, you're in bad shape. And he is your enemy. Anytime, you wouldn't be in this country if some enemy hadn't kidnapped you and brought you here. On the other hand, some of you think you came here on the Mayflower. So as you can see, brothers and sisters, today, this afternoon, it's not our intention to discuss religion. We're going to forget religion. If we bring up religion, we'll be in an argument. And the best way to keep away from arguments and differences, as I said earlier, put your religion at home, in the closet. Keep it between you and your God. Because if it hasn't done anything more for you than it has, you need to forget it anyway. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a nationalist, we all have the same problem. They don't hang you because you're a Baptist, they hang you because you're black. They don't attack me because I'm a Muslim, they attack me because I'm black. They attack all of us for the same reason. All of us catch hell from the same enemy. We're all in the same bag, in the same boat. We suffer political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. All of them from the same enemy. The government has failed us. You can't deny that. Anytime you live in the 20th century, 1964, and you walking around here singing, "We shall overcome," the government has failed. This is part of what's wrong with you. You do too much singing. Today it's time to stop singing and start swinging. You can't sing up on freedom, but you can swing up on some freedom. Cassius Clay can sing, but singing didn't help him to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Swinging helped him become the heavyweight. So this government has failed us. The government itself has failed us. And the white liberals who have been posing as our friends have failed us. And once we see that all these other sources to which we've turned have failed, we stop turning to them and turn to ourselves. We need a self-help program, a do-it-yourself philosophy, a do-it-right-now philosophy, it's already too late philosophy. This is what you and I need to get with. And the only way we're going to solve our problem is with a self-help program. Before we can get a self-help program started, we have to have a self-help philosophy. Black nationalism is a self-help philosophy. What's so good about it, you can stay right in the church where you are and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can stay in any kind of civic organization that you belong to and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can be an atheist and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. This is a philosophy that eliminates the necessity for division and argument. Because if you're black, you should be thinking black. And if you're black and you're not thinking black at this late date, well, I'm sorry for you. Once you change your philosophy, you change your thought pattern. Once you change your thought pattern, you change your attitude. Once you change your attitude, it changes your behavior pattern. And then you go on into some action. As long as you got a sit-down philosophy, you'll have a sit-down thought pattern. And as long as you think that old sit-down thought, you'll be in some kind of sit-down action. They'll have you sitting in everywhere. It's not so good to refer to what you're going to do as a sit-in. That right there castrates you. Right there it brings you down. What goes with it? Think of the image of someone sitting. An old woman can sit. An old man can sit. A chump can sit. A coward can sit. Anything can sit. Well, you and I have been sitting long enough, and it's time today for us to start doing some standing and some fighting to back that up. When we look at other parts of this earth upon which we live, we find that black, brown, red, and yellow people in Africa and Asia are getting their independence. They're not getting it by singing, "We shall overcome." No, they're getting it through nationalism. It is nationalism that brought about the independence of the people in Asia. Every nation in Asia gained its independence through the philosophy of nationalism. Every nation on the African continent that has gotten its independence brought it about through the philosophy of nationalism. And it will take black nationalism to bring about the freedom of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country, where we have suffered colonialism for the past 400 years. America is just as much a colonial power as England ever was. America is just as much a colonial power as France ever was. In fact, America is more so a colonial power than they, because she's a hypocritical colonial power behind it. What do you call second-class citizenship? Why, that's colonization. Second-class citizenship is nothing but 20th century slavery. How are you going to tell me you're a second-class citizen? They don't have second-class citizenship in any other government on this earth. They just have slaves and people who are free. Well, this country is a hypocrite. They try and make you think they set you free by calling you a second-class citizen. No, you're nothing but a 20th century slave. Just as it took nationalism to remove colonialism from Asia and Africa, it'll take black nationalism today to remove colonialism from the backs and the minds of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country. And 1964 looks like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet. Why does it look like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet? Because Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They've become disenchanted. They've become disillusioned. They've become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent. Whenever you got a racial powder keg sitting in your lap, you're in more trouble than if you had an atomic powder keg sitting in your lap. When a racial powder keg goes off, it doesn't care who it knocks out the way. Understand this, it's dangerous. And in 1964, this seems to be the year. Because what can the white man use now to fool us? After he put down that march on Washington, and you see all through that now, he tricked you, had you marching down to Washington. Yes, had you marching back and forth between the feet of a dead man named Lincoln and another dead man named George Washington, singing "We Shall Overcome." He made a chump out of you. He made a fool out of you. He made you think you were going somewhere, and you end up going nowhere but between Lincoln and Washington. So today our people are disillusioned. They've become disenchanted. They've become dissatisfied. And in their frustrations, they want action. You'll see this young black man, this new generation, asking for the ballot or the bullet.
That old Uncle Tom action is outdated. The young generation don't want to hear anything about the odds are against us. What do we care about odds? When this country here was first being founded, there were 13 colonies. The whites were colonized. They were fed up with this taxation without representation. So some of them stood up and said, liberty or death. Though I went to a white school over here in Mason, Michigan. The white man made the mistake of letting me read his history books. He made the mistake of teaching me that Patrick Henry was a patriot and George Washington wasn't nothing nonviolent about old Pat or George Washington. Liberty or death was what brought about the freedom of whites in this country from the English. They didn't care about the odds. Why, they faced the wrath of the entire British Empire. And in those days, they used to say that the British Empire was so vast and so powerful when the sun would never set on it. This is how big it was. Yet these 13 little scrawny states, tired of taxation without representation, tired of being exploited and oppressed and degraded, told that big British Empire, liberty or death. And here you have 22 million Afro-Americans, black people today, catching more hell than Patrick Henry ever saw. And I'm here to tell you, in case you don't know it, that you got a new generation of black people in this country who don't care anything whatsoever about odds. They don't want to hear you old Uncle Tom handkerchief heads talking about the odds. No. This is a new generation. If they're going to draft these young black men and send them over to Korea or South Vietnam to face 800 million Chinese. If you're not afraid of those odds, you shouldn't be afraid of these odds. Why does this loom to be such an explosive political year? Because this is the year of politics. This is the year when all of the white politicians are going to come into the Negro community. You never see them until election time. You can't blame them until election time. They're going to come in with false promises. And as they make these false promises, they're going to feed our frustrations. And this will only serve to make matters worse. I'm no politician. I'm not even a student of politics. I'm not a Republican, nor a Democrat, nor an American, and got sense enough to know it. I'm one of the 22 million black victims of the Democrats. One of the 22 million black victims of the Republicans, and one of the 22 million black victims of Americanism. And when I speak, I don't speak as a Democrat or a Republican. I speak as a victim of America's so-called democracy. You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy. When we open our eyes today and look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We don't see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We've only suffered from America's hypocrisy. And the generation that's coming up now can see it and are not afraid to say it. If you go to jail, so what? If you're black, you were born in jail.
If you black, you were born in jail. In the North as well as the South. Stop talking about the South. Long as you south of the Canadian border, you're South. Don't call Governor Wallace a Dixie governor. Romney is a Dixie governor. $22 million black victims of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. They see that the whites are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close, they have to go back and count the votes all over again. And which means that any block, any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who'll go to the White House and who'll stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You can keep Johnson in Washington, D.C., or you can send him back to his Texas cotton patch. You're the one who sent Kennedy to Washington. You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of your votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House. When you see this, you can see that the Negro vote is the key factor. And despite the fact that you are in a position to be the determining factor, what do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they've brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. Only 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you bash controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you because you're a chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. And what kind of alibi do they come up with? They try and pass the buck to the Dixiecrats. Now, back during the days when you were blind, deaf, and dumb, ignorant, politically immature, naturally you went along with that. But today, as your eyes come open and you develop political maturity, you're able to see and think for yourself. And you can see that a Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat in disguise. You look at the structure of the government that controls this country. It's controlled by 16 senatorial committees and 20 congressional committees. Of the 16 senatorial committees that run the government, 10 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. Of the 20 congressional committees that run the government, 12 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. And they're going to tell you and me that the South lost the war. Today are in the hands of a government of segregationists, racists, white supremacists, who belong to the Democratic Party but disguise themselves as Dixiecrats. A Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat. Whoever runs the Democrats is also the father of the Dixiecrats, and the father of all of them is sitting in the White House. say, and I say it again, you got a president who's nothing but a Southern segregationist. From the state of Texas. They'll lynch you in Texas as quick as they'll lynch you in Mississippi. Only in Texas, they lynch you with a Texas accent. In Mississippi, they lynch you with a Mississippi accent. And the first thing the cracker does when he comes in power, he takes all the Negro leaders and invites them for coffee to show that he's all right. And those Uncle Toms can't pass up the coffee. They come away from the coffee table telling you and me that this man is all right. Because he's from the South. And since he's from the South, he can deal with the South. And look at the logic that they're using. What about Eastland? He's from the South. Make him the president. If Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable... If Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable him to deal with the South, Eastland can deal with the South better than Johnson. You've been misled. You've been had. You've been took. I was in Washington a couple of weeks ago while the senators were filibustering. And I noticed in the back of the Senate a huge map. And on this map, it showed the distribution of Negroes in America. And surprisingly, the same senators that were involved in the filibuster were from the states where there were the most Negroes. Why were they filibustering the civil rights legislation? Because the civil rights legislation is supposed to guarantee voting rights to Negroes in those states. And those senators from those states know that if the Negroes in those states can vote, those senators are down the drain. The representatives of those states go down the drain. And in the Constitution of this country, it has a stipulation wherein whenever the rights, the voting rights of people in a certain district are violated, then the representative who's from that particular district, according to the Constitution, is supposed to be expelled from the Congress. Now, if this particular aspect of the Constitution was enforced, why, you wouldn't have a cracker in Washington, D.C. When you expel the Dixiecrat, you're expelling the Democrat. When you destroy the power of the Dixiecrat, you're destroying the power of the Democratic Party. So how in the world can the Democratic Party in the South actually side with you in sincerity when all of its power is based in the South? These Northern Democrats are in cahoots with the Southern Democrats. They're playing a giant con game, a political con game. You know how it goes. One of them comes to you and make believe he's for you. And he's in cahoots with the other one that's not for you. Why? Because neither one of them is for you. But they got to make you go with one of them or the other. So this is a con game. And this is what they've been doing with you and me all these years. First thing Johnson got off the plane when he became president, he asked, "Where's Dickie?" You know who Dickie is? Dickie is old Southern cracker Richard Russell. Look here. Yes. Lyndon B. Johnson's best friend is the one who is who's heading the forces that are filibustering civil rights legislation. You tell me, how in the hell is he going to be Johnson's best friend? Johnson be his friend and your friend too? No, that man is too tricky. Especially if his friend is still old Dickie. Whenever the Negroes keep the Democrats in power, they're keeping the Dixiecrats in power. This is true. A vote for a Democrat is nothing but a vote for a Dixiecrat. I know you don't like me saying that, but I'm not the kind of person who come here to say what you like. I'm going to tell you the truth whether you like it or not. Up here in the North, you have the same thing. The Democratic Party don't do it. They don't do it that way. They got a thing that they call gerrymandering. They maneuver you out of power. Even though you can vote, they fix it so you're voting for nobody. They got you going and coming. In the South, they're outright political wolves. In the North, they're political foxes. A fox and a wolf are both canine. Both belong to the dog family. You take your choice. You're going to choose a northern dog or a southern dog. Because either dog you choose, I guarantee you, you'll still be in the doghouse. This is why I say it's the ballot or the bullet. It's liberty or it's death. It's freedom for everybody or freedom for nobody. America today finds herself in a unique situation. Historically, revolutions are bloody. Oh, yes, they are. They have never had a bloodless revolution or a nonviolent revolution. That don't happen even in Hollywood. You don't have a revolution in which you love your enemy. And you don't have a revolution in which you are begging the system of exploitation to integrate you into it. Revolutions overturn systems. Revolutions destroy systems. A revolution is bloody. But America is in a unique position. She's the only country in history in a position actually to become involved in a bloodless revolution. The Russian Revolution was bloody. Chinese Revolution was bloody. French Revolution was bloody. Cuban Revolution was bloody. And there was nothing more bloody than the American Revolution. But today, this country can become involved in a revolution that won't take bloodshed. All she's got to do is give the black man in this country everything he's doing. Everything. I hope that the white man can see this. Because if you don't see it, you're finished. If you don't see it, you're going to become involved in some action in which you don't have a chance. And we don't care anything about your atomic bomb. It's useless. Because other countries have atomic bombs. When 2 or 3 different countries have atomic bombs, nobody can use it. So it means that the white man today is without a weapon. If you want some action, you got to come on down to earth. And there's more black people on earth than there are white people on earth. I only got a couple more minutes. The white man can never win another war on the ground. His days of war victory, his days of background victory are over. Can I prove it? Yes. Take all the action that's going on this earth right now that he's involved in. Tell me where he's winning. Nowhere. Why, some rice eaters ran him out of Korea. Yes, they ran him out of Korea. Rice eaters with nothing but gym shoes and a rifle and a bowl of rice. Took him and his tanks and his napalm and all that other action he's supposed to have and ran him across the Yalu. Why? Because the day that he can win on the ground is past. Up in French Indochina, those little peasants, rice growers, took on the might of the French army and ran all the Frenchmen. You remember Dien Bien Phu? No. The same thing happened in Algeria, in Africa. They didn't have anything but a rifle. The French had all these highly mechanized instruments of warfare, but they put some guerrilla action on. And a white man can't fight a guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla action takes heart, takes nerve, and he doesn't have that. He's brave when he's got tanks. He's brave when he's got planes. He's brave when he's got bombs. He's brave when he got a whole lot of company along with him. But you take that little man from Africa and Asia, turn him loose in the woods with a blade. That's all he needs. All he needs is a blade. And when the sun comes down, goes down, and it's dark, it's even Steven. It's the ballot or the bullet. Today our people can see that we're faced with a government conspiracy. This government has failed us. The senators who are filibustering concerning your and my rights, that's the government. Don't say it's Southern senators, this is the government. This is a government filibuster. It's not a segregationist filibuster. It's a government filibuster. Any kind of activity that takes place on the floor of the Congress or the Senate, that's the government. Any kind of dilly-dallying, that's the government. Any kind of pussyfooting, that's the government. Any kind of act that's designed to delay or deprive you and me right now of getting full rights, that's the government, that's responsible. And anytime you find the government involved in a conspiracy to violate the citizenship or the civil rights of a people, then you are wasting your time going to that government expecting redress. Instead, you have to take that government to the world court and accuse it of genocide and all of the other crimes that it is guilty of today. So those of us whose political and economic and social philosophy is black nationalism have become involved in the civil rights struggle. We have injected ourselves into the civil rights struggle, and we intend to expand it from the level of civil rights to the level of human rights. As long as you fight it on the level of civil rights, you're under Uncle Sam's jurisdiction. You're going to his court expecting him to correct the problem. He created the problem. He's the criminal. You don't take your case to the criminal, you take your criminal to court. When the government of South Africa began to trample upon the human rights of the people of South Africa, they were taken to the UN. When the government of Portugal began to trample upon the rights of our brothers and sisters in Angola, it was taken before the UN. Why, even the white man took the Hungarian question to the UN, and just this week, Chief Justice Goldberg was crying over 3 million Jews in Russia about their human rights, charging Russia with violating the UN Charter because of its mistreatment of the human rights of Jews in Russia. Now you tell me, how can the plight of everybody on this earth reach the halls of the United Nations and you have 22 million Afro-Americans whose churches are being bombed, whose little girls are being murdered, whose leaders are being shot down in broad daylight? Now you tell me why the leaders of this struggle have never taken it before the United Nations. So our next move is to take the entire civil rights struggle problem into the United Nations. And let the world see that Uncle Sam is guilty of violating the human rights of 22 million Afro and still has the audacity or the nerve to stand up and represent himself as the leader of the free world. crook, he's a hypocrite. Here he is standing up in front of other people, Uncle Sam, with the blood of your and mine, mothers and fathers, on his hands, with the blood dripping down his jaws like a bloody-jawed wolf, and still got the nerve to point his finger at other countries. You can't even get civil rights legislation. And this man has got the nerve to stand up and talk about South Africa, or talk about Nazi Germany, or talk about Portugal. No more days like those. So I say in my conclusion, the only way we're going to solve it, we got to unite in unity and harmony. And black nationalism is the key. How are we going to overcome the tendency to be at each other's throats that always exists in our neighborhood? And the reason this tendency exists, the strategy of the white man has always been divide and conquer. He keeps us divided in order to conquer us. He tells you, I'm for separation and you for integration, and keep us fighting with each other. No, I'm not for separation and you're not for integration. What you and I are for is freedom. Only you think that integration will get you freedom. I think separation will get me freedom. We both got the same objective. We just got different ways of getting at it. So I studied this man, Billy Graham, who preaches white nationalism. That's what he preaches. I say that's what he preaches. The whole church structure in this country is white nationalism. You go inside a white church, that's what they're preaching, white nationalism. They got Jesus white, Mary white, God white, everybody white. That's white nationalism. So what he does, the way he circumvents the jealousy and envy that he ordinarily would incur among the heads of the church. Whenever you go into an area where the church already is, you're going to run into trouble. Because they got that thing, what you call it, syndicated. So they got a syndicate just like the racketeers have. I'm going to say what's on my mind because the preachers already proved to you that they got a syndicate. And when you're out in the rackets, whenever you're getting in another man's territory, you know, they gang up on you. And that's the same way with you. You run into the same thing. So how Billy Graham gets around that, instead of going into somebody else's territory like he's going to start a new church, he doesn't try and start a church. He just goes in preaching Christ. And he says, everybody who believes in him, you go wherever you find him. So this helps all the churches, and so since it helps all the churches, they don't fight him. Well, we're going to do the same thing, only our gospel is black nationalism. His gospel is white nationalism, our gospel is black nationalism. And the gospel of black nationalism, as I told you, means you should control the politics of your community, the economy of your community, and all of the society in which you live should be under your control. And once you feel that this philosophy will solve your problem, go join any church where that's preached. Don't join a church where white nationalism is preached. Now you can go to a Negro church and be exposed to white nationalism. Because when you walk in a Negro church and a white Mary and some white angels, that Negro church is preaching white nationalism. When you go to a church and you see the pastor of that church with a philosophy and a program that's designed to bring black people together and elevate black people, join that church. Join that church. If you see where the NAACP is preaching and practicing that which is designed to make black nationalism materialize, join NAACP. Join any kind of organization, civic, religious, fraternal, political, or otherwise, that's based on lifting the black man up and making him master of his own community. It'll be the ballot, or it'll be the vote. It'll be liberty, or it'll be death. And if you're not ready to pay that price, don't use the word freedom in your vocabulary. One more thing. I was on a program in Illinois recently with Senator Paul Douglas, a so-called liberal, so-called Democrat. so-called white man. At which time he told me that our African brothers were not interested in us in Africa. He says the Africans aren't interested in the American Negro. I knew he was lying. But during the next 2 or 3 weeks, it's my intention and plan to make a tour of our African homeland. And I hope that when I come back, I'll be able to come back and let you know how our African brothers and sisters feel toward us. And I know before I go there that they love us. We're one. We're the same. The same man who has colonized them all these years colonized you and me too. All these years. And all we have to do now is wake up and work in unity and harmony, and the battle will be over. I want to thank the Freedom Now Party and the Goal. I want to thank Milton and Richard Henry for inviting me here this afternoon, and also Reverend Clegg. And I want them to know that anything that I can ever do at any time to work with anybody in any kind of program that is sincerely designed to eliminate the political, the economic, and the social evils that confront all of our people in Detroit and elsewhere, all they got to do is give me a telephone call and I'll be on the next jet right on into the city.
Who is the black man?
The black man in the West has ceased to be black, not of his own volition, but he's actually been stripped of his blackness. He has been stripped of the language of the black man. He couldn't speak the language of his own people. He had to speak the language of strangers. And today, he speaks the language of strangers. He knows nothing about the indigenous language of his people prior to being brought into the Western Hemisphere. He has been stripped of the black man's name. He has been stripped of the black man's culture, and actually also stripped of the black man's history. And just as a tree without roots dies and becomes dead, when a people becomes stripped of their history or their historic roots, they also become a dead. And for this reason, the condition of the black man in the Western Hemisphere has been that of a dead man. And this dead thing was also dehumanized. The slave masters robbed us of everything that we could use to prove that we were a part of the human family, the black family. And this is the condition that our people in the West are in today.
The struggle in the States between the races has always been bloody, but it has been one-sided. The Negro has been doing most of the bleeding. But I believe he's beginning to feel that bleeding should be reciprocal. It should be done equally on both sides. Everybody should bleed. If the Negro is going to bleed, everybody should bleed. And I think he's beginning to see this, that it should be equalized.
The struggle of the colored peoples of the world against the forces of Western imperialism and its agents has been going on for a long time. On the continents of North and South America, in Asia, in Africa, oppressed peoples have been waging a tireless campaign against domination at the hands of imperialists and their insane doctrine of racial supremacy. But at the very moment when the last outpost of colonialist barbarians seem most comfortable, at the very moment when representatives of the self-styled master race feel most secure and certain of continuing their vicious schemes of enslavement, our people are affirming their humanity. We are demanding an end to centuries of exploitation. We are proving that imperialism, far from being invincible, is now on its last legs. Indeed, throughout the world, the colored peoples are mobilizing and uniting their ranks to intensify and to speed up the certain death of colonialism and neo-colonialism. We are pre-final showdown with the well-known enemies of human rights and human dignity. Today, intimidation through fear and the reign of the Ku Klux Klan is facing destruction. And what is the actual situation in the United States, where over 20 million colored people virtually live as a colonized nation under racist and economic oppression?
Well, for the past 10 years, the struggle in America has been confined to what has been projected to the public as a civil rights struggle. And in that context, it has remained a domestic problem. It has remained within the jurisdiction of the United States. And as such, it has been impossible for the Afro-Americans or American Negroes to try and enlist the support of other dark-skinned people who are being oppressed the world over in that struggle. And the difference now in the direction that the struggle is taking from the direction that the struggle has been going in the past, there are many of our people who are thinking more deeply and more broadly and are beginning to see the importance of lifting it out of the national context or out of the domestic context or beyond the jurisdiction of the United States government. And the only way this can be done is by internationalizing the problem and putting it at a level where it can be taken into the United Nations, and then all of the other independent nations on this earth can involve themselves in our struggle and support us. And the only way by which this can be done, instead of it being called civil rights in the future, we're going to have to label it a human rights struggle or the struggle for human rights. And as such, we can then take it into the United Nations through the avenues that have been set up by the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. We can take our problem before the United Nations in the same manner that the problem of South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Hungary, the Arab refugee problem, it becomes a world problem. And as a world problem, then the Afro-American or the so-called Negroes equal results, because it's not left up to the one who's responsible for it anymore, but it's put at a level where the whole can see that our plight is wrong. It stood in our path in the past. It also makes a difference in the leadership. Those who have been posing as leaders of our people in America in the past, they can pose on this local stage where Uncle Sam is the master of the show and can prop them up and make them look good or make them look better than they actually are by giving them token gains and building them up an image. But when they step onto the international stage or the world stage, then Uncle Sam can't prop them up anymore. And their ability or lack of ability becomes exposed. And if they can lead us forward, they remain leaders. But if they can't, then they have to step aside and more qualified and bona fide leaders step up from the masses of our people, and then we get faster progress. We get more results.
Malcolm X came from the masses as a genuine leader of his people. He was well aware of the false divisions planted between them, for he himself had overcome many of these artificial barriers to emerge as a voice which raised our strongest demands for freedom and justice in America. This man combined his recognition of the chief enemy of the African and Afro-American people with an objective knowledge of where our strength lay. He talks about the black intellectual. He talks about education, revolutionary education. He talks about the tasks of our women.
Well, in the past, the Afro-American or American Negro intellectual perhaps permitted himself to be used in a way that wasn't really beneficial to the overall Afro-American struggle. But I think today these intellectuals have begun to undertake a new appraisal of the problem, looking at it as it actually is, and are beginning to see it more in the international context and the relation that it has with the African struggle. And the African intellectual is beginning to look at the problem in the African context and see that what might be good in one country, in order for it to be used in another country, has to be rearranged. You take African socialism. Many of the African intellectuals that have analyzed the approach of socialism are beginning to see where the African has to use a form of socialism that fits into the African context, whereas the form that is used in a European country might be good for that particular European country. It doesn't fit as well into the African context. So I think the African intellectual is making that contribution, and he's making it well. One thing that I became aware of in my traveling recently through Africa and the Middle East, in every country that you go to, usually the degree of progress can never be separated from the woman. If you're in a country that's progressive, the woman is progressive. If you're in a country that reflects a consciousness toward the importance of education, it's because the woman is aware of the importance of education. But in every backward country, you'll find the women are backward. And in every country where education is not stressed, it's because the women don't have education. So one of the things I became thoroughly convinced of in my recent travels is the importance of giving freedom to the woman, giving her education, and giving her the incentive to get out there and put that same spirit and understanding in the children. And I frankly am proud of the contribution that our women have made in the struggle for freedom. And I'm one person who's for giving them all of the leeway possible, because they've made a greater contribution than many of us men. And one of the best ways that they can help is to encourage the man, try and inspire him to be more militant, and turn him away from being nonviolent and passive and meek and Uncle Tomish. Make him aware that the black woman wants to see her man be a man, instead of around here using religion as an excuse to be a coward, and some of the things that he's been reflecting here lately.
Freedom by any means necessary was the battle slogan of Malcolm X, for he knew that in America the condition of the vast majority of the 22 million black people is very close to the condition of 11 million Africans under the fascist South African regime. He also knew of the resources of the people of African ancestry outside of Africa. Time and time again, he called on our oppressed brothers everywhere to fight against the type of slavery which the United States imposes on all of us.
Most people, when we say Afro-American, they think only of the Negroes in the United States. But they don't realize that 2/3 of Brazil consists of people of African blood, which means they're also Afro-American, because Brazil is in South America. And in all of these, many of these countries in South America and Central America, and even in Canada, they are heavily populated with people whose ancestors came from Africa. So when you total up the number of Afro-Americans, real Afro-Americans, in the Western Hemisphere, there are perhaps 100 million. And if these people ever unite among themselves, not only is it necessary for the Afro-Americans in the United States to be organized, but it's also necessary for the Afro-Americans in the Caribbean, or the Afro-Cubans, the Afro-Brazilians. It's necessary for all of them to be organized. And then once they are organized in each place, we have to organize among ourselves, so that the Afro-American in the United States will be working in conjunction in a coordinated program with those who are in Cuba, and those in Brazil, and those in Venezuela, and those throughout the Caribbean, and Haiti, and in the West Indian Islands. And in this way, we actually get strength. And it's not an accident that there's no organization existing in the Western Hemisphere that's designed toward that end. It would be a direct threat to imperialism as it really exists, and to colonialism as it exists in the West. And one of the things that's going to help to bring this about is the independence of Africa. And one of the only reasons that we in the West have never organized, we have hated our image and our African image. And because Africa has been in the hands of people who have created an image of Africa that's negative and hateful. And it has been hateful to us. We haven't wanted to identify with it. But now that Africa is getting independent and in a position to create its own image, and it's a positive image, those of us in the West look at the African image and see how positive it is. We begin to identify with it. We become proud of Africa, and we become proud of our African blood, our African heritage. And this is what is beginning to make the Africans in the Western Hemisphere today develop more race pride. And as this race pride develops, then it has a tendency to make us want to unite together and work together. And your Western imperialists and colonialists consider this to be a grave threat, more threat than communism or Marxism or socialism or anything else. The Africanism is what they consider to be the real threat.
Yes, undoubtedly, one of the major elements of the center of Malcolm X's revolutionary strategy is solidarity, the natural solidarity which must be restored between the Afro-American and his African brother in their common fight against a common enemy.
The Organization of Afro-American Unity sees the only hope for the black man in America in a strong Africa, and the necessity of the Afro-American becoming inseparably linked with the overall program that's existing on the African continent. The two problems must be solved together, and the two forces must go forward together. And so the Organization of Afro-American Unity has a program to link the Afro-Americans with the Africans and the Africans with the Afro-Americans. When I say Afro-Americans, I mean those throughout the entire Western Hemisphere. This is our only hope. Our hope is in a strong Africa. And when Africa is strong, our position in America will be one of respect. But if Africa is weak, we will never be in a position of respect in America. They used to have a saying that one doesn't have a Chinaman's chance. But they don't say that anymore. They used that expression back when China was weak. But now since Mao Zedong has been successful in making China a strong country, the Chinese have more chance than anybody else. So this saying has become outdated. Well, just as it took a strong China to give a Chinese person respect wherever that Chinese person is found on this earth, when we get a strong Africa, the person of African origin or African ancestry will be respected any place on this earth, even in America. But he will not be respected in America until Africa is strong, just as the Chinaman wasn't respected abroad until China became strong.
He was a leader who knew that self-reliance is the only security for lasting freedom and independence. This is why he rejected the claims for white participation in the leadership of the Afro-American freedom movement. This is why he respected the example of the Chinese people in their revolutionary struggle. How did he view the success of China in developing nuclear weapons for her defense?
Well, I think it's one of the greatest things that has ever happened, because up until now, the nuclear devices have been in the hands of Europeans. They've exercised a monopoly over the nuclear weapons, or over the ability to produce nuclear weapons. But now the Chinese have evened it. They've equalized it by being successful, by being a non-white or non-European nation, and at the same time developing successfully the ability to produce nuclear weapons. So as far as I'm concerned, it was a very good thing, and I do hope that they are able to build bigger ones and better ones every day, because the only language that the European power, the language of power, and a dark nation has, or speak the language that these imperialists understand. And China has developed the ability to be in that position, and as long as she can speak the language that they understand, it's better for the other dark countries.
Yes, men like this live always in the shadow of danger. He was born in white America, but his vision reaches far beyond those limits. It goes deep into the future of the black man.
Today, for the first time, the black people of the West are beginning to look homeward. They're beginning to look back toward the mother continent of Africa, and they're gaining spiritual strength from these roots. The African continent is on the rise, the motherland is on the rise, and our people all over the Western Hemisphere are looking back at this rising continent and the unity of that continent, and it's giving us strength and hope for the future. And for the first time, not only is the black man on the African continent fighting and seeking and fighting for his place in the sun, but his fight is putting the same spirit in the black people in the West, and we are also seeking and fighting for our place in the sun, and we will not rest until that place has been secured.
What's your plan now?
I'm going back to the States first and see how my family is doing.
Yes.
Got a family there. And see what develops.
In New York, on February 21st, 1965, Brother Malcolm X fell before the bullets of us. His killers were those whose interest he knew would crumble before the irresistible forces of worldwide revolution against racism and dollarism. Those who directed the murder of our courageous brother demonstrated their crazy belief that the ideas he fought for can be killed. They are wrong, because the voice of Malcolm X was the voice of our humanity. The words he spoke can never be silenced. They are the words and the determination of his people, a people fighting for their place in the sun, and will never rest until that place has been secured.
And fighting for our place in the sun, and we will not rest until that place has been secured.
Mr. Chairman, one of my brothers, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I'm very honored, I feel very honored, it's an honor to me to be able to come back to the Militant Labor Forum again this evening. It's my third time here. I was just telling my brother up here that probably tomorrow morning the press will try and make it appear that this little chat that we're having here this evening took place in Beijing or someplace else. They have a tendency to discolor things in that way, to try and make people not place the proper importance upon what they hear, especially when they're hearing it nowadays from persons whom they can't control, or, as my brother has just pointed out, persons whom they consider irresponsible. But it's the third time that I've had an opportunity to irresponsible. But it's the third time that I've had an opportunity to be a guest on the Militant Labor Forum, and I always feel that it is an honor. And every time they open the door for me to do so, I will be right here. The Militant newspaper is one of the best in New York City. In fact, it's one of the best everywhere you go today, because everywhere I go, I see it. I saw it even in Paris about a month ago. They were reading it over there, and I saw copies of it in some parts of Africa where I was during the summer. I don't know how it gets there, but if you put the right things in it, what you put in it, we'll see that it gets around. Tonight, during the few moments that we have, we're going to have a little chat, like brothers and sisters and friends, and probably enemies too, about the prospects for peace or prospects for freedom in 1965. If you notice, I almost slipped there and said peace. Actually, you can't separate peace from freedom. No one can be at peace unless he has his freedom. You can't separate the two. And this is the thing that makes 1965 so explosive and so dangerous. The people in this country who in the past have been at peace and been peaceful were that way only because they didn't know what freedom was. They let somebody else define it for them. But today, 1965, you find those who have not had freedom and not in a position to define freedom. They're beginning to define it for themselves now. And as they get in a position intellectually to define freedom for themselves, they see that they don't have it. And it makes them less peaceful or less inclined toward peace. So in discussing this topic tonight, prospects for freedom in 1965, I think we have to go back at least 12 years or 10 years to the time when the struggle of the black man in America began to be projected into the limelight, not only in this country but throughout the world. It started primarily with the Supreme Court decision, so-called desegregation decision, and I should say so-called desegregation, so-called decision, because there has been some doubt as to what they really handed down. One of the main ingredients in the struggle of the black man in America for the past 12 years has been the black Muslim movement. No one can deny the role that the black Muslim movement has played in America during the past 12 years, has been one of the main ingredients in the stepped-up militancy on the part of black people throughout this country. No matter what direction the black Muslim movement itself was headed in, no matter what its own organizational philosophy was, and no matter what other people thought about it, no matter what their personal opinions were of the black Muslim movement, still it cannot be denied that that movement, because of its uncompromising stand and uncompromisingly militant approach to things, forced other civil rights organizations to be more militant than they normally would have been, and forced many of the civil rights leaders definitely to be more militant than they ever would have thought of being. So the militancy of the black man in America during the past 10 years, in my opinion, can be traced largely to the existence and presence of the movement, which I'm referring to now for purpose of identification as the black Muslim movement. Its contribution to the black struggle for freedom in this country was militancy. It made many of our people dare to get loud for the first time in 400 years. Many of the black leaders of the civil rights movement dare to get loud for the first time. I mean really loud, for the first time in nearly 400 years of our being in this country. They got more militant than they intended to be, and they made many of the people become more militant than they intended for the people to be. It had a chain reaction effect that actually got out of control somewhat, because the leaders themselves never intended and never do intend for our people to go too far. Their primary purpose in our midst has always been to contain our struggle, not lead our struggle. Proof of which, seldom are they seen until the irresponsible elements in the black community begin to explode. And then they go all the way around the country to grab one of them from wherever he's traveling and bring him in to cool things down, to tell us to be cool, or tell us to take it easy, don't rock the boat. This is their function, this is their role. At least it has been up until recent times. They never have been put in the role that they're in with the intention by the one who puts them there of them leading us into any uncompromising and militant struggle. But the existence of some of the Muslim groups and the Black Nationalist groups that couldn't be controlled by the power structure downtown, and I only use the expression power structure downtown to keep from calling it what it actually is. These nationalist elements actually serve their purpose in that sense. They gave respectability to the civil rights groups and gave acceptability to the civil rights groups. 10 years ago or more, the NAACP was looked upon as a radical, leftist, almost subversive movement. And then when the black Muslim movement came along, the power structure said, thank the Lord for Roy Wilkins and the NAACP. This is true. Pick up any newspaper was printed 10 years ago and read what was being said about CORE and NAACP and Urban League and some of these other groups, they were considered irresponsible. They were considered moving too fast. They were considered almost extremists. And then when they looked around one day and found someone talking about all of them were devils, they were all night looking up Roy Wilkins and James Farmer and the Right Reverend Dr. King and some of the others to soothe them and keep them thinking that all of our people didn't think like that. So it did contribute its part in the struggle. It made Roy Wilkins acceptable and honorable and responsible. And sometimes today I think he's forgotten what we've done for him. This is one of the reasons why Tom Mboya has lasted so long in Kenya. During the Mau Mau uprising, when white people were scared to death, not only in Kenya, but throughout Africa, and not only in Africa, but throughout the world, because there were people who looked just like the Kikuyu right here in New York, in Mississippi, and other places. When Mau Mau was on the rampage, and Jomo Kenyatta was given the image of a monster, because his own image was so ghastly in the sight of whites, the image of Tom Mboya immediately became acceptable. Because Kenyatta seemed to be so irresponsible, Mboya became responsible. He became acceptable, responsible, and made everybody happy. So they supported him. They backed him up, made him prominent throughout the world. Kenyatta made him. He didn't make himself. And he was intelligent enough to know it. So when Kenyatta got out, he supported Kenyatta. He realized that the contribution of Kenyatta made him what he was. And because he was intelligent enough, he was blessed with sufficient insight to see the role that Kenyatta and the Mau Mau played in his own prominence, an image of respectability and acceptability. He continued to support Kenyatta, and today he's still a part of Kenyatta's government. And I must take time right here to point out that that's a good study in itself. It took the Mau Mau to bring independence not only to Kenya, it took the Mau Mau to bring independence to most of Africa. When a man is sad over his miserable condition, he does nothing to change it. Sadness doesn't change anything. It's only when he gets mad that he changes it. It takes madness to change it. One of the things I noticed when I was in Africa traveling around, I noticed many Africans who were still colonized, still exploited, still oppressed. And one of the things all of them had in common was they seemed sad. They would discuss their sad plight, but they weren't ready to really do anything to change it. They seemed to be waiting on some miracle. But the contrasting difference between them and what happened in Kenya, the Kikuyu got mad. They just didn't care what the consequences were. They cared nothing about legality, morality, or anything. All they knew was that they were being oppressed unjustly, illegally, immorally. And because of this unjust, illegal, immoral oppression that they were suffering, they came to the conclusion that they would be within their rights to bring it to a halt by any means necessary. And they adopted those means. When they began to use these means in their struggle for freedom, the press of the West began to project them in a very negative image. They were freedom fighters. They were African patriots fighting against oppression. They weren't fighting against a legal government. They weren't fighting against a moral society. They were fighting against a colonial power, an imperialist power, a vulturous society. And this vulturous society, with its control of the press and its allies here in the United States, who also control much of the press, projected these freedom fighters, these African patriots, in the image of savages, cannibals, terrorists, some as criminals, actually. And they projected Jomo Kenyatta in an image worse than all. But the Mau Mau weren't image conscious. They weren't status seekers. They weren't social climbers. They wanted freedom. And they came to a conclusion at a point in their journey that the only way there was to get it was the way they did it. And they got it. I admire them for that. I respect them for that. Now that they are free, Jomo Kenyatta, whose image was that of a monster 4 years ago, is the president of Kenya. He's respected. So much so that when the hostages were being held in Stanleyville and no one else dared to do anything about it, they called on Jomo and asked him would he sit down and mediate between the American ambassador, Atwood, there in Kenya, and Tom Kwanzaa from Stanleyville, the same man that the West had projected as a monster. They had to call on him. And when you go to Kenya today, you will find white people in Kenya praying that Kenyatta doesn't die. The same, yes, they're praying, and they should. They are praying that he doesn't die. The same man that a few years ago was projected as a monster, as an extremist, as being irresponsible. Now they say he's the most responsible head of state on the African continent. So the difference between being projected as an extremist or a monster is only depends upon who controls the projection. If you project your own image, then you are able to project a positive image. But when your enemy is your master, and when your enemy masters the press that's going to create this image and project it abroad, then naturally your enemy is going to project you in the image of a monster. So I say, and I must say, because a reporter was asking me a few moments ago to either confirm or deny the statement had mentioned where I said we need a Mau Mau in the United States. I never would deny that. Why, we need more than a Mau Mau in the United States. I mean, actually, a person have a lot of nerve to ask me that. In a society, I'm deviating now because they put me off the track. I got to deviate. In a society where in 1964, 3 civil rights workers can be murdered in cold blood, and not the Mississippi government, the federal government can't do anything about it, I say we need a Mau Mau. When a Negro educator can be murdered in Georgia, and they know who murdered him, and the government can do nothing about it, I say we need a Mau Mau. And I'll be the first to join it. And a lot of people that you don't think go for it will line right up behind me. So getting back to the Black Muslim movement, you have to understand it in order to understand pretty much what has taken place in the civil rights movement in this country during the past 10 years, and in order to understand what might take place in 1965. The Black Muslim movement attracted the most militant young black people in this country. The most restless, the most impatient, and the most uncompromising black men and women were attracted to the Black Muslim movement. But the movement itself, as it began to grow, actually was maneuvered into a vacuum, in that it represented itself as a religious movement, and the religion under which it identified itself was Islam. And the people in the part of the world who also identified that as their religion did not accept the Black Muslim movement as a bona fide Islamic or Muslim movement. They never did accept it as that. So it was put in the position of going by a religion that rejected it, which put it into a vacuum or made it a religious hybrid. On the other hand, the government in Washington, I guess that's where it is, tried to label the black Muslim movement as political. It used the press, it maneuvered the press to project the black Muslim movement in an image that would enable the government itself to list it as political and therefore label it seditious and subversive and step in and stomp it out like it stomps out most bona fide freedom movements that appear in this country. So the black Muslim movement was not only a religious hybrid, but it became a political hybrid in that it was more political than religious, but at the same time it didn't take part in politics. It didn't take part in the civil rights struggle. It took part in nothing that black people in this country was doing to correct conditions that existed in our community, other than it had a moral force, that it stopped our people from getting drunk and taking drugs and things of that sort, which is not enough. After you sober up, you're still poor. So it became in a vacuum. It actually developed, it grew, it became powerful, but it was in a vacuum. And it was filled with extremely militant young people who weren't willing to compromise with anything and wanted action. More action, actually, than the organization itself could produce. More constructive action and positive action than the hierarchy of the organization was qualified, actually, to produce. The main objective of the movement was land. The main objective of the movement was land. But those in the movement were told that God would come and take them to that land. Well, for a time this was all right, but no visible means were ever detected by anyone in the movement that would enable us to see that a plan was afoot to make this objective materialize. It caused dissatisfaction. It caused dissension, which eventually developed division. And out of the division, immediately, those who left, out of that division, or out of those who left, was formed an authentic religious group known as Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which practiced the religion of Islam as it is practiced and taught in Cairo and Lahore and other parts of the Muslim world. But those who went into the orthodox practice of the Islam religion in the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, at the same time we realized that we were black people in a white society. That we were black people in a racist society. We were black people in a society whose very political system was based and nourished upon racism, whose social system was a racist system, whose economic system was nourished with racism. We were black people who wanted to be religious, who wanted to practice brotherhood and all of that, who wanted to love everybody and all of that too. But at the same time, that was a dream, you know, as my good friend the doctor said. So wanting brotherhood and wanting peace and wanting all these other beautiful things, we had to also face reality and realize that we were in a racist society that was controlled by racists from the federal government right on down to the local government, from the White House right on down to City Hall. Racism was what we were confronted by. So we knew that this was a problem that was beyond religion, and we formed another organization that was non-religious. And this organization was called the Organization of Afro-American Unity, or the OAAU. And we got the idea for it from travels and observation of the success that our brothers on the African continent were having in their struggle for freedom. They were getting free faster than we. They were getting their independence faster than we. They were getting recognition and respect even when they came to this country faster than we. So we had to find out what was happening. How were they doing it and what were they doing? So we could try a little bit of it. On the African continent, the imperialists, the colonial powers had always divided and conquered. They had practiced divide and conquer. And this had kept the people of Africa and Asia from ever coming together. So on the African continent had appeared an organization known as the OAU, or Organization of African Unity. And this had been put together by a group of highly skilled African intellectuals and politicians. And it was designed to make the African heads of state, who had been kept apart and divided from each other by differences, petty differences, personal differences. This organization provided an atmosphere in which these heads of state could submerge their differences and work together in areas where they could agree toward a common objective. And since we in America were confronted with the same divisive tactics from our enemy, we decided to call ours the Organization of Afro-American Unity, which would be designed after the letter and spirit of the Organization of African Unity. In fact, we considered ourselves an offspring of our parent organization on our mother continent. After it was formed, I spent 5 months in the Middle East and Africa, primarily for the purpose of getting better acquainted with them and making them better acquainted with us, giving them a first-hand account of our problem and what our problem actually consists of. When I first got there in July, I found some of them difficult to talk to. But by the time I left in November, I didn't find anybody difficult to talk to. And I might say that right here and now that one of the things that made the objective more easily reached was America's identifying herself with Moise Tshombe. Never could a government do anything more suicidal politically than this government's choosing Moise Tshombe as a bed partner in 1964. And the offspring of that adulterous act will be something that they never will be able to put under the rug. By the time I had returned in last month, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated had received official recognition and support by all of the official religious bodies in the Muslim world, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity had also received recognition and support from all of the African countries where I visited, and most of those where I didn't visit. The first thing I returned, I kept being asked the question by some reporters, we heard you changed. And I would say I was kind to the reporter, actually. I smiled and all. But I would say to myself, how in the world can a white man expect a black man to change before he has changed? How do you expect us to change when you haven't changed? How do you expect us to change when the cause that made us as we are has not been removed? Why, it's infantile, it's immature, adolescent on your part to expect us to change, to expect us to be dumb enough to change, when you have not yet gone to the cause of the condition that makes us act as we do. You got the wrong man. It's True, I'm a Muslim, and I believe in brotherhood, and I believe in the brotherhood of all men, but my religion doesn't make me a fool. My religion makes me be against all forms of racism. It keeps me from judging any man by the color of his skin. It teaches me to judge him by his deeds and his conscious behavior. And it teaches me to be for the rights of all human beings, but especially the Afro-American human beings. Because my religion is a natural religion, and the first law of nature is self-preservation. And one of the things that our people have not been doing in this country up until now, we have not been exercising the first law of nature. We have not thought of ourselves first. We have placed America first. We have placed America's interests ahead of our own. We have placed even the interests of whites ahead of our own. We have loved whites when they refused to love us. We have sought to move into their neighborhood when we knew in advance they didn't want us there. We have crawled like animals at the feet of the white man in this country and been rejected. So that today, if you see us step back and get away from you, you can't blame us. You have to blame yourself, or your mother, or your father. If you don't want to accept the blame yourself, then put it on your mother and your father. But don't put it on us. So now to get to my talk about 1965 and the prospects for freedom. In 1964, oppressed people all over the world, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, made some progress. Northern Rhodesia threw off the yoke of colonialism and became Zambia, was accepted into the United Nations, the Society of Independent Governments. Nyasaland became Malawi, also was accepted into the UN, into the family of independent governments. Zanzibar had a revolution. They threw out the colonialists and their lackeys, and then united with Tanganyika, what is now known as the Republic of Tanzania, which is progress indeed. I was there. It's one of the most beautiful countries and the best people that I was with. My good friend Abdurrahman Mohammed Babu was one of the architects of the revolution, and I find him to be a most highly enlightened human being and a humanitarian and a lover of freedom. Also in 1964, the oppressed people in the South Vietnam area and that entire East Asia area were successful in fighting off the agents of imperialism. All the king's horses and all the king's men haven't enabled them to put North and South Vietnam imperialism. All the king's horses and all the king's men haven't enabled them to put North and South Vietnam back together again. Little rice farmers, peasants with a rifle, and all the weapons of warfare, highly mechanized, jets, napalm, battleships, everything else. And they can't put those rice farmers back where they want them. Somebody's waking up. In the Congo also, the People's Republic of the Congo, headquartered at Stanleyville, fought the war for freedom against Chombi, who was an agent of Western imperialism. And by Western imperialism, I mean that which is headquartered in the United States, in the State Department. In 1964, this government, subsidizing Chombi, the murderer of Lumumba, and Chombi's mercenaries, hired killers from South Africa, along with the former colonial power Belgium, dropped paratroopers on the people of the Congo, used Cubans that they had trained to drop bombs on the people of the Congo with American-made planes. To no avail. The struggle is still going on, and America's man Chombi is still losing. All of this in 1964. Now, in speaking like this, it doesn't mean that I'm anti-American. I'm not. I'm not anti-American or un-American. And I'm not saying that to defend myself, because if I was that, I'd have a right to be that after what America has done to us. This government should be lucky that our people aren't anti-American. They should get down on your hands and knees every morning and thank God that 22 million black people have not become anti-American. Because if anybody has a right to be anti-American, we have. You've given us every right to it. And the whole world would side with us if we became anti-American. You know, that's something to think about. But we're not anti-American. But we see we are anti or against what America is doing wrong in other parts of the world as well as his. And what she did in the Congo in 1964 is wrong. It's criminal. Criminal. And what she did to the American public, to get the American public to go along with it, is criminal. What she's doing in South Vietnam is criminal. She's causing American soldiers to be murdered every day, killed every day, die every day, for no reason at all. That's wrong. Now, you're not supposed to be so blind with patriotism that you can't face reality. Wrong is wrong no matter who does it or who says it. Now, if I'm anti-American for saying that, then Wayne Morris is anti-American. Church, senator from somewhere out there, is anti-American. A whole lot of them in Washington, D.C. is anti-American. So I'm just telling you what I read the good senators said. Also in 1964, China exploded her bomb, which was a scientific breakthrough for the oppressed people in China who suffered for a long time. I, for one, was very happy to hear that the great people of China were able to display their scientific advancement, advanced knowledge of science, to the point where a country that is so backward, as this country keeps saying, and so, you know, behind everybody and so poor, could come up with an atomic bomb. Why, I had to marvel at that. It made me realize that poor people can do it as well as rich people. So all of these little advances were made by oppressed people in other parts of the world during 1964. These were tangible gains. And the reason that they were able to make these gains, they realized that power was the magic word. Power against power. Power in defense of freedom is greater than power in behalf of tyranny and oppression. Because power, real power, comes from conviction, and it produces action. uncompromising action. It also produces insurrection against oppression. This is the only way you end oppression, with power. Power never takes a back step, only in the face of more power. It doesn't do it power doesn't back up in the face of a smile, or in the face of a prayer, or in the face of some kind of non-violent, loving action. Power, it's not the nature of power to back up in the face of anything but some more power. And this is what the people have realized in Southeast Asia, in the Congo, in Cuba, in other parts of the world, that power recognizes only power. And all of them who realize this have made gains. Now here in America, it's different. When you compare our strides in 1964 with strides that have been made forward by people elsewhere all over the world, only then can you appreciate the great double cross experienced by black people here in America in 1964. The power structure started the new year out the same way they started that out in Washington the other day, only now they call it, what's that, the Great Society? The Great Society. Last year, this 1964 was supposed to be the year of promise. They opened up the new year in Washington, D.C., and in the City Hall, and in Albany, talking about the year of promise. Promise that black people would make advances in education, we'd get better schools, better school facilities, better teachers, that jobs would open up. There would be less black people in the unemployment line. That in areas of the South where we formerly had not been able to vote, we would be able to register and vote. That we would become socially acceptable to those who in the past did not consider us socially acceptable. But by the end of 1964, we had to agree that instead of the year of promise, instead of these promises materializing, they substituted devices to create the illusion of progress. And 1964 was the year of illusion and delusion. We received nothing but a promise. We received nothing that would actually solve the problems that we were confronted by in January of 1964. In 1963, they had used a trick, one of their devices to let off the steam of frustration was the March on Washington. They used that to make us think we were making progress. Imagine marching to Washington and getting nothing for it whatsoever. But it shows you how shrewd the power structure is. It relates the people through the leaders, as long as the people believe in the leaders. In 63, it was the March on Washington. In 64, what was it? The Civil Rights Bill. Right after they passed the Civil Rights Bill, they murdered a Negro in Georgia and did nothing about it. Murdered 2 whites and a Negro in Mississippi and did nothing about it. So that the Civil Rights Bill has produced nothing where we're concerned. It was only a valve, a vent, that would enable us, that was designed to enable us to let off our frustration. But the bill itself was not designed to solve our problems. Since we see what they did in 1963 and we saw what they did in 1964, what will they do now in 1965? If the March on Washington was supposed to lessen the explosion, and the Civil Rights Bill was designed to lessen the explosion, it's all it was designed to do. It wasn't designed to solve the problem. It was designed to lessen the explosion. Because everyone in his right mind knows there should have been an explosion. You can't have all those ingredients, those explosive ingredients that exist in Harlem and elsewhere where our people suffer, and not have an explosion. So these are devices to lessen the danger of the explosion, but not designed to remove the material that's going to explode. What will they give us in 1965? I just read where they plan to make a black cabinet member. Yes, they have a new gimmick every year. They're going to take one of their boys, black boys, and put him in the cabinet so he can walk around Washington with a cigar, fire on one end and fool on the other end. And because his immediate personal problem will have been solved, he will be the one to tell our people, look how much progress we're making. I'm in Washington, D.C. I can have tea in the White House. I'm your spokesman. I'm your leader. While our people are still living in Harlem in the slums, still receiving the worst form of education and the worst facilities in which to try and educate our children. This is the device that they will use. They'll make a black cabinet member. I read that's one of the gimmicks that they got going. But will it work? Can that one whom they are going to put down there step into the fire and put it out when the flames begin to leap up? When people take to the streets in their explosive mood, will that one that they're going to put in the cabinet be able to go among those people? Or they'll burn him faster than they burn the ones who've been in it. At the international level in 1964, up until 1964 and through 1964, what the device that they use, they send well-chosen black representatives to the African continent, whose mission it was to make the people on that continent think that all of our problems had been solved. They went over there as apologists. I saw some of them, trailed some of them, saw the results that some of them had left there. But their prime mission was to go into Africa, which is the most vital country to the United States interests. So these towns, you're not supposed to call them towns nowadays, they're Suyas. So these uncles were sent over there. So don't bother the man. He's doing his job. And because his immediate personal problem will have been solved, he will be the one to tell our people, look how much progress we're making. I'm in Washington, D.C. I can have tea in the White House. I'm your spokesman. I'm your leader. While our people are still living in Harlem in the slums, still receiving the worst form of education and the worst facilities in which to try and educate our children. This is the device that they will use. They'll make a black cabinet member. I read that's one of the gimmicks that they got going. But will it work? Can that one whom they are going to put down there step into the fire and put it out when the flames begin to leap up? When people take to the streets in their explosive mood, will that one that they're going to put in the cabinet be able to go among those people? Or they'll burn him faster than they burn the ones who've been in it. When people take to the streets in their explosive mood, will that one that they're going to put in the cabinet be able to go among those people? Or they'll burn him faster than they burn the ones who've been in it. At the international level in 1964, up until 1964 and through 1964, what the device that they use, they send well-chosen black representatives to the African continent, whose mission it was to make the people on that continent think that all of our problems had been solved. They went over there as apologists. I saw some of them, trailed some of them, saw the results that some of them had left there. But their prime mission was to go into Africa, which is the most vital country to the United States interests. So these towns, you're not supposed to call them towns nowadays, they're sue you. So these uncles were sent over there. Don't bother the man. He's doing his job. He's going to put you on TV so you can get investigated. So these Toms don't go to Africa actually because they want to explore or learn something for themselves, broaden their scope, or communicate between between their people and our people over there. But they go primarily to represent the United States government. And when they go, they gloss things over. They tell how well we're doing here, how the Civil Rights Bill has settled everything, and how the Nobel Peace Prize was handed down. Oh yes, that's how they tell it. Actually, they succeed in widening the gap between the Afro-American and the African. The image that they leave there of the Afro-American is so obnoxious that the African ends up not wanting to identify with it or be related to it. And it is only when the nationalist-minded, African nationalist-minded, or black-minded Afro-American goes abroad to the African continent and establishes direct lines of communication and lets the African brothers over there know what is happening over here and know that our people are not so dumb that we are blind to our true mission and position in this structure. Then the Africans begin to understand us and identify with us and sympathize with our problems, and to the point where they are willing to make whatever sacrifice necessary to see that their long-lost brothers get a better break than we've been getting up to now. On the national scale, during 1964, as I just mentioned, politically, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party had its face splashed at Atlantic City at a convention over which Lyndon B. Johnson was the boss and Hubert Humphrey was the next boss, and Mayor Wagner had a lot of influence himself. Still, none of that influence was shown in any way whatsoever when the hopes and aspirations of the people, the black people of Mississippi, were at stake. Though at the beginning of '64 we were told that our political rights would be broadened, it was in 1964 that the two white civil rights workers working with the black civil rights worker was murdered. And the only thing that they were doing was trying to help the black people of Mississippi learn how to register. This is all. This is their crime. They were trying to show our people in Mississippi how to become registered voters. This was their crime. This was the reason for which they were murdered. And the most pitiful part about them being murdered was the civil rights organizations themselves being so chicken when it comes to reacting in a way that they should have reacted to the murder of these three civil rights workers. The civil rights group sold those three brothers out. Sold them out. Sold them right down the river because they died, and what has been done about it? And what voice is being raised every day today in regards to the murder of those three civil rights workers? It has been forgotten. You hear nothing else about it. And the only time it comes up is when J. Edgar Hoover calls one of the Negro leaders a liar, and then another argument starts in motion, and they then ask, what about the brothers who got murdered? But when it comes to the murder itself, it's forgotten, gone by, glossed over, and nothing has been done about it. So this is why I say, if we get involved in the civil rights movement and go to Mississippi or any place else to help our people get registered to vote, we intend to go prepared. We don't intend to break the law, because when you're trying to register to vote, you're upholding the law. It's the one who tries to prevent you from registering to vote who's breaking the law. And you got a right to protect yourself by any means necessary. And if the government doesn't want civil rights groups going equipped, the government should do its job. Concerning the Harlem incident that took place during the summer, when the citizens of Harlem were attacked in a pogrom, how do you pronounce that word? Pogrom? Pogrom, that's what it was. I was reading about it overseas. I can't pronounce it because it's not my word. But when the people of Harlem were the victims of that pogrom, that's your word. During the summer, we had heard long before it took place that it was going to take place. We had gotten the word that there were elements in the power structure that were going to incite a riot, something in Harlem that they could call a riot, in order that they could step in and be justified in using whatever measures necessary to crush the militant groups, which were still considered in the embryonic stage. And realizing that there was a plan afoot to instigate something in Harlem so they could step in and crush it, there were elements in Harlem who were prepared and qualified and equipped to retaliate in situations like that, who purposely did not get involved. And the real miracle of the Harlem explosions was the restraint exercised by the people of Harlem. The miracle of 1964, I tell it to you straight, the miracle of 1964 during the incidents that took place in Harlem was the restraint exercised by the people in Harlem who are qualified and equipped and whatever else there is to protect themselves when they are being illegally and immorally and unjustly attacked. And an illegal attack, an unjust attack, and an immoral attack can be made against you by anyone. Just because a person has on a uniform does not give him the right to come and shoot up your neighborhood. No, this is not right. And my suggestion would be that as long as the police department doesn't use those methods in white neighborhoods, they shouldn't come to Harlem and use it in our neighborhoods. I wasn't here. I'm glad I wasn't here, because I'd be dead. They'd have to kill me. I'd rather be dead than to let someone walk around my house or in my neighborhood shooting it up where my children are in the line of fire. Either they die or I die. It's not intelligent. And it all started when a little boy was shot by a policeman. And he was turned loose, the same as the sheriff was turned loose in Mississippi when he killed the 3 civil rights workers. I'm almost ending. I'm just taking my time tonight because I'm overworked. And I'm taking my time. I'm taking my time. I'm not hurrying up on me. I hope that you don't misunderstand me when I say that, and I'm not advocating anything illegal against the police. I know good policemen, and I know bad policemen. I know policemen that bend over backwards to be human and to protect other humans and to treat people as if they are human beings. Then I know others who shouldn't be on the force. They're not qualified morally, either even mentally. Some of them not even psychologically to be on the force. Well, those kind I don't go for. But those who can pass the test, they're all right. We don't include them with the rest. While millions of our people are starving in this country, this government is spending billions of dollars abroad to feed other people. They're sending wheat over to Russia and Poland, some of those other places, and dumping a lot of it in the ocean to keep the market down while people are starving. This is something that doesn't add up. How are you going to have peace in 1965 and you're hungry, no job, welfare workers won't even work? And you read where they're dumping while you go on the rampage. You think they're out of their mind. In 1964, we had still with us the slumlords, people who own the houses but don't live there themselves. Usually they live up around the Grand Concourse or somewhere. They contribute to the NAACP, and CORE, and all the civil rights organizations. Give you money to go out and picket, and they own the house that you're picketing. And this bad housing conditions that continue to exist up there, they keep our people the victims of health problems. High infant and adult mortality rate. It's higher in Harlem than any other part of the country or part of the city. They promised us jobs and gave us welfare checks instead. We're still jobless. We're still unemployed. The welfare is taken care of, making us beggars, robbing us of our dignity, of our manhood. So that I point out that in 1964, it was not a pie-in-the-sky year of promises as was promised in January of that year. Blood did flow in the streets of Harlem, Philadelphia, Rochester, some places over here in Jersey, and elsewhere. In 1965, even more blood will flow. More than you ever dreamt. It'll flow downtown as well as uptown. Why? Why will it flow? Have the causes that forced it to flow in 65 or 64 been removed? Have the causes that made it flow in 63 been removed? The causes are still there. How can you sit around and naively, in such a naive way, and make yourself think that things are getting better when the causes that created the bad conditions still remain. The only one whose problem is solved is the leader. They get the peace prize, while the people have no peace. Or as he himself said, while he's up on the mountain, the people are in the valley. I'm going to tell you why it's going to flow. And then bring my little talk to a close. In 1964, 97% of the black American voters supported Lyndon B. Johnson, Hubert Humphrey, and the Democratic Party. 97%. No one minority group in the history of the world has ever given so much of its uncompromising support to one candidate and one party in the history of the world. No one people, no one group has ever gone all the way to support a party and its candidate as did the people, the black people in America in 1964. Look how many people voted for Goldwater. Over 26 million. Why, when you deduct the non-white people from the total white population, you'll find out that white people were almost evenly divided between Goldwater and Johnson. Yes! Go get the total number of voters in this country and find out how many of them are white. Deduct the non-whites, the Puerto Ricans, and the Negroes, and the others, and you'll find out that white people didn't support Johnson like they want to brag that they did. The non-whites went for him 97%. And the first act of the Democratic Party, Lyndon B. included, in 1965, when the representatives from the state of Mississippi, who refused to support Johnson, came to Washington, D.C., and the black people of Mississippi sent representatives there to challenge the legality of these people being treated. What did Johnson say? Nothing. What did Humphrey say? Nothing. What did Robert Pretty Boy Kennedy say? Nothing. Nothing. Not one thing. These are the people that black people have supported. This is the party that they have supported. Where were they when the black man needed them last couple of days ago in Washington, D.C.? They were where they always are, twiddling their thumbs someplace in the pool room or in the gallery. So black people in 1964 will not be controlled by these Uncle Tom leaders. You believe it? They won't be held in jail. They won't be held on the plantation by the overseers. They won't be held in the corral. They won't be held back at all. The frustration of these black representatives from Mississippi when they arrived in Washington, D.C. the other day, thinking, that the great society was going to include them, only to see the door closed in their face like that. That's what makes them think. That's what makes them realize what they're up against. It is this type of frustration that produced the Mau Mau. They reached the point where they saw it takes power to talk to power. It takes power to make power respected. It takes madness almost to deal with a power structure that's so corrupt. So corrupt. So in 1965, we should see a lot of action. Since the old methods haven't worked, they'll be forced to try new methods. If you read the article in this week's U.S. News and World Report, which is not the best magazine in the world, where it does tell, though, that the Big Six, they call themselves the Big Six, the leaders of the black community who have been endorsed by the white community, the Big Six, they themselves are turning to Africa. Dr. King, Farmer, all of them are admitting that the problem of the black man in America is inseparable from the problem of the African. Dr. King and Mr. Farmer and the others, Roy included, Uncle Roy, are admitting that the problem of that the black man cannot get dignity in America until the black man has dignity on the mother continent. They're admitting this. They're admitting that the roots of the black man in America are still in Africa. They're admitting this. I was shocked to see them admit so much, so soon, so publicly. I was shocked to see that they will say in public what they've always agreed to in private. I was shocked. But it shows that they themselves are undertaking a revolutionary approach to the problem. They're beginning to see that the problem of the black man in America no longer is a Negro problem or an American problem. It's a world problem. When they begin to identify our struggle with the struggle of the brothers on the mother continent, then these Big Six, Uncle Roy, are seeing the necessity of internationalizing the problem. Now, either they have to deny it or confirm it. But I don't think this magazine would say all what it has said and quote them too. Here it has Dr. King saying, there is a growing willingness among U.S. Negroes to identify with the Africans. There is a sense of pride as American Negroes see positions of importance in the United Nations, accorded courtesies which American Negroes are not accustomed to receiving in their own country. Dr. King talked. He was up on the mountain. And they're beginning to see that the only way the black man in this country will ever get any solution to his problem, it will have to be a solution which the government in Washington has no hand in. Because the government can't solve the problem. The government consists of crackers from Mississippi and Georgia and Alabama and Arkansas and Texas. So they are beginning to see that it is not we who should be taking our problem to Washington, but it is we who should be taking Washington to the United Nations. It is not we who have committed the crime. It is not we who have committed the crime. It is our government that has committed the crime. Our government has failed to protect our lives, to protect our property, to give us proper education. It has failed to even give us the proper facilities for education. It has failed to house us. It has failed, as the men there in the book up in Boston, when they dumped all the tea in the sea, taxation without representation has got to go. So I say in my conclusion, to read from another newspaper, many of you say, well, would we have the right to take the problem of the black man in this country before the UN? I say yes, because here it says, this is in the Post a couple days ago. The Post is a New York paper, represents itself as liberal, which is a misrepresentation. It says, House asked to condemn Soviet treatment of Jews. Representative Halpern of Queens urged the House today to condemn what he termed the odious and discriminatory treatment of the Jewish community in the Soviet Union. He drafted resolutions for introduction that would condemn Russia for the persecution of Jews and placed the House on record as favoring continued American efforts to obtain through the UN world condemnation and prohibition of anti-Semitism in treaty form. Soviet policy, Halpern said in a prepared speech, involves a premeditated effort to stamp out Jewish culture and religion. It is a deliberate policy, but also a secretive one. If this representative voted into office, probably by many people sitting right here, can go to Washington, D.C. and get that house, that governmental body, to stick its nose in what's happening to 3 million people all the way on the other side of the world, and have that government brought into the United Nations and condemned for its abuse of the rights of those 3 million people, I say that the 22 million black people in this country are justified and within our rights as our brothers on the African continent to take this government into the United Nations and protect us.
Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Moderator, our distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, our friends and our enemies. Everybody is here. As many of you know, last March, when it was announced that I was no longer in the Black Muslim movement, it was pointed out that it was my intention to work among the 22 million non-Muslim Afro-Americans and to try and form some type of organization or create a situation where the young people, our young people, the students and others, could study the problems of our people for a period of time and then come up with a new analysis and give us some new ideas and some new suggestions as to how to approach a problem that too many other people had been playing around with for too long. And that we would have some kind of meeting and determine at a later date whether to form a Black Nationalist Party or a Black Nationalist Army. There have been many of our people across the country from all walks of life who have taken it upon themselves to try and pool their ideas and to come up with some kind of solution to the problem that confronts all of our people. And tonight we are here to try and get an understanding of what it is they've come up with. Also, recently, when I was blessed to make a trip or a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, where I met many people from all over the world, plus spent many weeks in Africa, trying to broaden my own scope and get more of an open mind to look at the problem as it actually is. One of the things that I realized, and I realized this even before going over there, was that the our African brothers have gained their independence faster than you and I here in America have. They've also gained recognition and respect as human beings much faster than you and I. Just 10 years ago on the African continent, our people were colonized. They were suffering all forms of colonization, oppression, exploitation, degradation, humiliation, discrimination, and every other kind of Asian. And in a short time, they have gained more independence, more recognition, more respect as human beings than you and I have. And you and I live in a country which is supposed to be the citadel of education, freedom, justice, democracy, and all of those other pretty sounding words. So it was our intention to try and find out what was our African brothers doing to get results so that you and I could study what they had done and perhaps gain from that study or benefit from their experiences. And my traveling over there was designed to help to find out how. One of the first things that the independent African nations did was to form an organization called the Organization of African Unity. This organization of Afro-American Unity, which has the same aim and objective, to fight whoever gets in our way. To bring about the complete independence of people of African descent here in the Western Hemisphere, and first here in the United States, and bring about the freedom of these people by any means necessary. That's our motto. The purpose of our organization is to start right here in Harlem, which has the largest concentration of people of African descent that exists anywhere on this earth. There are more Africans here in Harlem than exist in any city on the African continent, because that's what you and I are, Africans. Black people's contributions to the world, persuaded that the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Constitution of the United States, and the Bill of Rights are the principles in which we believe, and that these documents, if put into practice, represent the essence of mankind's hopes and good intentions, desirous that all Afro-American people and organizations should henceforth unite so that the welfare and well-being of our people will be assured. We are resolved to reinforce the common bond of purpose between our people by submerging all of our differences and establishing non-sectarian constructive programs for human rights. We hereby present this charter. Number one, the establishment. The Organization of Afro-American Unity shall include all people of African descent in the Western Hemisphere, as well as our brothers. In essence, what it is saying, instead of you and me running around here seeking allies in our struggle for freedom, in the Irish neighborhood or the Jewish neighborhood or the Italian neighborhood, we need to seek some allies among people who look something like we do. And once we get their allies, it's time out for you and me to stop running away from the wolf right into the arms of the fox, looking for some kind of help. That's a drag. Number two, self-defense. Since self-preservation is the first law of nature, we assert the Afro-Americans' right to self-defense. The Constitution of the United States of America clearly affirms the right of every American citizen to bear arms. And as Americans, we will not give up a single right guaranteed under the Constitution. The history of unpunished violence against our people clearly indicates that we must be prepared to defend ourselves, or we will continue to be a defenseless people at the mercy of a ruthless and violent racist mob.
distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, friends and enemies. I want to point out first that I'm very happy to be here this evening, and I'm thankful for the invitation to come here to Detroit this evening. I was in a house last night that was bound, my own, but it didn't destroy all my clothes at all, but you know what happens when fire dashes through. They get smoky. The only thing I could get my hands on before leaving was what I have on now. And it isn't something that made me lose confidence in what I'm doing, because my wife understands, and I have children from this size on down, and even in their young age, they understand. I think they would rather have a father or brother, or whatever the situation may be, who will take a stand in the face of any kind of reaction from narrow-minded people, rather than to compromise and later on have to grow up in shame and in disgrace. So I just ask you to excuse my appearance. I don't normally come out in front of people without a shirt and a tie. I guess that's somewhat a holdover from the Black Muslim movement, which I was in, and that's one of the good aspects of that movement. It teaches you to be very careful and conscious of how you look, which is a positive contribution on their part. But that positive contribution on their part is greatly offset by too many other liabilities. Tonight, we want to discuss, and by the way, also when I came here today, I was last night the temperature was about 20 above, and when this explosion took place, I was caught in what I had on, some pajamas, and in trying to get my family out of the house, none of us stopped for any clothes at that point. 20-degree cold. I myself I had gotten them into the house of the neighbor next door. And so I thought perhaps being in that condition for so long, I would get pneumonia or a cold or something like that. So a doctor came today, nice doctor too, and he shot something in my arm that naturally put me to sleep. I've been back there asleep ever since the program started in order to get back in shape. So if I have a tendency to stutter or slow down, it's still the effects of that drug. I don't know what kind it was, but it was good. It makes you sleep. There's nothing like sleeping through a whole lot of excitement. Tonight, one of the things that has to be stressed is that which has not only the United States very much worried, but which also has France, Great Britain, and most of the powers who formerly were known as colonial powers worried also. And that primarily is the African Revolution. They're more concerned with the revolution that's taking place on the African continent than they are with the revolution in Asia and in Latin America. And this is because there are so many people of African ancestry that's within the domestic confines or jurisdiction of these various governments. There are 4 different types of people in the Western Hemisphere, all of whom have Africa as a common heritage, common origin. And that's those of our people in Latin America who are black, but who are in the Spanish-speaking areas. Many of them oftentimes migrate back to Spain. The only difference being Spain has such bad economic conditions until many of the people from Latin America don't think it's worthwhile to migrate back there. And then the British and the French had a great deal of control in the Caribbean, in the West Indies. And so now you have many people from the West Indies migrating to both England and France. The people from the British West Indies go to London, and those from the French West Indies go to Paris. And it has put France and England since World War II in the precarious position of having a sort of a Commonwealth structure that makes it easy for all of the people in the Commonwealth territories to come into their country with no restrictions. So there's an increasing number of dark-skinned people in England and also in France. And when I was in Africa in May, I noticed a tendency on the part of the Afro-Americans to what I call lollygag. Everybody else who was over there had something on the ball, something that they were doing, something constructive. For instance, in Ghana, just to take Ghana as an example, there would be many refugees in Ghana from South Africa. But those who were in Ghana were organized and were serving as pressure groups. Some were training for military, some were being trained in how to be soldiers, but others were involved as a pressure group or a lobby group to let the people of Ghana never forget what's happening to the brother in South Africa. Also, you would have brothers there from Angola, Mozambique, but all of the Africans who were exiles from their particular country and would be in a place like Ghana or Tanganyika, now Tanzania, they would be training. Their every move would still be designed to offset what was happening to their people back home where they had left. The only difference on the continent was the American Negro. Those who were over there weren't even thinking about these over here. This was the basic difference. The Africans, when they escaped from their respective countries that were still colonized, they didn't try and run away from the problem. But as soon as they got where they were going, they then began to organize into pressure groups to get governmental support at the international level against the injustices that they were experiencing back home. And as I said, the American Negro, or the Afro-American who was in these various countries, some working for this government, some working for that government, some just in business. They were just socializing. They had turned their back on the cause over here. They were partying, you know. And when I went through one country in particular, I heard a lot of their complaints, and I didn't make any move on them. But when I got to another country, I found the Afro-Americans there were making the same complaints. And so we sat down and talked, and we organized a branch in this particular country, a branch of the OAAU, Organization of Afro-American Unity. And that one was the only one in existence at that time. And then during the summer, when I went back to Africa, I was able to, in each country that I visited, get the Afro-American community together and organize them and make them aware of their responsibility to those of us who are still here in the lion's den. And they began to do this quite well. And when I got to Paris and London, there are many Afro-Americans in Paris and many in London. And in November, we organized a group in Paris, and just within a very short time, they had grown into a well-organized unit, and they, in conjunction with the African community, invited me to Paris Tuesday to address a large gathering of Parisians and Afro-Americans and Caribbean, people from the Caribbean and also from Africa, who were interested in our struggle in this country and the rate of progress that we have been making. But since the French government and the British government and this government here, the United States, knows that I have been almost fanatically stressing the importance of the Afro-American uniting with the African and working as a coalition, especially in areas which are of mutual benefit to all of us. And the governments in these different places were frightened because they know that the black revolution is taking place on the outside of their house. And I might point out right here that you have colonialism or imperialism, as the slave system of the West is called, is not something that's just confined to England or France or the United States. But the interests in this country are in cahoots with the interests in France and the interests in Britain. And by this one huge complex or combine, and it creates what's known as not the American power structure or the French power structure, but it's an international power structure. And this international power structure is used to suppress the masses of dark-skinned people all over the world and exploit them of their natural resources. So that the era in which you and I have been living, during the past 10 years most specifically, has witnessed the upsurge on the part of the black man in Africa against the power structure. He wants his freedom. And now, mind you, the power structure is international. And as such, its own domestic base is in London, in Paris, in Washington, D.C., and so forth. And the outside or external phase of the revolution, which is manifest in the attitude and action of the Africans today, is troublesome enough. The revolution on the outside of the house, or the outside of the structure, is troublesome enough. But now the powers that be are beginning to see that this struggle on the outside by the black man is infecting the black man who is on the inside of that structure. And I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. The newly awakened people all over the world pose a problem for what's known as Western interests, which is imperialism, colonialism, racism, and all these other negative isms or vulturistic isms. And just as the external forces pose a grave threat, they can now see that the internal forces pose an even greater threat. But the internal forces pose an even greater threat only when they have properly analyzed the situation and know what the stakes really are. Just by advocating a coalition of Africans, Afro-Americans, Arabs, Asians, who live within the structure, it automatically has upset France, which is supposed to be one of the most liberal countries on earth, and it made them expose their hand. England the same way, and I don't have to tell you about this country that we're living in now. So when you count the number of dark-skinned people in the Western Hemisphere, you can see that there are probably over 100 million. When you consider Brazil as two-thirds what we would call colored or non-white, and Venezuela and the Honduras and the other Central American countries, Cuba and the Jamaica and the United States and even Canada. When you total all these people up, you have probably over 100 million. And this 100 million on the inside of the power structure today is what is causing a great deal of concern for the power structure itself. Not a great deal of concern for all white people, but a great deal of concern for most white people. See, if I said all white people, then they would call me a racist for giving a blanket condemnation of things. And this is true. This is how they do it. They take one little word out of what you say, ignore all the rest, and then begin to magnify it all over the world to make you look like what you actually aren't. And I'm very used to that. So we saw that the first thing to do was to unite our people, not only unite us internally, but we have to be united with our brothers and sisters abroad. And it was for that purpose that I spent 5 months in the Middle East and Africa during the summer, and the trip was very enlightening, inspiring, and fruitful. I didn't go into any African country, or any country in the Middle East for that matter, and run into any closed door, closed mind, or closed heart. I found a warm reception and a amazingly deep interest and sympathy for the black man in this country in regards to our struggle for human rights. While I was traveling, I had a chance to speak in Cairo, or rather Alexandria, with President Nasser for about an hour and a half, who's a very brilliant man, and I can see why they're so afraid of him. And they are afraid of him. They know he can cut off their oil. And actually the only thing power respects is power. And whenever you find a man who's in a position to show power against power, then that man is respected. But you can take a man who has power and love him all the rest of your life, and non-violently and forgivingly and all the rest of those off-time things. and you won't get anything out of it. So I also had a chance to speak to President Nyerere in Tanganyika, which is now Tanzania, and also Kenyatta, all of whom I know that all of you know him. He was the head of the Mau Mau, which really brought freedom to many of the African countries. This is true. The Mau Mau played a major role in bringing about freedom for Kenya, and not only for Kenya, but other African countries, because what the Mau Mau did frightened the white man so much in other countries until he said, well, I better get this thing straight before some of them pop up here. And this is good to study because you see what makes him react. And nothing lovingly makes him react. Nothing forgiving makes him react. The only time he reacts is when he knows you can hurt him. And when you let him know you can hurt him, he has to think 2 or 3 times before he tries to hurt you. But if you're not going to do nothing but return that hurt with love, why, good night. He knows you're out of your mind. And also I had an opportunity to speak with President Azikiwe in Nigeria, President Nkrumah in Ghana, and President Sekou Touré in Guinea. And in all of these people, I found nothing but warm friendship, sympathy, and a desire to help the black man in this country in fighting our problem. And we have a very complex problem. Now, I hope you forgive me for just speaking so informally tonight, but I frankly think it's always better to be informal. As far as I'm concerned, I can speak to people better in an informal way than I can with all of this stiff formality that ends up meaning nothing. Plus, when people are informal, they're relaxed. When they're relaxed, their mind is more open, and they can weigh things more objectively. And whenever you and I are discussing our problems, we need to be very objective, very cool, calm, collected. But that doesn't mean we should always be. There's a time to be cool and a time to be hot. And see, you got messed up into thinking that there's only one time for everything. There's a time to love and a time to hate. Even Solomon said that, and he was in that book too. You just taking something out of the book that fits your cowardly nature. And when you don't want to fight, you say, well, Jesus said don't fight. But I don't even believe Jesus said that. Also, I am very pleased to see so many who have come out to always see for yourself, where you can hear for yourself and then think for yourself. Then you'll be in a better position to make an intelligent judgment for yourself. But if you form the habit of listening to what others say about something or someone, or reading what someone else has written about someone, somebody can confuse you and misuse you. So as Afro-Americans or black people here in the Western Hemisphere, you and I have to learn to weigh things for ourselves. No matter what the man says, you better look into it. And a good example of why it's so important to look into things for yourself. I was on a plane between Algiers and Geneva, and it just happened that 2 other Americans were sitting in the 2 seats next to me. None of us knew each other, and the other 2 were white, one a male, the other a female. And after we had been flying along for about 40 minutes, the lady, she says, could I ask you a personal question? I said, yes. She said, well, she had been looking at my briefcase, and she said, well, what does that X? She says, what kind of last name could you have that begins with X? So I said, that's it, X. And she said, well, what does the M stand for? I said, Malcolm. So she was quiet for about 10 minutes. And she turned to me and she says, you're not Malcolm X. You see, we had been riding along in a nice conversation like 3 human beings, no hostility, no animosity, just human. And she couldn't take this. She said, well, you're not who I was looking for, And she ended up telling me that she was looking for horns and all that, and for someone who was out to kill all white people, as if all white people could be killed. This was her general attitude, and this attitude had been given her this image had been given her by the press. So before I get involved in anything nowadays, I have to straighten out my own position, and which is clear. I am not a racist in any form whatsoever. I don't believe in any form of racism. I don't believe in any form of discrimination or segregation. I believe in Islam. I'm a Muslim. And there's nothing wrong with being a Muslim. Nothing wrong with the religion of Islam. That just teaches us to believe in Allah as the God. And those of you who are Christians probably believe in the same God. Because I think you believe in the God who created the universe. And that's the one we believe in, the one who created the universe. The only difference being you call him God and we call him Allah. Jews call him Jehovah. If you could understand Hebrew, you'd probably call him Jehovah too. If you could understand Arabic, you'd probably call him Allah. But since the white man, your friend, took your language away from you during slavery, the only language you know is his language, your friend's language. So you call for the same God he calls for. When he's putting a rope around your neck, you call for God and he calls for God. And you wonder why the one you call on never answers you. So that once you realize that I believe in the Supreme Being who created the universe and believe in him as being one, I also have been taught in Islam that one God who only has one religion, and that religion is called Islam, and all of the prophets who came forth taught that religion. Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, all of them. And by believing in one God and one religion and all of the prophets, it creates unity. There's no room for argument, no need for us to be arguing with each other. And also in that religion, of the real religion of Islam. And when I was in the Black Muslim movement, they didn't have the real religion of Islam in that movement. It was something else. And but the real religion of Islam doesn't teach anyone to judge another human being by the color of his skin. The yardstick that is used by the Muslim to measure another man is not the man's color, but the man's deeds, the man's conscious behavior, the man's intentions. And when you use that as a standard of measurement or judgment, you never go wrong. But when you just judge a man because of the color of his skin, then you're committing a crime, because that's the worst kind of judgment. If you judge him just because he was a Jew, that's not as bad as judging him because he's black. Because a Jew can hide his religion. He can say he's something else, which a lot of them do that. They say they're something else. But the black man can't hide. When they start indicting us because of our color, that means we're indicted before we're born, which is the worst kind of crime that can be committed. And the Muslim religion has eliminated all tendencies to judge a man according to the color of his skin, but rather the judgment is based upon his deeds. And prior to going into the Muslim world, Elijah Muhammad had taught us that the white man could not enter into Mecca in Arabia, and all of us who followed him, we believed it. And he said the reason he couldn't enter was because he's white and inherently evil. It's impossible to change him. And the only thing that would change him is Islam, and he can't accept Islam because by nature he's evil. And therefore, by not being able to accept Islam and become a Muslim, he could never enter Mecca. And this is how he taught us. And, and so when I got over there and went to Mecca and saw these people who blonde and blue-eyed and pale skin and all those things, I said, well, but I watched them closely, and I noticed that there was, though they were white, and they would call themselves white, there was a difference between them and the white one over here. And that basic difference was this. In Asia or the Arab world or in Africa, where the Muslims are, if you find one who says he's white, all he's doing is using an adjective to describe something that's incidental about him, one of his incidental characteristics. So there's nothing else to it. He's just white. But when you get the white man over here in America and he says he's white, he means something else. You can listen to the sound of his voice when he says he's white. He means he's boss. That's right. That's what white means in this language. You know the expression free, white, and 21. He made that up. He's letting you know all of them mean the same. White means free, boss. He's up there. So that when he says he's white, he has a little different sound in his voice. And I know you know what I'm talking about. This was what I saw was missing in the Muslim world. If they said they were white, it was incidental. White, black, brown, red, yellow. It doesn't make any difference what color you are. And so this was the religion that I had accepted and had gone there to get a better knowledge of it. But despite the fact that I saw that Islam was a religion of brotherhood, I also had to face reality. And when I got back into this American society, I'm not in a society that practices brotherhood. I'm in a society that might preach it on Sunday, but they don't practice it on no day, on any day. And so since I could see that America itself is a society where there is no brotherhood, and that this society is controlled primarily by racists and segregationists, and it is, who are in Washington, D.C. in positions of power, and from Washington, D.C. they exercise the same forms of brutal oppression against dark-skinned people in South and North Vietnam, or in the Congo, or in Cuba, or in any other place on this earth where they're trying to exploit and oppress. This is a society whose government doesn't hesitate to inflict the most brutal form of punishment and oppression upon dark-skinned people all over the world. To wit, right now, what's going on in and around Saigon and Hanoi, and in the Congo and in elsewhere. They are violent when their interests are at stake. But with all of that violence that they display at the international level, when you and I want just a little bit of freedom, we're supposed to be nonviolent. They're violent. They're violent in Korea, they're violent in Germany, they're violent in the South Pacific, they're violent in Cuba, they're violent wherever they go. But when it comes time for you and me to protect ourselves against lynchers, they tell us to be nonviolent. That's a shame, because we get tricked into being nonviolent. And when somebody stands up and talks like I just did, they say, well, he's advocating violence. Isn't that what they say? Every time you pick up your newspaper, you hear where one of these things has written into it that I'm advocating violence. And I have never advocated any violence. I've only said that black people who are the victims of organized violence perpetrated upon us by the Klan, the Citizens Council, and many other forms, we should defend ourselves. And when I say that we should defend ourselves against the violence of others, they use their press skillfully to make the world think that I'm calling on violence, period. And I wouldn't call on anybody to be violent without a cause. But I think the black man in this country, above and beyond people all over the world, will be more justified when he stands up and starts to protect himself, no matter how many necks he has to break and heads he has to crack. I saw in the paper where on the television, where they took this black woman down in Selma, Alabama, and knocked her right down on the ground, dragging her down the street. You saw it. You're trying to pretend like you didn't see it because you knew you should have done something about it and didn't. It showed the sheriff and his henchmen throwing this black woman on the ground, and Negro men standing around doing nothing about it, saying, well, let's overcome them with our capacity to love. What kind of phrase is that? Overcome them with our capacity to love. And then it disgraces the rest of us, because all over the world the picture is flashed showing a black woman with some white brutes with their knees on her, holding her down, and full-grown black men standing around watching it. Why, you are lucky they let you stay on earth. much less stay in the country. When I saw it, I dispatched a wire to Rockwell. Rockwell was one of the agitators down there. Rockwell, this Lincoln Rockwell. And the wire said, in essence, that this is to warn him that I am no longer held in check from fighting white supremacists by Elijah Muhammad's separatist black Muslim movement, and that if Rockwell's presence in Alabama causes harm to come to Dr. King or any other black person in Alabama who's doing nothing other than trying to enjoy their rights, then Rockwell and his Ku Klux Klan friends would be met with maximum retaliation from those of us who are not handcuffed by this nonviolent philosophy. And I haven't heard from Rockwell since. And brothers and sisters, if you and I would just realize that once we learn to talk the language that they understand, they will then get the point. You can't ever reach a man if you don't speak his language. If a man speaks the language of brute force, you can't come to him with peace. Why, good night. He'll break you in two, as he has been doing all along. If a man speaks French, you can't speak to him in German. If he speaks Swahili, you can't communicate with him in Chinese. You have to find out, what does this man speak? And once you know his language, learn how to speak his language. And he'll get the point. There'll be some dialogue, some communication, and some understanding will be developed. And you've been in this country long enough to know the language the Klan speaks. They only know one language. And what you and I have to start doing in 1965, that's what you have to do, because most of us already been doing it, is start learning a new language. Learn the language that they understand. And then when they come upon our doorstep to talk, we can talk. And they will get the point. There'll be a dialogue. There'll be some communication. And I'm quite certain there will then be some understanding. Why? Because the Klan is a cowardly outfit. They have perfected the art of making Negroes be afraid. And as long as the Negroes are afraid, the Klan is safe. But the Klan itself is coward. They never come, one of them never come after one of you. They all come together. Sure, they're scared of you. And you sit there when they put the rope around your neck saying, forgive them, Lord, they know not what they do. As long as they've been doing it, they're experts at it. They know what they're doing. No, since the federal government has shown that it isn't going to do anything about it, but talk, then it is a duty. It's your and my duty as men, as human beings. It's our duty to our people to organize ourselves and let the government know that if they don't stop that Klan, we'll stop it ourselves. And then you'll see the government start doing something about it. But don't ever think that they're going to do it just on some kind of morality basis. No. So I don't believe in violence. That's why I want to stop it. And you can't stop it with love. Not love of those things down there. No. So we only need vigorous action in self-defense. And that vigorous action, we feel we're justified in initiating by any means necessary. Now, the press, behind something like that, they call us racists and people of violence in reverse. This is how they psycho you. They make you think that if you try to stop the Klan from lynching you, you're practicing violence in reverse. Pick up on this. I hear a lot of you all parrot what the man says. You say, well, I don't want to be a Ku Klux Klan in reverse. Well, you should. If a criminal comes to rob your house, brother, with his gun, just because he got a gun and he's robbing your house, and he's a robber, it doesn't make you a robber because you grab your gun and run him out. No. See, the man is using some tricky logic on you. And he has absolutely got a Ku Klux Klan outfit that goes through the country frightening black people. Now, I say that it's time for black people to put together the type of action and unit that is necessary to pull the sheet off of them so they won't be frightening black people any longer. That's all. And when we say this, the press calls us racists in reverse. Don't struggle only within the ground rules that the people you're struggling against has laid down. Why, this is insane. But it shows you how they can do it. They make with skillful manipulating of the press, they're able to make the victim look like a criminal and the criminal look like the victim. Right now, in New York, we had a couple cases where police grabbed the brother and beat him unmercifully and then charged him with assaulting them. They use the press to make it look like he's the criminal and they're the victim. This is how they do it. And if you study how they do it here, then you'll know how they do it over here. It's the same game going all the time. And if you and I don't awaken and see what this man is doing to us, then it'll be too late. They may have the gas ovens already built before you realize that they're hot. One of the shrewd ways that they use the press to project us in the eye or image of a criminal, they take statistics. And with the press, they feed these statistics to the public, primarily the white public. Because there are some well-meaning persons in the white public as well as bad-meaning persons in the white public. And whatever the government is going to do, it always wants the public on its side. And whether it's the local government, state government, federal government. So they use the press to create images. And at the local level, they'll create an image by feeding statistics to the press, through the press, showing the high crime rate in the Negro community. And as soon as this high crime rate is emphasized through the press, then people begin to look upon the Negro community as a community of criminals. And then any Negro in the community can be stopped in the street, put your hands up, and they pat you down. You might be a doctor, a lawyer, a preacher, or some other kind of Uncle Tom. And but despite your professional standing, you'll find that you're the same victim as the man who's in the alley. Just because you're black and you live in a black community which has been projected as a community of criminals. This is done. And once the public accepts this image also, it paves the way for a police state type activity in the Negro community. They can use any kind of brutal method to suppress blacks because they're criminals anyway. And what has given this image? The press. I was in Africa. I read about them over there. If you'll notice, they referred to the rioters as vandals, hoodlums, thieves. They tried to make it appear that this wasn't, they tried to make it, they did this. They skillfully took the burden off the society for its failure to correct these negative conditions in the black community. Took the burden completely off the society and put it right on the community by using the press to make it appear that the looting and all of this was the proof that the whole act was nothing but vandals and robbers and thieves who weren't really interested in anything other than that which was negative. And I hear many old, dumb, brainwashed Negroes who parrot the same old party line that the man handed down in his paper. It was not the case that they were just knocking out store windows ignorantly. In Harlem, for instance, all of the stores are owned by white people. All the buildings are owned by white people. The black people are just there, paying rent, buying the groceries. But they don't own the stores, the clothing stores, food stores, any kind of store. Don't even own the homes that they live in. This is all owned by outsiders. And in these rundown apartment dwellings, the black man in Harlem pays more money for it
than the man down in the rich Park Avenue section. It costs us more money to live in the slum than it costs them to live down on Park Avenue. And black people in Harlem know this. And the white merchants charge us more money for food in Harlem. And it's the cheap food. It's the worst food. We have to pay more money for it than the man has to pay for it downtown. So black people know that they're being exploited and that their blood is being sucked, and they see no way out of it. So finally, when the thing is sparked, the white man is not there. He's gone. The merchant is not there. The landlord is not there. The one he considers to be the enemy isn't there. So they knock at his property. This is what makes them knock down the store windows and set fire to things and things of that sort. It's not that they're thieves, but they try and project the image to the public that this is being done by thieves and thieves alone. And they ignore the fact that, no, it is not thievery alone. It's a corrupt, vicious, hypocritical system that has castrated the black man, and the only way the black man can get back at it is to strike it in the only way he knows how. They use the press. That doesn't mean that all reporters are bad. Some of them are good, I suppose. But you can take their collective approach to any problem and see that they can always agree when it gets to you and me. When they knew that this affair, which is designed to honor outstanding black Americans, is it not? You'd find nothing in the newspapers to give the slightest hint that this affair was going to take place. Not one hint. Why? You see, you have many sources of news. If you don't think that they're in cahoots, what? They're all interested, or none of them are interested. It's not a staggering thing. They're not going to say anything in advance that's being given by any black people who believe in functioning beyond the scope of the ground rules that are laid down by the liberal element of the power structure. When you begin to start thinking for yourself, you frighten them, and they try and block your getting to the public for fear that if the public listens to you, then the public won't listen to them anymore. And they got certain Negroes whom they have to keep blowing up in the paper to make them look like leaders, so that the people will keep on following them, no matter how many knots they get on their head following him. This is how the man does it. And if you don't wake up and find out how he does it, I tell you, they'll be building gas chambers and gas ovens pretty soon. I don't mean those kind you got at home in your kitchen. Another example at the international level of how skillfully they use this trickery was in the Congo. In the Congo, airplanes were dropping bombs on African villages. African villages don't have a defense against bombs, and the pilot can't tell who the bomb is being dropped upon. When a bomb hits the village, everything goes. And these pilots, filled with flying planes filled with bombs, dropping these bombs on African villages, were destroying women, were destroying children, were destroying babies. You never heard any outcry over here about that. And it had started way back in June. They would drop bombs on African villages that would blow that village apart and everything in it. Man, woman, child, and baby. No outcry. No sympathy, no support, no concern, because the press didn't project it in such a way that it would be designed to get your sympathy. They know how to put something so that you'll sympathize with it, and they know how to put it so you'll be against it. I'm telling you, they are masters at it. And if you don't develop the analytical ability to read between the lines in what they're saying, I'm telling you again, they'll be building that gas ovens. And before you wake up, you'll be in one of them, just like the Jews ended up in gas ovens over there in Germany. You are in a society that's just as capable of building gas ovens for black people as Hitler's society was. This was mass murder in the Congo of women and children and babies. But there was no outcry even from the white liberals, even from your friends. Why? Because they made it appear that it was a humanitarian project. They said that the planes were being flown by American-trained anti-Castro Cuban pilots. This is propaganda too. As soon as you Here there's American trained, you say, oh, that's all right, that's us. And the anti-Castro Cubans, oh, that's all right too, because if they're against Castro, whoever else they're against, that's good, because Castro's a monster. But you see how step by step they grab your mind? And these pilots are hired. Their salaries are paid by the United States government. They're called mercenaries, these pilots are. And a mercenary is not someone who kills you because he's patriotic. He kills you for blood money. He's a hired killer. That's what a mercenary means. And they're able to take these hired killers, put them in American planes with American bombs, and drop them on African villages, blowing to bits, black men, black women, black children, black babies, and you black people sitting over here cool, like it doesn't even involve you. You're a fool. They'll do it to them today and do it to you tomorrow. Because you and I and they are all the same. They call it a humanitarian project, and that they're doing it in the name of freedom. And all of this, these glorious terms are used to pave the way in your mind for what they're going to do. Then they take Shombi. You heard of Shombi. He's the worst African that was ever born. The lowest type that was ever born. He's a murderer himself. He's the murderer of Lumumba, the former prime minister of the first and only rightful prime minister of the Congo. He's an international, he's a murderer with an international stature as a murderer. Yet the United States government went and got Shombi in Spain and put him as the head of the Congolese government. Imagine this is criminal. Here's a man who's a murderer. So the United States takes him, puts him over the Congo, and supports his government with your tax dollars. Now, in other words, they hire him to occupy the position as head of state over the Congo. A killer. He is a hired killer himself. His salary paid by the United States government. And he turns, his first move is to bring in South Africans who hate everything in sight. He hires those South Africans to come and kill his own Congolese people. And the United States again pays their salary. You know, it's something to think about. How do you think you would feel right now if some Congolese brothers walked up to you? They look just like you. Don't think you don't look Congolese. You look as much Congolese as a Congolese does. They got all kinds of Congolese over there. How would you feel if one of them walked up to you and asked you about what your government is doing in the Congo? I was asked that when I was over there. But they didn't have to come to me like that because they know where I stand automatically anyway. And for which I'm thankful to the press for letting everybody know where I stand. But you have no explanation. Your tongue stays in your mouth. And you have to then go to the extreme to convince them that you don't go along with what the United States government is doing in the Congo. But again, your image making comes into importance here. And they justified the usage of Shombi as the present head of state by saying he's the only African who can unite or bring unity to the Congo. Has he brought unity to the Congo? But see, this is their game. And their real reason for wanting Shombi there was so that Shombi could invite them to come in. No other African head of state would have dared to invite outside powers, so they put Shombi there. And as soon as Shombi got there, then he invited them to bring paratroopers from Belgium in the United States transport planes to try and recapture the Congo. This is all a cold-blooded act on the part of your Western powers, namely the Western powers here in the the interest in the United States, in England, in France, and in Belgium, and so forth. They want the wealth of the Congo, plus its strategic geographic position. The step-by-step process that was used by the press, first they fanned the flame in such a manner to create hysteria in the mind of the public, and then they shift gears and fan the flame in a manner designed to get the sympathy of the public. And once they go from hysteria to sympathy, their next step is to get the public to support them in whatever act they're getting ready to go down with. You're dealing with a cold, calculating, international machine that's so criminal in its objectives and motives that it has the seeds of its own destruction right within it. They use the press to emphasize that white hostages are being held by cannibals. Imagine that. Or white priests, white missionaries, white nuns. They don't say nuns. White nuns. You know what the paper said right here in Detroit. White missionaries. Not just a missionary. A white nun. As if there's a difference between a white nun and a black nun. Or a white priest and a black priest. Or if the light that's in a white skin is more valuable than a life within a black skin. This is what they're implying. And the press, go get the press when this thing was going on, and you see what I'm talking about. They're vicious in their whiteness. But still, I wouldn't judge them just because they're white, because they call me a racist. Judge them by their deeds, by their conscious behavior. And you know how they've been consciously behaving in the Congo, and how they consciously behave in Vietnam, and how they consciously behave right now in Alabama and Mississippi. So you and I got to get conscious and start behaving in a way that we can offset this thing before it's too late. And this is what they don't want to hear. One more thing concerning Shambi. If you notice, and I must go all over there on the African continent in order to give you a better understanding of what's going on right here. The next thing that is good to know about Shambi, no Congolese troops have ever won any victories whatsoever for the present Congolese government. Congolese soldiers won't even fight unless they're forced to. But the fighters in the Congo were the freedom fighters, these brothers from the Oriental Eastern Province. And they fought with stones and sticks and rocks, spears and arrows. And the only time they had a gun was when they got some soldier who had it, and they kill him and take his gun. But they were winning. They took over 2/3 of the Congo, showing you they were fighting from their heart. Whereas these other people, their heart wasn't in it. And because of the fighting spirit of these people, it will be impossible for Shambi to remain as head of state over the Congo without additional troops, white troops, constantly being brought in from South Africa or elsewhere. But sooner or later, these troops are going to give out, and then America is going to have to increase her troops, like she did in South Vietnam. You know, she has. She's not at war over there, you know. They're only over there advising. They got about 20,000 advisors, you know, on the front line. But it's not a war. It's just they're in an advisory capacity while they insult the intelligence of their own public. And they're going to have to end up doing the same thing in the Congo. They'll be trapped. They'll have to eventually send American troops to occupy the Congo because the African freedom fighters are going to fight. They're not going to give up 1 inch without fighting back. And this is something that you should know, that they realize now on the African continent what's at stake and how much all of these Western powers have in common in what they're doing in cahoots with each other behind the closed door. So on the African continent, they are training Africans to be soldiers so that they can invade each one of these countries and take it over and give it to their rightful people. One of the reasons, one of the last things I must say concerning the Congo, not only do they not intend for the Congo to fall into African hands because of its mineral wealth, and it has the greatest deposits of some of the richest elements or minerals of any other area on this earth. They don't intend to give it up because of its wealth. Another reason they don't intend to give it up, if you look at the map, you'll see that it is so strategically located geographically, wherein if a real, genuine African government were to come in power over the Congo, then it would be possible for African troops from all countries to invade Angola, which is a Portuguese possession. And if Angola fell, and it would fall, then it would only be a matter of time before Southwest Africa, Southern Rhodesia, and Bechuanaland also would fall, and it would put African troops right on the border of South Africa. And that's where they really want to get, at that man down there in South Africa. And the United States interests are involved in blocking this, yes. Some of these liberals who grin in your face like they're your best friend, they got money tied up in the Congo. Some of the most powerful political figures in this country, some of them governors over states, got interest in the Congo and got interest in South Africa and got interest all over the African continent and go there. And as the Africans awaken and realize this, it makes them filled with the incentive to never rest until that exploiter is driven out. So now, what effect does this have on us? Why should the black man in America concern himself since we've been away from the African continent for 400 years, 300 or 400 years. Why should we concern ourselves? What impact does what happened to them have upon us? Number one, first you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers, and by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself. And you show me one of these people over here who have been thoroughly brainwashed, who has a negative attitude toward Africa, and I'll show you one that has a negative attitude toward himself. You can't have a negative attitude toward yourself, a positive attitude toward yourself, and a negative attitude toward Africa at the same time. To the same degree that your attitude, that your understanding of, an attitude toward Africa becomes positive, you'll find that your understanding of and your attitude toward yourself will also become positive. And this is what the white man knows. So they very skillfully made you and me hate our African identity, our African characteristics. And you know yourself that we have been a people who hated our African characteristics. We hated our hair. We hated the shape of our nose. We wanted one of those long, dog-like noses, you know. Yeah. We hated the color of our skin. Hated the blood of Africa that was in our veins. And in hating our features and our skin and our blood, why, we had to end up hating ourselves. And we hated ourselves. Our color became to us a chain. We felt that it was holding us back. Our color became to us like a prison, which we felt was keeping us confined, not letting us go this way or that way. And we felt that all of these restrictions were based solely on our color, and the psychological reaction to that would have to be that as long as we felt imprisoned or chained or trapped by black skin, black features, and black blood, that skin and those features and that blood that was holding us back automatically had to become hateful to us. And it became hateful to us. It made us feel inferior. It made us feel inadequate. It made us feel helpless. And when we fell victim to this feeling of inadequacy or inferiority or helplessness, we turned to somebody else to show us the way. We didn't have confidence in another black man to show us the way, or black people to show us the way. In those days, we didn't. We didn't think a black man could do anything but play some horn, you know, some sounds, and make you happy with some songs, and in that way. But in serious things, where our food, clothing, and shelter was concerned, and our education was concerned, we turned to the man. We never thought in terms of bringing these things into existence for ourselves. We never thought in terms of doing things for ourselves, because we felt helpless. And what made us feel helpless was our hatred for ourselves. And our hatred for ourselves stemmed from our hatred of things African. Long about 1955, they had the Bandung Conference in Indonesia. And at that time, the Africans, the Asians, the Arabs, all of the non-white people got together and agreed to de-emphasize their differences and emphasize what they had in common, and form a working unity. And it was the working unity, the spirit of Bandung created a working unity that made it possible for the Asians who were oppressed, the Africans who were oppressed, and others who were oppressed, to work together toward getting independence for these other people. And it was the spirit of Bandung that brought into existence this working unity that made it possible for nations that didn't have a chance to become independent, they did come into their independence. And most of this began along in 1959. And at 59, the spirit of African nationalism was fanned to a high flame. And we then began to witness the complete collapse of colonialism. France began to get out of French West Africa. Belgium began to make moves to get out of the Congo. Britain began to make moves to get out of Kenya, Tanganyika, Uganda, Nigeria, and some of these other places. And although it looked like they were getting out, they pulled a trick that was colossal. In that when you're playing basketball and they get you trapped, you don't throw the ball away. You throw it to one of your teammates who's in the clear. And this is what the European powers did. They were trapped on the African continent. They couldn't stay there. They were looked upon as colonial imperialists. So they had to pass the ball to someone whose image was different. And they passed the ball to Uncle Sam. And he picked it up and has been running it for a touchdown ever since. He was in the clear. He was not looked upon as one who had colonized the African continent. But at that time, the Africans couldn't see that though the United States hadn't colonized the African continent, he had colonized 22 million blacks here on this continent. Because we were just as thoroughly colonized as anybody else. When the ball was passed to the United States, it was passed at a time when John Kennedy came into power. He picked it up and helped to run it. Was one of the shrewdest backfield runners that history has ever recorded. He surrounded himself with intellectuals, highly educated, learned, and well-informed people. And their analysis told him that the government of America was confronted with a new problem. And this new problem stemmed from the fact that Africans were now awakened. They were enlightened. And they were fearless. They would fight. So this meant that the Western powers couldn't stay there by force. And since their own economies, the European economy and the American economy, was based upon their influence, continued influence over the African continent, they had to find some means of staying there. So they used the friendly approach. They switched from the old open colonial imperialistic approach to the benevolent approach. They come up with some benevolent colonialism, philanthropic colonialism, humanitarianism, or dollarism. Immediately, everything was Peace Corps, crossroads. We've got to help our African brothers. Pick up on that. Can't help us in Mississippi. Can't help us in Alabama or Detroit, out here in Dearborn, where some real Ku Klux Klan live. We're going to send all the way to Africa to help. I know Dearborn, you know. I'm from Detroit. I used to live out here in Inkster. And you had to go through Dearborn to get to Inkster. Just like riding through Mississippi when you got to Dearborn. Is it still that way? Well, you should straighten it up. So, realizing that it was necessary to come up with these new approaches, Kennedy did it. He won. He created an image of himself that was skillfully designed to make the people on the African continent think that he was Jesus, the great white father, come to make things right. And I'm telling you, some of these Negroes cried harder when he died than they cried for Jesus when he was crucified. From 1954 to 1964 was the era in which we witnessed the emerging of Africa. And the impact that this had upon the civil rights struggle in America has never been fully told. For one thing, one of the primary ingredients in the complete civil rights struggle was the Black Muslim movement. The Black Muslim movement, though it took no part in things political, civic, it didn't take too much part in anything other than stopping people from doing this, drinking, smoking, and so on. Moral reform it had, but beyond that it did nothing. But it talked such a strong talk until it put the other Negro organizations on the spot. Before the Black Muslim movement came along, the NAACP was looked upon as radical. They were getting ready to investigate. And then along came the Muslim movement, and it frightened the white man so much, he began to say, thank God for old Uncle Roy and Uncle Whitney and Uncle A. Phillip and Uncle, got a whole lot of uncles in there. I can't remember their names. They're all older than I, so I call them Uncle. Plus, if you use the word Uncle Tom nowadays, I heard they sue you for libel, you know. So I don't call any of them Uncle Tom anymore. I call him Uncle Roy. One of the things that made the black Muslim movement grow was its emphasis upon things African. This was the secret to the growth of the black Muslim movement. African blood, African origin, African culture, African ties. And you'd be surprised. We discovered that deep within the subconscious of the black man in this country, he's still more African than he is American. He thinks that he's more American than African because the man is jiving him and the man is brainwashing him every day, telling him, you're an American, you're an American. Man, how could you think you're an American and you have never had any kind of American treat over here? You have never. 10 men can be sitting at a table eating, dining. And I can come and sit down where they're dining. They're dining. I got a plate in front of me, but nothing is on it. Because all of us are sitting at the same table, are all of us diners? I'm not a diner until you let me dine. Then I become a diner. Just being at the table with others who are dining doesn't make me a diner. And this is what you got to get in your head here in this country. Just because you're in this country doesn't make you an American. And no, you got to go farther than that before you can become an American. You got to enjoy the fruits of Americanism. And you haven't enjoyed those fruits. You've enjoyed the thorns. You've enjoyed the thistles, but you have not enjoyed the fruits. No, sir. You have fought harder for the fruits than the white man had. You have worked harder for the fruits than the white man had, but you've enjoyed less. When the man put the uniform on you and sent you abroad, you fought harder than they did. Yeah, I know you. When you're fighting for them, you can fight. The black Muslim movement did make that contribution. They made the whole civil rights movement become more militant and more acceptable to the white power structure. He would rather have them than us. In fact, I think we forced many of the civil rights leaders to be even more militant than they intended. I know some of them who get out there boom, boom, boom and don't mean it, because they round back in their corner as soon as the action comes. John F. Kennedy also saw that it was necessary for a new approach among the American Negroes. And during his entire term in office, he specialized in how to psycho the American Negro. Now, a lot of y'all don't like my saying this, but I wouldn't ever take a stand on that if I didn't know what I was talking about. And I don't, by living in this kind of society, pretty much around them, and you know what I mean when I say them, I learned to study them. And you can think that they mean you some good oftentimes, and if you look at it a little closer, you'll see that they don't mean you any good. That doesn't mean there aren't some of them who mean good, but it does mean that most of them don't mean good. Kennedy's new approach was pretending to go along with us in our struggle for civil rights and different other forms of rights. But I remember the expose that Look magazine did on Meredith's situation in Mississippi. Look magazine did an expose showing that Robert Kennedy and Governor Barnett had made a deal wherein the Attorney General was going to come down and try and force Meredith into school, and Barnett was going to stand at the door, and say, no, you can't come in, and he was going to get in anyway. But it was all arranged in advance, and then Barnett was supposed to keep the support of the white racists because that's who he's holding up, and Kennedy would keep the support of the Negroes because that's who he'd be holding up. And I say and it was a cut and dried deal, and it's not a secret. It was written. They write about it. But now, if that's a deal and that's a deal, how many other deals do you think go down? What you think is on the level is crookeder, brothers and sisters, than a pretzel, which is most crooked. So in my conclusion, I would like to point out that the approach that was used by the administration right on up until today, even the present generation, was designed skillfully to make it appear that they were trying to solve the problem when they actually weren't. They would deal with the condition, but never the cause. They only gave us tokenism. Tokenism benefits only a few. It never benefits the masses. And the masses are the ones who have the problem, not the few. That one who benefits from tokenism, he doesn't want to be around us anyway. That's why he picks up on the token. You ever notice how some Negroes will brag, I'm the only one out there. I'm the only one on my job. Don't you hear him say that? Yeah, you ought to punch him in his... No, he's your brother. You shouldn't punch your brother. But you should really, you can punch him with some words. You should whenever you see a Negro bragging about he's the only one in this neighborhood, he's bragging. And he's telling you, in essence, I'm surrounded by white folks, you know. I love them and they love me. Oh, yes, and on his job, I'm the only one on my job. I've been listening to that stuff all my life. And the generation that's coming up, they're not going to be saying that. The generation that's coming up, everybody's going to look like an Uncle Tom to them. And you and I have to learn that in time so that we don't pose that image when our young generation come up and begin to look at us. The masses of our people still have bad housing, bad schooling, and inferior jobs that don't compensate with sufficient salary for them to carry on their life in this world. So that the problem for the masses has gone absolutely unsolved. And the only one for whom it has been solved are people like Whitney Young, who's supposed to be placed in the cabinet, so the rumors say. He'll be one of the first black cabinet men, and that answers where he's at. And others who have been given jobs, Carl Rowan, who was put over the USIS, who is very skillfully trying to make Africans think that the problem of the black man in this country is all solved. And this is the worst thing the white man can do to himself, is to take one of these kind of Negroes and ask him, how do your people feel, boy? And he's going to tell that man that we are satisfied. And that's what they do, brothers and sisters. So they get behind the door and tell the white man we're satisfied. Just keep me up here in front of them, boss, and I'll keep them behind you. That's what they talk when they ain't behind closed doors. Because see, the white man doesn't go along with anybody who's not for him. He doesn't care whether you're for right or wrong. He wants to know, are you for him? And if you're for him, he doesn't care what else you're for, as long as you're for him. Then he puts you up over the Negro community. You become the spokesman. And in your struggle, it's like standing on a revolving anywhere. You run faster and faster, and the wheel just goes faster and faster. You never leave the spot that you're standing in. So it is very important for you and me to see that the only way that our problem is going to be solved, it has to be with a solution that will benefit the masses, not these upper class, so-called upper class. Actually, there's no such thing as an upper class Negro, because he gets the same hell as the other class Negro. All of them get the same hell, which is one of the things that's good about this racist system. It makes us all one. Quickly, if you'll notice, in 1963, everyone was talking about the centennial of progress. I think that's what they call it. 100 years since the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, and they were going to celebrate how much white and black people have learned to love each other in America. You probably remember how they were talking in January of 1963. Well, if you had stood up in January at the same time that they were talking all this talk about a good year ahead, good things ahead, and told them that by May, Birmingham would have exploded and Bull Connor would be known as an international thug for the brutality that he heaped upon black people. If you would tell the people in January of 63 that John F. Kennedy would be killed for his role in everything, if you had told them in January that Medgar Evers would be murdered and nobody able to bring his killer to justice, or if you were to have told them in January of 1963 that a church would be bombed in Birmingham with 4 little black girls blown to bits while they were praying and serving Jesus, why, they would say you're crazy. In 1964, they started out the same way. That was the year of promise. If you were to have told them while they were talking about this great year of promise ahead, civil rights and all of that, what was coming, that before long 3 civil rights workers would be brutally murdered and the government unable to do anything about it, a Negro educator in Georgia brutally murdered in broad daylight, and the men who did it be known and the government not able to do anything about it. If you had said this in January of 64, they'd say you were not. Now they're starting out in 1965 the same way, talking about the great society, anti-poverty. If you tell them right now what is in store for 1965, they'll think you crazy for sure. But 1965 will be the longest and hottest and bloodiest year of them all. And it has to be. Not because you want it to be, or I want it to be, or we want it to be, but because the conditions that created these explosions in 1963 are still here. The conditions that created explosions in 64 are still here. You can't say that you're not going to have an explosion and you leave the condition. The ingredients are still here. And as long as those ingredients, explosive ingredients, remain, then you're going to have the potential for explosion on your hands. And brothers and sisters, let me say, I spend my time out there in the street with people, all kind of people, listening to what they have to say. And they're dissatisfied. They're disillusioned. They're fed up. They're getting to the point of frustration where they are beginning to feel, what do they have to lose? And when you get to that point, you're the type of person who can create a very dangerously explosive atmosphere. This is what's happening in our neighborhoods to our people. I read in a poll taken by Newsweek magazine this week saying that Negroes are satisfied. Oh yes, poll, in Newsweek. Supposed to be a top magazine with a top poster talking about how satisfied Negroes are. Maybe I haven't met the Negroes he met. Because I know he hasn't met the ones that I've met. But this is dangerous. This is where the white man does himself the most harm. He invents statistics to create an image, thinking that that image is going to hold things in check. You know why they always say Negroes are lazy? Because they want Negroes to be lazy. They always say Negroes can't unite because they don't want Negroes to unite. And once they put this thing in the mind, they feel that the Negro gets that into him, and he tries to fulfill that image. If you say you can't unite him, and then you come to him to unite him, he won't unite because it's been said that he's not supposed to unite. It's a cycle that they work, and it's the same way with these statistics. When they think that an explosive era is coming up, then they grab their press again and begin to shower the Negro public to make it appear that all Negroes are satisfied. And because if you know that you're dissatisfied all by yourself and 10 others aren't, you play it cool. But if all 10 of you are satisfied, you get with it. Well, this is what the man knows. The man knows that if these Negroes find out how dissatisfied they really are, and all of them, even Uncle Tom is dissatisfied, he's just playing his part for now. And this is what makes them frightened. It frightens them in France, it frightens them in England, and it frightens them in the United States. And it is for this reason that it is so important for you and me to start organizing among ourselves intelligently and try to find out what are we going to do if this happens, that happens, or the next thing happens. Don't think that you're just going to run to the man and say, look, boss, this is me. Why, when the deal goes down, you look just like me in his eyesight. Yeah, I'll make it tough for you. Yes, when the deal goes down, he doesn't look at you in any better light than he looks at me. I was on a television program in New York last week. One of the liberals did a takeoff on James Farmer. Now, here's James Farmer teaching Negroes to be nonviolent and loving and all of that. Why, they should be patting him on the back. And instead of them patting him on the back, they want to knock at him, and it put me in a position of having to defend him. And which I did. I was glad to, because I wanted to crack this man's neck anyway, and mentally. So that, rather I should say, intellectually. So I point these things out, brothers and sisters, so that you and I will know the importance in 1965 of being in complete unity with each other, harmony with each other, and not letting the man maneuver us into fighting one another. There is a situation where I have been maneuvered right now between me and the Black Muslim movement, something that I really deeply regret, because I don't think anything is more destructive than two groups of black people fighting each other. But something that can't be avoided because it goes deep down beneath the surface, and these things will come up in the very near future. I might say this before I sit down. If you recall, when I left the Black Muslim movement, I stated clearly that it wasn't my intention to even continue to be aware that they existed, but that I was going to spend my time working in the non-Muslim community. But they were fearful that if they didn't do something, that perhaps many of those who were in the mosque would leave it and follow a different direction. So they had to start doing a takeoff on me, plus they had to try and silence me because of what they know that I know. And I should think that they should know me well enough to know that they certainly can't frighten me. But when it does come to the light, excuse me for keep coughing like that, but I got some of that smoke last night. But there are some things involving the Black Muslim movement which, when they come to light, you will be shocked. The thing that you have to understand, where those of us in the Black Muslim movement were concerned, all of us believed 100% in the divinity of Elijah Muhammad. We believed in him. We actually believed that God had taught him, right here in Detroit, by the way, that God had taught him and all of that, and I always thought that he believed it himself. And I was shocked when I found out that he himself didn't believe it. And when that shock reached me, then I began to look everywhere else and try to get a better understanding of the things that confront all of us so that we can get together in some kind of way to offset it. I want to thank you for coming out this evening. I think it's wonderful that as many of you came out considering the blackout on the meeting that took place. Also, and the brothers who are here are very progressive young men, and I would advise all of you to get with them in every way that you can to try and create some kind of united effort toward common goals, common objectives, and don't let the power structure maneuver you into a time-wasting battle with others when you could be involved in something that's constructive and getting a real job done. One thing I should have pointed out to you that once we formed our new organization, once we became identified with the Orthodox Muslim world, we also formed a group known as the Organization of Afro-American Unity, which is designed to fight all the negative political, economic, and social conditions that exist in our neighborhood. It's a non-religious organization to which anyone can belong who's interested in direct action. And one of our first programs is to take our problem out of the civil rights context and place it at the international level of human rights so that the entire world can have a voice in our struggle. If we keep it at civil rights, then the only place we can turn for allies is within the domestic confines of America. But when you make it a human rights struggle, it becomes international. And then you can open the door for all types of advice and support from our brothers in Africa, Latin America, Asia, and elsewhere. So it's very, very important. That's our international aim. And that's our external aim. Our internal aim is to become immediately involved in a mass voters registration drive, but we don't believe in voter registration without voter education. We believe that our people should be educated into the science of politics so that they will know what a vote is for and what a vote is supposed to produce, and also how to utilize this united voting power to so that you can control the politics of your own community and the politicians that represent that community. We're for that. And in that line, we will work with all other, even the civil rights groups, who are dedicated to increase the number of black registered voters in the South. The only area in which we differ with them is this. We don't believe that young students should be sent into Mississippi, Alabama, and these other places without some kind of protection. So we will join in with them in their voter registration and help to train brothers in the arts, in the arts that are necessary in this day and age to enable one to continue his existence upon this earth. I say that again that I'm not a racist. I don't believe in any form of segregation or anything like that. I'm for the brotherhood of everybody, but I don't believe in forcing brotherhood upon people who don't want it. As long as we practice brotherhood among ourselves, and then others who want to practice brotherhood with us, we practice it with them also. We're for that. But I don't think that we should run around trying to love somebody who doesn't love us. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Mrs. Collins, Malcolm was born the way he was. He was born, in fact, we waited for Malcolm's birth. We were of the superstitious tribe of Africa, the Watusis, and we believe that the seventh child came with endowed with certain rights that would surpass other children of that family. So when he was born, we expected great things of Malcolm. I don't know if this influenced him, the fact that his family put him in a certain category. My father, in particular, was concerned with him after he was born because he was very fair, and he felt that this would be a hindrance to us applying ourselves to him, because people at that time put a lot of stock on black and yellow and colors, you know what I mean. So much of what Malcolm would have gotten from the family had he been born black, he didn't get it because We didn't want to make a difference in the white child over the black ones.
Well, where did he get it, say, in his late teens, in his early 20s?
Malcolm lived with me from 12 until he went to prison. I had a chance to discipline Malcolm in prison. Malcolm was an aggressive young boy. I admired it. I stimulated it. I felt that a black young man, over the period of 400 years in America, had been deprived of any aggressive thoughts even. If you show aggressive thoughts before the white man, he would erase you, set you apart from the others as a villain. So, but I felt that in order for Malcolm, after my father's death and his mother's having gone to a hospital, I felt that it was my duty to stimulate his arrogance, stimulate his impulsiveness. Let him feel that life was the life that God gave him belonged to him. He didn't have to pay homage to anyone. This is how I guided him.
What kinds of influences do you think being in prison had upon him? What kind of effect?
In prison, I was able to really direct him into accepting facts as a guideline to life, not an illusion, something that's dramatized. Prison is real. If a God sees fit to throw you in solitary confinement, this is for real. Malcolm was able to see this and accept life from a realistic point of view. I think all of the illusions that he may have adopted in his youth from environment, I think he lost it in prison. I think he really saw life for real. And this was one of the most valuable assets that Malcolm did acquire in life, was courage, a matter of fact, to accept life from a realistic point of view. Nothing dramatized would interest Malcolm, nothing.
He became involved with the Muslims while he was in prison.
Yes, through my brother Reginald, he became involved with the black Muslims. And the black Muslim Islam, Elijah Muhammad gave him a chance to excel. Had not it been for Elijah Muhammad, I would have had to find possibly another field to project him through. But Islam, as it was then in a small, it was a very small thing at that time. And this gave Malcolm a chance to really excel and build the Nation of Islam. Much of the Nation of Islam is Malcolm.
Do you feel that being in the Muslims had a profound effect on Malcolm?
To some degree. It gave him a chance, as I said before, to recognize the needs of the masses of people. It also gave him a chance to recognize the lack of knowledge the masses contain. It also gave him a chance to recognize the fact that black people are their own worst enemies.
In what ways do you think black people are their own worst enemies?
We don't realize, many of us, that we are free. If we realize this word freedom and recognize it for what it means and watch the other people on earth exercise freedom, then we would not sing a song, "We shall overcome," and walk up and down roads and beg for this and want poverty programs and all this type of thing. We would know that our ability to care for another race would give us more ability to care for our own needs, and we don't provide for ourselves.
Was Malcolm nonviolent, in your estimation?
Now, from my estimation, no man is nonviolent, no man is violent. Malcolm believed, as a man should believe, that if you strike him, it was his duty as a man to strike you back.
What kind of an effect did Malcolm have on you?
On me, I believe the effect he had on me was to see him grow from childhood into a dynamic figure, a man with an understanding of man and himself and life in itself. On me, he was to me like Jesus is to most Christians. I can imagine how the Virgin Mary felt about her Jesus. This is what Malcolm was to me. Each step that he grew, each time that the changes came, I could feel them and see them. I could see them in his manner, his approach to me, his respect for me. Malcolm had a great respect for womanhood. I don't know how he came by this, but possibly, as I said, from our tribe. Maybe this was a virtue that most men don't have, but he had it. A great respect for womanhood. See, Malcolm made every sacrifice that I don't know of any other man who made these sacrifices. Malcolm made every sacrifice to make himself whole, a man, worthy of saying to you, do something about yourself, young lady. Or saying to a young man, get up and take your bed and walk. This is how Malcolm affected me. This is how I saw him.
Was Malcolm searching when he went abroad, traveled abroad for the period of time?
Yes. This is why I say he was ready. Malcolm broadened his scope. Much of what he learned abroad gave him a mature approach to the black man's problem. Before, he had much frustration. In the Nation of Islam, there is much frustration. Malcolm had acquired some of this frustration. On his return from Africa, after traveling and spending time with all of the black leaders and revolutionary leaders, Malcolm came home a man. No frustrations, no emotional problems, no desire for material gains, which is one of the greatest assets a man can acquire, is to lose that desire for material gains, lose that value on that man's dollar. Malcolm had to cast aside all of this. He walked into my house. He told me he was going to speak at Harvard that night. He spoke at Harvard Law Forum. After he came back to the house, I gave him a diploma. Tonight, Malcolm, you're a man. From my point of view. He said, I traveled hard, didn't I? I said, yes, you did, but you made it. You're a man. He was ready.
Do you think the program that he was developing would have led black people out of their bondage?
Welcome to Like It Is. This edition will focus on the government's surveillance of Malcolm X. We'll also have an interview with two men who spent a lot of time at Malcolm's side as he attempted to elude assassination. We'll hear that harrowing story and more right after these words. The last 15 months of Malcolm X's life were momentous, a time of tremendous personal development, and a time when opposing forces converged against him. Up until November of 1963, he had been Elijah Muhammad's first lieutenant in the Nation of Islam, or the Black Muslims as they were also known. The Muslims were closely watched by government agencies, and Malcolm was a prime surveillance target. Attempts were made to divide this group by infiltrating their ranks and playing one human failing against the other. Now, I have here several pounds of FBI files on Malcolm X alone that support what we say and much, much more. See? Let's take a look at one of these documents. The document is entitled, "The Rift Widens Between Elijah Muhammad and His Principal Lieutenant Malcolm X. Little." Part of it reads, Little has attempted to develop sympathy and backing for his position, feels that Elijah Muhammad is in his declining years, would not hesitate one moment to take over the leadership of the Nation of Islam. While Muhammad may be getting older, he is far from ready to hand over the reins. The memo concludes with a statement that reads, "The attached memo, or memorandum, could possibly widen the rift between Muhammad and Little and possibly result in Little's expulsion from the Nation of Islam." Now, these memos were circulated by the FBI during the period when Malcolm had been silenced for 90 days by Elijah for his comments about President Kennedy's assassination in November of 1963. Interestingly, during this same period of silence, the FBI paid a visit to Malcolm's home in Queens and made some fascinating overtures. Now, it just so happens that Malcolm had installed a hidden microphone in his living room and had taped the conversation, and fortuitously, I acquired that recording. One of his aides, Earl Grant, explained how that hidden microphone came to be.
I got him in the habit of recording everything. I even had a little portable tape recorder. Used to carry around with me, and so I got all those tapes. And so I told him he should have one at his house. You never know who's going to come by. Even start taping his telephone calls, you know, so he'd have a record of everything. And so we had a very high-quality machine. It was under his couch and had a little switch he could click it on. And so that was set up for that kind of eventuality. If you ever got any visitors for any kind of reason that he wanted a record of what was said, they'd never know he was taping them.
Morning, how do you do? With the FBI, you have a couple minutes, like talking?
No, a couple of minutes. Your name is
Beckwith.
Beckwith?
Right.
And yours is
Fulton.
Fulton.
Right.
From which,
New York.
New York, there's only
one.
Only one here.
Is probably what you assumed we came for, to obtain any information you want to give us about the Muslims.
I didn't assume anything.
No. That's a very general statement on my part, but as you know, we follow the activities of the Muslims as best we can. But we're always looking for new avenues of information, and who better than the heads of the Muslims. At least up to a month ago or something like that.
We're wondering, how's your suspension status?
No one knows but Mr. Muhammad. You have to ask him.
You're still in the status as of now. I mean,
you're
not working now or teaching now at all.
Well, I'm still under the suspension.
That's what I meant.
That's a temporary thing, as far as we know.
He's the only one who can give out any information on that. I couldn't say anything beyond what he has said.
Yeah, I think he has said that it's a temporary suspension. I'll be frank with you, one of the reasons we picked this particular time to contact you is because of this suspension.
The suspension was brought about by my own doing.
Yeah, exactly. But who knows what was in your mind when you did receive the suspension. In other words, bitterness could have entered into it. It would not be illogical for someone to have spent so many years doing something then be suspended.
No, it should make him stronger, because it makes him realize that law applies to the law enforcer as well as those who are under the enforcement of the enforcer.
Well, you've taken nearly a perfect attitude toward the thing, which is almost unhuman, really. I mean, you've taken the attitude that Mr. Muhammad wants everyone to take if he chastises them. Which is fine. I mean, more power to you. But you see from our viewpoint that there's at least a chance, and this has happened with other members of the organization. They're suspended for some reason or other, and we talk to them, and they stand people up there, and they're of course cooperative. Why? Because they're bitter. Now, assuming you resume your duties, we would be, as you I'm sure know, interested in having you help us out.
Help you out to do what? We're always helping out the government. We're cleaning up all of the crimes that we help it out more than it helps itself. We're at least able to reform the people who have been made criminals by this society, by the corruption of this society. And any way to help it out other than that, I wouldn't even know how to begin.
Well, what we're interested in, basically, are the people who belong, the names, the members.
My telephone number is OL16320.
I'll get it. OL
16320.
Now, by this suggestion,
that's like telling you the sun shines from the east.
Well, no comment. And the teachings, the plans, the programs.
No teaching is more public than ours, and I don't think you find anybody more blunt in stating it publicly than we do.
No, exactly.
I don't think you can go anywhere on this earth and find anybody who expresses their views on matters more candidly than we do.
I can only agree with you. I mean, no, that's right. You're right. You do. The main thing is there is a certain area of responsibility. This is getting into our angle of it. What we really want are the names of all those who belong, the names, who they are, the identification.
I don't even know them.
Do you keep no records?
That's not my job. I'm just a preacher.
Yeah, but somebody out there keeps the record.
I don't know who. I don't have any knowledge of those kind of things. With all these other responsibilities I've had, it'd be difficult for me to worry about names. Plus, you would insult my intelligence asking me for them. In fact, no, you would insult your own, because it would mean that your own intelligence isn't heavy enough to weigh me and know in advance what I'm going to say when you ask that question.
Well, without getting into an argument on semantics there, you don't know until you ask.
That's not semantics. That again goes into your psychology.
We've had people not this group in particular, other groups.
Oh, yes.
Who have been just as vociferous against whatever we're investigating as communists. Make a good case out of it. Communists for 20 years, they hate everything. Go interview them. You don't want to. Go anyway. So you go knock on the door. And they go, where have you been? Oh, I want to tell you something. You never know till you ask. And that's happened so many times. Sometimes the word isn't convinced, but sometimes money brings out the information. I have no intent to insult you here.
According to Dillon, what's his name, the Secretary of Treasury, this government's money is in such trouble until
you can still spend it.
Still, according to your government economists, the dollar itself is in such trouble. A person would be a fool to sell his soul for one of these decreasing dollars.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You'd be a fool to sell your soul if the dollar was increasing. But this has nothing to do with selling your soul. I mean, if you look at it that way, okay.
Yeah,
but
depends on how you look at it.
Sure.
You insult my intelligence when not only they insult me, period, if they think I would tell them anything.
But it would be good, and I think in many ways it might be of some benefit to your organization. If in fact we can eliminate people.
There's no government agency that can ever expect any information out of me that's in any way detrimental to any religious group or black group, for that matter, in this country. No government agency.
That's fine.
Because they should use that same energy to go and find who bombed that church down there in Alabama. And if these government agencies spend as much money and time and energy.
You know what somebody in the South is saying today? Few people would go up north, investigate the Muslims with the same energy you're trying to find this bomb here.
The Muslims don't bomb churches.
I know. They say that.
But still, the Muslims don't bomb churches. No, if we broke laws, they'd have us in jail tomorrow.
Now, that obviously is an audio recording. We didn't have picture available of that interview, so we had to supply some artistic renderings that were done by our graphics artist, Delambe Brass, and also we supplied some photographs, interwove some photographs into that, supplied to us by Robert L. Haggins. Now, it just so happens that we have the FBI report that on that interview, the agent's report of that February 4th, 1964 interview that you just heard. And that report to the head office says, the New York office does not contemplate any additional contact with Little at this time, as there appears to be no benefit to be derived therefrom. Now, despite the turndown, the FBI continued, undaunted, in their constant surveillance of Malcolm and the growing animosity towards him on the part of some members of the black Muslims. By the middle of 1964, the FBI was issuing memos like this, showing their full awareness that Malcolm's life was in serious jeopardy. Quote, in view of recent threats against subject, apparently by Nation of Islam members, the Bureau has requested that local police be advised whenever subject is in their city. Practically every move Malcolm made was being noted by the FBI. Another, subject will definitely not be in Chicago this date, since he is going to Boston and will later be in Washington, D.C. on 6/26/64. Latter two officers advised. And still another memo. Omaha and Chicago should alert police in their cities as to subject's proposed trips. Also remain alert for any incidents between subject and the Nation of Islam. And when he went to Africa later that summer, the FBI received reports of Malcolm's activities over there. This memo reports, quote, Alexandria, Egypt. Malcolm addressed over 800 Muslim students representing 73 African and Asian countries, unquote. We think it important to note the vast sums of American taxpayers' monies that were spent to keep a man under surveillance who was merely fighting for justice for his people. Moreover, there seems a clear question about such intense scrutiny of a man's activities, while at the same time there was such an apparent inability to protect him. There was, however, a small group of men who were loyal to Malcolm, and they valiantly tried to protect his life. We'll hear their story in just a moment. Earl Grant and Robert Haggins both spent a lot of time with Malcolm during those perilous last days of his life. Robert Haggins was a newspaper photographer at the time he met Malcolm, assigned to cover the Muslims, an assignment he really didn't want.
I had covered a lot of religious organizations and subcultures and so-called cults and religion in Harlem. The Holy Rollers, churches over Christ, under Christ, in Christ, on top of Christ, and then the black Jews, and then we had a group called the Dumbala Whalens, the voodooists, and crucifying chickens and animals and all kinds of gods that only appear when you've been under the influence or having consumed large amounts of alcohol. So I was fed up, and I tried to give the assignment to some of the other photographers.
You thought this was just another cult?
Another cult. A grown man calling himself X, didn't know his own last name. So that turned me off. I figured, this guy called himself Malcolm X, X meaning mystery. So I tried to sell the assignment. Another photographer would take the assignment and I would work in his place. I couldn't get anybody to take it, so I had to go out there.
What was it about him that struck you?
Well, for one thing, the discipline, the fact that everyone was organized, and the respect for each other, And the way Malcolm addressed me, sir, yes, sir, no, sir, the immaculate cleanliness, the restaurant, and the whole demeanor of Malcolm as an individual. And then when Malcolm began to explain to me about his name, about why he called himself X, and the fact that he refused to carry the slave master's name, and he went into a lecture on the word Negro, explaining to me that most English words derive its meaning from Latin or Greek. And in Greek, the G in Negro became C, which meant that Necro means dead, necropolis, necral, necrophilia, necrosis. All of these terms relate to something dead, something without life. And then Malcolm looked at me and said, well, you know, don't they call you a spook? You know, you Negroes are spooks, a walking dead man. So, you know, that day on the way home, I started thinking about this man and some of the things he talked about. And I wanted to know more about Malcolm. I wanted to know more about the movement. And that developed the fascination.
Now, what was the extent of your relationship? Was it just that you were his photographer, or was it more involved than that?
In the beginning, it was a photographic thing from the newspaper. And then I quit my job to work for Malcolm as his personal photographer. And the reason why, at that time, Malcolm had an uncanny sense of the value of the media and the value of pictures. He knew that the media was creating him in terms of being a monster. All of those early photographs of Malcolm depicted him as some kind of monster, fists clenched and blazing eyes and teeth clenched, all this sort of thing. So he wanted me to make photographs of him as a human being. And it was during this process that we became friends, and my relationship changed. I no longer was an impartial journalist as a photographer. I began to take pictures and also to think in terms of what kind of contribution I could make to him. Yes, how I could help him in his movement. Because I would go out sometimes and meet with other members of various newspapers to find out how they felt about Malcolm, how they felt about Malcolm's movement. And I would sit down with him at a later date and explain to him how he was being depicted, how the public was seeing him. And in that way, I was able to help Malcolm to understand how his image was coming over.
Why were you so concerned and obsessed with helping him?
Well, I feel, as I do now, that Malcolm is the only leader we had, as far as I'm concerned. I listened to all of the other leaders at that time, and they all were involved with some segment of being an integrationist. They all wanted to lead our people into a movement where they would become invisible. But Malcolm wasn't doing that. Malcolm was the only leader out there that taught black people to be proud of being black and not try to be something that you can never be. And to go a step further, Malcolm thought that integration was ridiculous because no minority group can bring about integration with the majority group.
And so you quit a job,
yes,
to go work for him.
That's right.
Now, as things got more and more dangerous, what thoughts ran through your mind? Did you ever feel as though you should jump ship because you knew that things were getting hot?
Yes, there was times when I thought about that. And I thought about the danger, and I realized that it was possible that I could get killed. And I talked about that with my family, and I talked about the danger of sudden death, walking with Malcolm, taking pictures of Malcolm, because I knew that if a shotgun blast was coming at Malcolm and I was in the vicinity, I would probably get killed also. But I had faced many dangerous assignments prior to Malcolm X. And I was used to that. I took my chances.
You felt for some reason that it was worth it?
Yes, I do.
In what way?
Well, the role that Malcolm played in our society is something that we will learn to appreciate as time goes on, because sooner or later, black people will have to realize that the things that Malcolm was saying is true. They were true then, and they're true now.
You remember the Nation of Islam?
Yeah.
But what happened? Did you ultimately leave?
Yeah, I left.
Why?
Because there was nothing for me to do. They really didn't have any program for black people that had a lot of skills. The only thing they had for you to do is sell newspapers, and anybody can go out and sell newspapers. Now, you don't go to school and learn all these things and end up peddling newspapers.
What kind of skills? What kind of skills did you have to offer?
Well, photography, electronics, and I'm a very good researcher.
Mm-hmm.
And I had some strange training in the service I used to tell Malcolm about.
So even though you liked Malcolm, you couldn't cut the organization, so you left.
Yeah.
And then after the split, what happened?
Well, after the split, I read about it in the newspaper. And as soon as I read it, I knew something crazy was going on. Because nobody stops betting on a winning team unless you've gone crazy. So when they put him out, I called him up the next day. And he was glad to hear from me. So he said he'd like to see me. He had a lot to talk about. So I gave him my address, and he drove over to the house. And we spent the whole day talking about a lot of things that had gone on. And how he found out about a lot of things. And what he planned on doing. He was hoping he could just do the 90 days and then go back, even if he couldn't go back as a minister. He just wanted to be a member of it. But after the 90 days was up, we realized that was never going to take place, so we had to get going. We had a world-renowned figure, no organization, no mailbox, no nothing. So we were playing catch-up most of the time. And we started holding meetings in various people's houses, and then we started meeting in the Audubon, and then there were people who always claimed they wanted to be a part of it, but they couldn't deal with the discipline of the religion, so that's what the OAAU was set up for, give them something to do. And some people came in, a lot of good people came in, and they did some very good work.
And then when did the heat really become intense?
After he gave the speech down at the Militant Labor Forum. See, when you go around calling white people the devil, they don't mind that. They put you on television, let you come around the college campuses and pay you honorariums. But when he spoke down there, he explained what it meant to be head of the Senate Armed Services Committee, what it means to be head of the Senate Judiciary Committee, all those kind of, how the government really functions, not the spookism, but how it really works. And when we came out of the building that night, we were standing there, me, him, and Brother John, waiting for him to bring his car around. And I told him, I said, man, we're in trouble now. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, you didn't stop talking nonsense and start explaining how it operates. You're not supposed to do that. Because most Americans don't know how this country operates. White or black, they don't have any idea how this country operates.
What did he say?
Well, he explained how government agencies work, how they work in other countries.
No, I mean, what did he say about your remark?
Oh, he said, well, something to the effect that that's the kind of organization we're trying to develop where people really understand, that they have to understand things. And so his teachings were becoming less religious and more political and analytical. There was a definite shift away from the religious base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then that's when you all became aware that some people wanted to take his life.
Right, right.
And then I guess your role with him started to change from a researcher and organizer to a bodyguard, huh?
Just about, yeah. Very close to it.
How would you parcel that out in your work day? I mean, you had to work to feed yourself.
Yeah, when I had a night job. And so other brothers would be with him in the evenings, and I'd be with him and some other people during the daytime.
And how do they phrase it? You carried some heat with you.
Well, Malcolm said if you thought it was going to rain, you should have your raincoat with you. He used to put it.
And so everywhere he went, you were with him? And
not everywhere, but most of the places, yeah.
And you would sort of arrange to meet at places every morning?
Right, right.
And then you'd be with him throughout the day?
Yeah, we try to stay with him everywhere.
Were you involved in a lot of those confrontations that we read about?
Oh, yeah. There's one at Adam Clayton Powell's church. That's when he spoke to the Domestic Peace Corps, I think it was. And when we were there was some commotion outside. We looked out, and there were a lot of the people there from Elijah Muhammad's group. And so the brothers were getting kind of getting warm under the collar. So I talked to them, quiet them down. I said, as long as they just stand out there and look ignorant, let them stand out there and look ignorant. And I told Malcolm they was out there, and he said, well, just keep your eye on them. And when we left, we went up to 135th Street, and we crossed the street, and used to be a shoe shine stand there. And Bumpy Johnson was sitting up in there getting his shoes shined. And we come across, he looked out, he jumped down, run out, and grabbed Malcolm's hand. He said, hey, brother, we've been reading about you here. You got some problems. He said, yeah, I kind of have some. He said, so Bumpy told him, he said, well, you know how to handle that, man. All you got to do is make a phone call, and that'll be taken care of. That's what he told him. Me and Malcolm were standing there. I think Benjamin may have been there. I'm not sure. So they talked for a while about the old times. When we walked down 135th toward Lenox Avenue, I told Malcolm, I says, you know what he meant, don't you? He said, yeah, I know what he meant. He said, I don't want black folks killing black people. That was his attitude. And a lot of those people down there need to be told that the only reason some of them are still walking around is because Malcolm allowed them to keep walking around. Because there was another group of his old buddies from his running days out in the streets that came up to see him, came up to the Teresa Hotel, as a matter of fact. And I saw some of them about 2 weeks ago. I was with them. And I keep in touch with them. And they came up and offered their services just for old time's sake. So they take care of it, you know. And Malcolm, he would never let that go on. And he always told us we could defend ourselves but never attack them, because he didn't want us to, because he felt responsible for all those brothers being down there. It was listening to him that brought them in there. So he didn't, even though they were ignorant. And you can see where it's at. This guy that's in prison now, 14, 15 years later, he's beginning to understand that he was manipulated. Well, even back in those days, we knew somebody was running a game on them.
What role did the police play in this, when all these people were after him, all these attempts were made on his life? Where were the police?
Well, there was an attempt in Los Angeles. I wasn't there, but he told me about it. That's when they had that high-speed chase. And there was no police around that I ever heard of. The only time I ever saw the police do anything for Malcolm was in Philadelphia when we were down there. And we were in the hotel after the meeting. And I think the police were downstairs. These are all black policemen. I didn't see any white cops. The police were downstairs at the door. They were in Malcolm's hotel room. They were outside. They told me they were on both sides. They had the rooms on both sides and the room upstairs over it.
So in Philadelphia, you saw good police support, although you're not sure whether it came from the police department or whether these police officers, who you say were black, just took it upon themselves because they liked the man.
Yeah.
But anyhow, he was safe when he went to Philly.
Man, they had shotguns everywhere.
Really?
They were not playing.
But wherever else he went, there wasn't that kind of police concern or even anything near to it.
Nothing. No way.
But now it was clear. Everybody knew that he was being hunted.
Right.
Including the police.
Yeah, I guess they can read.
And yet the police were not running interference?
No. No way.
So what conclusions do you draw, and what conclusions did he draw at the time?
That whoever it was, well, like the thing in France, he couldn't land there. He knew that there's no way in the world the Muslims could have arranged that. The French government didn't take orders from Muhammad, from nobody else for that matter. So he knew it had to be somebody way up higher than the average run-of-the-mill person, even local police department. They couldn't have pulled off anything like that. And I guess they're the same forces that got rid of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. He had Secret Service all around him, but that didn't protect him. You see? Who can get better protection than the president?
One would have thought that.
Yeah, one would have thought that. So if they could get him, we wasn't looking for any help from anybody. It's a tough world. It's a risky world. You have to take chances. Things belong to people who grab at them. You can't just sit back and wait for things to happen for you. The whole existence of black people in this country has been a struggle from day one. And what little progress we have made has been because somebody made it happen. It isn't because of the way we part our hair. That's not the reason it's done. Somebody had to make it happen. And that's what Malcolm was trying to do. He's trying to make it happen. And I even meet people now. From Elijah's group. I see them all the time. They're in Harlem. Who just now, well, I guess in the last few years, beginning to see what was really going on then. The trick they were caught up in.
What kind of an attitude did Malcolm himself have about all of these things that were going against him, even though all the man was trying to do was do right? What was his attitude like?
Oh, we had started, so we had to continue. We couldn't turn back. We had to go as far as we could with it. And then the next generation could take off from there.
He knew that was all she wrote.
Oh, yeah. So none of us were planning on dying of old age. I mean, we hadn't even thought about that. One of the reasons why insurance wasn't important to us and all that kind of stuff. You're living so fast, man, you don't have time to think about a lot of things. It's a fast life when people are hunting you all the time. You never know who's going to be after you next. So,
what was his attitude toward police, the Bureau, at that time?
Oh, I don't think we really ever discussed it. We didn't.
It was just taken for granted, though, that they were not a source of protection.
No. In that kind of situation, you look out for yourself the best you can.
Is that why he went through such great lengths with both of you, I guess, to put down a record? You, Earl, you recorded a lot of his speeches.
Yeah.
And Bob, you were taking pictures.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to leave as good a record as possible of what he was about.
That's right.
In the little time that he had. Huh?
Mm. Yeah, we knew that time was running out on us. And especially after the bombing of his house. But even before the bombing of his house. We used to be standing out there on 125th Street in front of chock full of nuts. And Joseph, the captain from down there, used to come by in that old station wagon they had. He had Norman Butler sitting in the right seat right by him. He'd point us out to him, to Butler. And he'd come up there one day and he's pointing us out. So I walked right over to him. I said, get a good look. He said, make sure you get a good look. And don't make no mistakes. And he started smiling. And he drove off. And then another time they came around in a car. We were coming out of the hotel with Malcolm. They pulled right up in front of the Teresa Hotel, and I walked right up to him, and he said something like, I said, I'm like him, brother. I just looked at him. I said, you make sure you get a good look at me. So you just have to let people like that know that you scramble their eggs if you have to.
What happened that day? Your role normally at the Audubon was to record his speeches.
Yeah.
And so you were setting up that day?
I'd already set it up.
And what
we were
happened?
set up before he got there.
Mm-hmm. And when he got there, what did he do?
Well, we stopped in the back and talked for a few minutes. He looked around.
How'd he look?
Haggard, worn, like he'd aged 10 years in the last week. And so we went on into the back of behind the stage of the Audubon. He's sitting back there at a table. And there were 4 or 5 people back there with him. And we were talking about getting it started. And I kept telling him he didn't even have to make a speech. Let's get him out of there. But he wanted to make it anyway. And so Benjamin said he would open up. And he sent me out to call Ralph Cooper. That's what I called Ralph Cooper. He was supposed to have been there, supposed to be heading up some kind of fundraiser for Malcolm after his house was burned. And I told him, well, let somebody else go out and make a phone call. Man, I don't go around making phone calls. The women do that. But he insisted that I do it. And he was just adamant about it. I had to go make the phone call. And when I went out, I was in the phone booth when I heard the first shot. And then there was some more shots. And then here come all these people just pouring out the door. And this guy, later identified as Hare, whatever his name is, he was running out, still had the gun in his hand. And a bunch of people were kicking him and knocking him till they finally knocked him down. And they were kicking him all in the face and chest and everything. And as I remember him, he looked like a zombie. His eyes were bulging, like he was either high on something or he'd been hypnotized. I don't know what was wrong with him, but he just looked like a zombie. And he never let out a sound. And they were about to kick his chest in, and there was no outcry of pain or anything. He looked like a robot.
What did you do?
Well, after this mob kind of got out of the doorway, had those big double doorways, I got into the room, into the main auditorium, and people everywhere. Some were laying on the ground, on the floor. A couple of them were shot. And I went past them, got up to the stage, and Malcolm was laying on his back, and Brother Lukeman was with him, and some other people. And they were opening up his chest, and I saw all those holes. I knew it was over.
Was he still breathing?
No. I don't think so. I mean, it was so hectic, I don't think so. Brother Lukeman was there with him. And then, so I just got my camera out to get as many pictures as I could of everything, because you always have a record of these kind of things. And then when, after, I guess it sounded, to me, it was like 20 minutes or half an hour before the hospital people got in there from across the hospital. The Presbyterian was right across the street. And they wheeled him over there. And then they surrounded the place like it was Fort Knox. I don't know what the hell they think we were going to do. And they wouldn't let any of us in. We had to sneak Betty around the back of the place to get her in. And I came back down. There was a sister, I'll never forget it. She was standing up in the middle of Broadway crying. Standing right out. Muriel, she was one of the secretaries. And so I got with the brothers and I told them that it was all over and that everybody should go home, just remain quiet. They want to run down and blow away everybody at the Muhammad's temple. I said, man, don't be ridiculous. They never do this. Mm-hmm. They could never organize anything like that. So they all agreed with that and they went home. And the next day we went about, from that day on till the funeral, organizing the funeral, making sure it would be held, and getting the brothers who were going to be the pallbearers and all that. And there were bomb threats at the church, Reverend Childs' church. And we let it out that we didn't care what they said. We was going to hold Malcolm's funeral. Just didn't give a damn. We were going to hold it anyway. See, when you understand that everybody dies, that nobody lives forever, then people can't threaten you. You can only be threatened if you're dumb enough to think you can live forever. Then people can threaten you. When you know that everybody out there in the cemetery is dead, there ain't no live people out there, that they're all dead, then people can't threaten you. You can look any man in the eye and tell him to go to hell. And that was our attitude. And we were going to hold this funeral. We didn't care what anybody thought, man. We're going to hold it anyway. So we held the funeral and got him out to the cemetery. Buried him, that was it. But we kept the organization going as long as we could.
Did you take part in that burial?
Certainly, I was right there.
Did you put scoops of earth on his...
No, I didn't get that close. I was watching everything as usual. And
what were nights like for you in those days immediately after the assassination?
Oh, man, I don't think I got a 4 hours sleep straight at no time during that week. From the time he was, as a matter of fact, from the time his house was bombed until we buried him, I never got a full night's sleep. Till after that was all over. And then we had to keep the organization going as best as we could.
Wait a minute, things were hot now.
Certainly.
So what happened? Did you stay in town?
No. I had some place to go and stay. You always have some place to go. If you should plan ahead. Anything you do, have a contingency plan.
So you did leave town?
No, I didn't leave town. I was right here in New York City. I just had some place to be.
But didn't you ultimately go?
Yeah, but before that, the night, say when he was shot that Sunday night, you would never guess where I stayed. I stayed on Sutton Place. That's where I was. And an expensive bed, the chair in there cost $400. That's where I was. And then after that, somebody met me at the Apollo Theater the night they had the fundraiser there. Sammy Davis came up that night, Sammy Davis Jr., and told me that they had gotten word that I should take a vacation. And 3 days later, I was in Ghana.
Why have both of you agreed? I've been after both of you men for a long time to get you in front of a camera to talk about this ugly chapter. What made you finally decide to talk?
Well, I don't like to remember it because it were good times, but the way he died was a very painful part of my life. I don't like to remember it. Maybe it will inspire some of these young people to learn about Malcolm, find out what he was trying to do, and to continue to struggle, because that's, in my view, that's the best thing they can do to help themselves in this mess over here, to learn the strict discipline he had, the toughness of mind, not to be taken off by all of the negative attractiveness of this society, the drugs, this noise that people call disco, and all of the other deceptions that you find in this country. These kids have really got to, the ones that are still capable of doing it, really begin to turn themselves around and look inward for inner strength, because there's nothing outside. Your strength comes from inside, and it comes from understanding who you are and what you're about.
Somebody might say, why would you focus so strong on this man? You know, was he the only hope, really? Well, now, is it possible that all of this hope could reside within one soul?
My knowledge of the history of human beings is from time to time, rare people are born, like Genghis Khan, Gandhi. There are people that stand out in history, like Akhenaten in ancient Egypt, and they seem to personify all of the hopes and aspirations of a whole nation of people. You see it appears in one human being. And when that person appears all around them, they have to support him because he can't do it alone. Like all of these people had to support Gandhi, or India would still be a colony. And they killed him too.
And that's where you place Malcolm.
Oh man, he was a historic figure. He was a holy man. That's one of the reasons he's not alive today, because he hadn't been so pure and kept us and a lot of other people that way. We probably could have kept him long. We could have kept him alive longer, maybe not forever. We could have done it. But we were never allowed to touch anybody, unless in defense. Other than that. And these other people I told you about that offered to assist him, he would not permit it. He was really a holy man. He was too clean to be kept alive in this country. Couldn't do it.
How do you feel, Bob? I think Earl has echoed my sentiments. I think that the reason why I decided to come here now is because it's time. You see, young black people out there are looking for leadership. They're looking for motivation, some kind of inspiration. And it's up to us to provide that for them, to let them know that the only solution to the black problem is not to force yourself on somebody else, to stop begging and knocking at the door and chasing white people all over the globe. It's time to stop and reassess your own values as a human being, and to set proper goals, to learn organization, to learn research techniques, to look at organizations, to organize to solve your own problems. Is there some way in which, in understanding his life and death, it'll be of help to us today?
What they have to understand, well, Americans, people in this country in general, are known for not knowing very much about the past. They have to understand, especially this young generation, that a lot of these people with their MBAs and their sports cars and their corporate vice presidencies, they have to know that they're not there just because of the way they wear their clothes or the way they part their hair. That somebody paved the way for them to get there, and that they owe some debts, and that they have a responsibility to history to do something else other than just check cashers every week. They have a role to play. They have a people to serve. And unless they do that, as George Santayana said, people who don't understand the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them. And there were a group of people in Europe a few years ago who thought they were just other Germans. They thought they were super Germans. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't so. And you've got a lot of people, a lot of our younger people coming out of these schools and going into these corporations. They think they're just another corporate figure. Well, that's not so. No way. That's not so. They're only there because somebody paved the way, and like those kids down in the South, that church that was blown up. They were like preachers down there were trying to get people to register to vote that were killed. Dr. King being killed. Medgar's. All this younger generation need to have it burned into their brain how they got where they are, and that the road was not easy, and that they are not in heaven. That's one of their main problems. They think they're in heaven now, but they're not. They're still here. They got a long ways to go. And there's this book entitled The Choice. There's an article in there where he talks about a study in 1970 by the U.S. Navy. What would be the attitude of white people in this country if black folks were beginning to be systematically suppressed like the Jews in Germany? And the study pointed out that most white people wouldn't care. I mean, that's a horrifying thought for me. I mean, really, really disturbing that anybody would even think to conduct a study like that in this country is scary. But that was the conclusion of it. If they started rounding up black folks and started making them disappear from the city, most people wouldn't care. They just wouldn't care. That's what the study said, that they wouldn't care.
Do you anticipate running into anybody close to this caliber man in the rest of your life on this planet?
It only happens once in a while. Like we had a Toussaint down there in Haiti. We had some of the Santihinis over there in Ghana. We had a John Fitzgerald Kennedy. You look in Washington today and there's no replacement for him. These people only happen every now and then. And that's interesting. You had a young white man and a young black man who tried to make the kind of changes that this country needs, and they were both eliminated. Then you had the man of peace was eliminated. So that tells you that the people who run this show don't plan on making any changes anyway.
Do you think there's a connection between those assassinations and the people who run this show, as you say?
Absolutely.
Do you regret your years with Malcolm?
Not a single day. Not 1 second. None of the brothers do. It's the best thing ever happened to us.
What was it about him that made you willing to lay down your life for him?
Well, for one thing, he was honest. He never lied. If he ever said anything to you, you could bet on it. And he was sincere in what he was trying to do. And I guess I really never thought about things like that. We didn't take time out to think about things like that. Mm-hmm. We had something to do, so we did it. With just a few of us, Luke, myself, Brother John, Brother Ivory.
What is it that hurts you so when you talk about those days, Earl?
It was a chance to really be somebody. This country doesn't allow black males to mature. It allows them to grow up physically, but not to mature mentally, intellectually, spiritually. And Malcolm gave black men that chance in this country.
If you haven't noticed, this man has become a hot topic of discussion and commercial profit these days. Just about everybody has something to say about Malcolm X. Who he was, what he was like, what he stood for, who he hated, and so on. Tragically, most who have had the most to say are ill-equipped to say much at all about Malcolm. And so the search for understanding this extraordinary man continues. Recently, I sat with some of those who actually knew him, and well, and worked with him. You'll hear what they had to say about him right after this.
We are assembled here to talk about a man named El-Haj Malik Shabazz, also known as Malcolm X. All of you had involvement with him, and although you are not much in the public eye nowadays, I think it's appropriate that our audience meets you, and getting to know you, get to know something about this extraordinary man. Maybe it would be wise for us to just go from left to right and have each of you describe what role you had with Malcolm, and then we can take it from there. Just to see.
Well, I met Malik in 1960, and like knowing him and meeting him, it changed my life, considerably.
What were you doing when you met him?
I had just come home from the penitentiary, And my brother took me down, and I met him. And I was there ever since then, until, his death. And during that period, I got married, had a family, and all my children is, product of me meeting him. Him enlightened me.
What role did you play with him?
Well, I was like bodyguard and thing, as lieutenant.
I thought I saw. Aren't you in front of the stand when he used to give those rallies? Isn't that you who was looking mean and fierce?
I see you in front of the stands a lot.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Mr. Grant?
I met him in the restaurant. They used to have on 120th Street. Remember that one before they moved out in 16th? I met him in there. And he started attending the mosque and got involved in photography, things like that, and trying to do some motion picture work down there. And then when he came out, I got involved with him again. And
came out?
Out of the nation. Out of the nation, yeah. I was involved mostly in recording everything that he said, tape recording, some photography, and doing a lot of research for him, and really intelligence gathering, analysis, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Reynolds?
Well, I have to give all praises and thanks to Allah for directing me towards Sister Winifred, which is Brother Gladstone's wife. Thanks to her, I have had the privilege and the blessing to have met Brother Minister Malcolm.
How'd that happen?
Well, we used to work together, and I noticed this sister, there was something different about this sister. She sort of had like a head, she was just a beautiful sister, and I sort of geared toward her because she was always reading something, and we became friends, and I was always interested in what she was reading, and when she showed me some of the books she was reading, and she found that I was interested in some of the things she was saying, she invited me to come and go to Temple number 7, as it was known at that time. And I went with her. And my life, since that day that I went, has been changed. And I can never stop thanking her for introducing me to the religion of Islam. And I have the greatest respect for Master Farad Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad. But I must say that my most knowledge of what I've learned and how I was able to teach myself and to understand truth and different things like that came directly from Minister Malcolm X. And though I didn't live in the days of Jesus, I didn't know Moses, I didn't know Garvey, but to me Malcolm was my Jesus, and I thank God for the day that I met him.
Strong statement. Mm-hmm. Mr. Alexander.
Well, Malik Shabazz, beautiful brother. I came into the nation behind this brother over here, Sidney. I was interned, and when I came out on my release day, he met me.
Oh, you were a bad dude, too.
Well, actually badder than a bad dude. Everything. Drugs, alcohol, women, everything was my lifestyle at that particular time. That's what I was doing being interned. But after I came home, thanks to Seeley, he took me down to the mosque number 7. And right away I sat there and I enjoyed Malik Shabaz's message. And I signed up for my ex that same day. After that, I went through the FOI diligently and became assigned to security for Malik Shabazz. And this is where the whole episode started. This brother, Sidney, a late brother, Brother Kenneth, which we used to call Bullet, and myself, we escorted the minister everywhere at that particular time.
What did they call you? Did you have a nickname?
Butch. Uh-huh. But Gladstone X was my name.
I see.
You understand? And the X, now I see the X thrown out so far, but the X is unknown because the last name was given to us by the slave master.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Ferguson.
When I came under the influence of Brother Malcolm and met Brother Malcolm, I had just about given up on the struggle that was going on at that time, that so-called struggle. I felt that the whole thrust of the integrationist movement was wrong, incorrect. I felt that this country, under no circumstances, would ever accept black people as equal and as full citizens. And when Brother Malcolm came on the scene, I listened to him. I found him to be a very political person, although he was in a religious organization. I found him to be a very courageous person. He was speaking to the needs of black people. He was analyzing our situation and giving remedies for it. And I was attracted to him for that reason. To the extent that I asked one of the Muslim brothers if it would be possible for me to join the Nation of Islam, but not actively participate in the religion. I never got an answer. He said he'd have to ask in Chicago. But I know there were a number of people who wanted to join the Nation of Islam. And when I got no answer, I said that if this brother should ever leave the Nation of Islam, I would go with him. I would work with him, because I felt that he was too large to be in a straitjacket like I felt the Nation of Islam placed him in. At that time, I had no indication, there was no indication that he would ever leave the Nation of Islam, that the problem would develop as it did later on. But when he did leave the nation, by that time I had met Brother Malcolm. I had gone to the mosque several times and listened to him speak. I had attended several of his rallies on street corners. Whenever he was on television, I made it my business to listen to him, and his line was so correct. He was so straight, and he was saying what so many of us wanted to say, but for whatever the reason we're afraid to say it. He had that courage. But the analysis that he made of our situation and the remedy that he prescribed is what caught my attention. And when he left the Nation of Islam, and he founded the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, I became a member of that group, and I remember well the night that he announced the formation of it. I believe it was at the Dawn Palace. Dawn Casino. Where is that? On 7th Avenue. Yeah, right. I was sitting in the back.
139th.
And he announced the founding of it, and that some people had joined. And he made a reference to me, but he didn't call my name. And when he then formed his second organization, the OAAU, the Organization of African American Unity, he asked me to be the chairman of the Education Committee, and I accepted that.
Let's talk a little bit about his personal qualities. We know him as a fiery, brilliant orator and an intellect. But what kind of a person was he in just normal conversation? Not all at once. I mean, I thought you all had something to say. You're all sitting here quiet.
No, I thought he was directing it in, but you speak first and I'll follow you. He was highly spiritual as far as I'm concerned. I remember an incident. We were having a rally, or going to set up a rally at 116th Street over by 5th Avenue, over that way. And I was riding security with Malik Shabazz on the way, and the crowds was recognizing us as we went. There was a guy with a wino, which is he drank wine, rushed up to Malik out of the blue. So behind that, my job was to check him. So when I checked him to find out that he just wanted, to touch Malik, I said, well, just stay on the side and don't cause no trouble, my brother, because I know you've been, drinking. Guy said, I just want to touch him and ask him for 40 cents. So I can get me a pint of wine. And Malik Shabazz went in his pocket and gave him. He said, brother Gladstone, I appreciate everything, with the security, but, we have to get to our brothers any which way we can.
Anybody else can tell me about his personal qualities?
Well, let me say that for those that didn't know him or didn't have the opportunity or the pleasure or the blessing of having just been exposed to him, he was such a different person down from the rostrum, you know.
Yeah.
He was so humble and so almost shy. You know, you would not even believe he was the same. He was such a good person, you know. He was. You wouldn't believe that he wasn't. You would figure he was always fiery, but he wasn't. You know, when he had the opportunity to just speak on a one-on-one or talk to, he was just as humble and just as kind, and never ever, you know, felt that you were taking too much of his time or anything. They used to get mad at me in the temple because I'm the sister. That's the sister that always asks all those questions. But, you know, and every question that I asked, you know, Brother Malcolm took the time to try to explain it to me to the best of his ability that I could understand it, because, you know, you almost have to draw pictures for me.
What would you say to someone who would say, this Sister Jean Reynolds is laying it on a bit thick when she says Moses and Jesus and puts Malcolm in that company? What would you say to somebody who challenges
I would say
you?
to them, brother or sister or whoever you are, evidently you didn't have the opportunity to be exposed to this great man, you know, because maybe they would doubt that someone walked with Jesus or with Moses or with Garvey or what have. To me, Malcolm was my Jesus. And as I said before, not to take anything away from Master Farad Muhammad or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you know, but Malcolm was most instrumental in my learning who I was and in my understanding, because he was most instrumental. And when I say that it changed my life, it was a void in my life. I don't know what it was I was looking for until I went to Temple number 7. That's what it was. You know, it changed my husband, my children. All the time, they were right there, always listening to Malcolm.
Did it have an impact on your marriage relationship? I mean, the way in which you and your husband related to each other?
Well, for the better, yes, it did. It really did.
Really?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Because my husband, like Brother Badstone, who went to school with him and said, you know, they were all OD out there, you know. So they all, and they all were somewhat in the same, you know. And my husband was, you know, very much in the same category. But when he heard, you know, Minister Malcolm, it just changed our lives entirely.
But if I may come in here, in support of what she has said, very objectively, I would say that Malcolm was the most moral man I've ever met, I've ever known. His spirituality, it was that he was a totally clean person, and history has borne that out.
Absolutely.
He died in 1965. Till today, we've never heard even a whisper or a hint that the man's character was anything but 100% good. And it was expressed through his love of people.
Yes.
He was very humble, as you've said.
Yes,
it's difficult not to think of him in the terms that she has thought of, has mentioned him. When you read about those men, Jesus and Moses and Garvey, he exemplified those kinds of traits.
What was it that he first said to you that had such an impact? Do you remember the first time you heard him? Here you are, a rough, tough dude, and nobody can tell you anything, and all of a sudden you hear something from a man that turns you around. What did he say?
Well, one thing, the teaching itself, the way he expressed it, is more or less like, it like captivates you, you know. And then when he starts like breaking down the different sciences and stuff like that, you know, it makes your mind to start to opening up, and you know. So then you want to seek and you want to find out more. Like I was with him once when he went to the Senate, and reporters was trying to keep him and Martin Luther King from meeting. So you got to have the doors in there, and cut him off. And
oh, you were there?
Yes, I was there. So one of the reporters said, he said that man's mind runs 90 miles a minute. And I've seen him like talk to different people, 6 different people ask him a question. He would just hold his hand and answer each one, or whatever questions they asked him, he'd answer one by one.
So he was more a teacher.
He's a teacher.
Yeah.
Not just a speech maker, but he taught when he spoke.
Yeah. As he spoke, it was very, it was very enlightening, because the potency of what he was speaking about was so sincere. You could feel the sincerity in whatever question or topic y'all were talking about. It just took over. As far as spiritual enlightenment from Malik Shabazz, one time we had a interview with one of the Channel 4 reporters. At the time, I think it was, I don't want to mention no name. Yeah. But one of the reporters was interrogating him. And it was along the time about his coming to as Malcolm X. And his answers to the questions that they were putting at him so fast and so rapid, and his truth was so potent that they all backed off. They all backed off, as if to say, well, when the truth come, a lie got to leave.
He addressed more than just a problem of race then. He was talking about spirituality, family,
orientation, history.
You know, one thing that I think that was so effective with Brother Malcolm, he could reach the common man.
Yeah.
You know, he could speak with the highest and the lowest, and he could make you understand, and you felt, when he spoke to us anyway, or to me, you know, I just felt the warmth, you know, the trueness of the brother, you know. And he could, if you said just that, those, ain't, he could make you understand whether you were high or low. And I think that was very important. And he was able to reach.
Yeah. That was like coming from my own technical background, there was like a force field around Malcolm, like a magnetic field or something.
Yeah.
When you were in his presence and he was talking to you, there was almost like a non-verbal communication took place. He would be speaking to you, but you could actually feel his presence.
Absolutely.
And you could feel his sincerity.
Absolutely.
And he had the fastest intellect I've ever met in human beings. Because of my technical background, I've met a lot of fast people in different situations. But I never met anybody that was as fast as Malcolm. You could explain something, and I used to have to explain technical things to him about recordings, about using my motion picture camera and all that. I'd tell him one time. And he would go out with that camera and operate like a professional. And he'd never used a movie camera before in his life. One time, and he had it.
Ain't that God?
He was just fast. And as for these, like Brother Sidney was saying, Malcolm, the way I explained to people, I say, especially young people, I said he was like a mental samurai. Not with a steel sword, but with his mind. He was never caught off guard.
Absolutely.
And the whole group, like in this samurai movie, Harry Kiri, where they all surround Mufuni and they had their spears pointing at him. He was down on his knees in the prayer position. I've seen Malcolm be like that, surrounded with people, and take them off one at a time. They didn't even know it hit them. So what I tell young people today is you have to train yourself to be a mental samurai. And a samurai trained every day. You always practice.
Okay, let's talk about that. This didn't come out of thin air. He once used to run the streets. How did he develop this toughness and this sharpness that you're talking about?
He read.
He read a lot.
He read everything.
He read everything.
You seldom saw him without something in his hands that he was reading. If he was sitting backstage waiting to come out at the Audubon Ballroom to speak to the public, he would be sitting backstage reading something. And interestingly enough, he was able to not only read things, but to digest them, to analyze them, and then use them to substantiate his positions. You could never challenge him that he couldn't document anything that he said. It wasn't that I think this, I believe. he would say, I believe this and it's correct because, and he could cite chapter and verse, and that was why it was so difficult for anyone to challenge him.
What did he read?
He read African history, he read revolutionary, he read, I think the man read everything. I don't think that he passed up anything. I know he read his Quran, he read the Bible, he read everything. He started by reading the dictionary.
He read the Bible too. He had a good, clear interpretation of what was going on in the Bible.
Good thing you said about him reading, because I brought 2 books with me that we had. This came out in 1963, and we were required, the brothers, to read this book. One is The Craft of Intelligence by Alan Dulles. His brother was John Foster Dulles. This was a former head of the CIA. The other one was Secretary of State. And Stanley Lovell was the man in the CIA who developed a lot of their devices they use for their, what they call their black operations. And Malcolm said, you have to know these kinds of things, but these are the rules of the game. And you can't play in this thing if you don't know how people do these kinds of things.
So you're saying that not only did he understand our social condition, but he understood the conditions that created it. So he understood how city government and state government and federal government worked.
We were coming from the Militant Labor Forum. One night he spoke down there, and we were standing outside waiting for the car to pick him up, Brother Reuben and myself. I think Brother John was there. And Malcolm had been talking about what it meant to be head of the Senate Armed Services Committee and what it meant to be head of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And so when we were standing out there, I told him, I says, you know, you have stopped talking about calling all white people devils, which they don't care about. They'll pay you honorarium to come and call them that. I said, when you start explaining how this system operates, then they get interested in you differently. And I said, from this point on, it's going to be different. And it was.
Do you see that he had the same power of understanding of what was going on globally?
Absolutely. See, my only concern, well, not my only concern, but at least one of them, about this big event that's about to take place on the screen is whether or not they're going to even mention or focus on his activities in Egypt, in Ghana, in all of those countries, his trip to the OAU, his meeting with heads of states over there, and how much they thought of him, these things like that. That should be there. If it's not, then it's a glaring omission.
Well, since you're here, what impact did he have overseas? What did he do over there?
He was beginning, well, he talked to them from our conversations with him. He told them that the OAU had to be more than just a collection of heads of states and their foreign ministers where they used to just come together and discuss things politically. They really had to start thinking of Africa in terms of the United States of Africa, which Nkrumah was talking about all the time, telling them that Africa could not exist as those little raggedy countries, and this is 25 years ago. And look at Africa now. So he was trying to prevent what you see over there right now.
Malcolm, what is your purpose here? Well, my purpose here is to remind the African heads of state that there are 22 million of us in America who are also of African descent, and to remind them also that we are the victims of America's colonialism or American imperialism, and that our problem is not an American problem, it's a human problem. It's not a Negro problem, it's a problem of humanity. It's not a problem of civil rights, but a problem of human rights.
And what do you hope for from this conference?
Well, we hope to bring pressure upon them, or rather we hope to impress upon them the importance of their bringing pressure and world opinion upon the United States to take some meaningful effort to solve our problem in America. We want them to help us get our problem before the United Nations and charge America with violating our human rights in the same way that South Africa is charged with violating the human rights of our people in that area.
And what sort of reaction have you been getting from the African leaders?
Well, I've gotten a good reaction, a very sympathetic reaction, and an understanding reaction. Many of them have been misinformed by the American government into thinking that black people in America don't identify with Africa, and therefore they've restrained themselves from voicing their interest in our problem. But I've impressed upon them that our problem is their problem, as well as their problems are our problems.
The best proof that he had a positive impact from our point of view was when he couldn't land in France.
Yep.
Now, France is not exactly a little backwater country. And when he couldn't land there, that tells you that, as I said, we were standing out in front of the militant labor forum. It's going to be different from now on. So if he'd been going over there to call all them devils, well, he'd have been welcome into France. But he was telling people in those French colonial countries, they've got to get themselves free and all these kinds of things.
And I had gotten an invitation to visit Paris from the Afro-American community in Paris, which was sponsoring a rally in conjunction with the African community. And I was supposed to go there Tuesday also and address them and let them know the state of development or lack of development of our progress in this country for human rights or toward human rights. As many of you know, when I got to Paris, the man said I couldn't come in. Some man, French man. They gave me no explanation other than to say, we have our orders. They wouldn't let me phone the American embassy, and they tried to imply that the American embassy was behind it, which I told them that I didn't know de Gaulle had become a satellite of Lyndon B. Johnson. I knew that Kennedy had made a satellite out of Khrushchev and Britain and half of these other countries, but I didn't think that France was a satellite of the United States. Well, this made them angry because they like to be independent, you know.
Brother Malcolm brought the struggle of black people in the United States for independence and land to the awareness of the African heads of nations. That the struggle that they were having over there, yes, of the world, that they were, their struggle and our struggle were the same struggle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that this, the racism, the imperialism that was affecting us here was affecting them.
Yes.
We had the same common enemy, and that's what made him so dangerous, because they began to, because of his very clear analysis and the way that he could explain these things, that they began to understand that there was a relationship between the 22 million or more Africans, new Africans here in the United States, and those around the world.
Yeah.
Then the other thing that he was able to accomplish is he was accepted by the Orthodox Islamic community.
Mecca.
And he made the trip to Mecca. Exactly.
Mecca. He went all the way.
Exactly. And now you have, here's a man who has the attention of all black people in the United States.
Yeah.
Now he has gotten the attention of the Arabic world. He's gotten the attention of the African world, and he comes back to the United States to bring all of this together. And they had to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And they had to do it before he could get his organizations moving, because the OAAU was modeled after the OAU.
OAU, that's right.
And the whole program, when he talked to us, we talked about the aims and objectives. It was always thinking in terms of the internationalization of our struggle and the fact that we are not a minority. He emphasized that we are a majority because we are black people, and the black people or colored people of the world are the majority.
Yeah.
It's popular now for everybody to say that Malcolm was their man, but it wasn't the case in those days.
May I?
See, just like, excuse me, it's just like when all these great scientists and things, you know, start with an invention. Everybody rejected it because they didn't understand where it was coming from. Then they have to start working for down the line, they begin to see, well, this is good. And then they say, well, you know, we understand it. They accept it then. But he was trying to break up all these isms. All these colonialism, communism, all of them is the same isms. There's, see, the only thing they put a prefix on the word to change it. To make you think that it's something different.
Yeah.
But all of them was the same. Isms.
Right.
But how did this hatred, how could that grow among some black people?
Well, he explained, I think he tried to explain this. I think he did explain it when he gave us the parable of the field slave versus the house slave. And he pointed out how in slavery time the master would take the slaves that were most amenable and most that wanted to be like him, and he'd bring them into the house. He'd give them his old clothes. They would eat better food, and they wanted to be like the master.
He'd eat leftover food.
Leftover foods and all of that. They lived better than the field slave, however. He worked from sun to sun.
You got the speech down cold.
You gotta believe it. It's part of what guides me. It's and I think that is the explanation for it. That although we all have been kept here in captivity, our ancestors were brought here as prisoners of war and were made into slaves. We're told that they were slaves, so that we'd have no knowledge of our rich past, our African past. So we were told we are slaves, and that's what they tell our children in schools today. However, though that is not true. Our ancestors were prisoners of war because they were captured as a result of the European waging war on our ancestral homeland.
Let me ask Butch, what impact did he have on your manhood, your sense of manhood?
Well, that was a strange transition that I had with him. I remember how I came into this manhood with Malik and Shabazz. We went downtown to protest on a precinct with a police brutality thing. And the precinct was all the way down, the fourth precinct, one of those big precincts down there. Something had happened down there with the African American, and the police had came in and just disrupted the person and everything. Malik took us down there, the Muslims, got on the subway, we went down there, and we surrounded the whole precinct for a spokesman to come out and talk to Malik Shabazz. They had police all on the roof, they had them everywhere. And even some of the ones that was with us, you could see the fear of what they were under come to their eyes. But I stood so tall because Malik had no fear in him at all about what he did. Then I was wondering, well, what am I doing here? Because it was so put together in such a way that the police came out and surrounded us.
So what are you telling me about how he made you feel about yourself?
He made me feel tall. Behind all the R's, the guns. We didn't have no guns. We didn't have nothing. We just went down there with him to demonstrate against this protest. With this protest. And it made me feel stand-up because I never stood up in a situation like that before. I always stood up with my own people, knocking them down or something like that. But when I came against the society that's throwing down on me, and I know that they can take my life with one shot, I felt good standing there with Malik Shabazz. I was ready to do whatever it was with him.
Sister Jane, what impact did he have on you and your sense of your womanness?
Oh, brother, listen. It's the time that, this was around the 60s when I first came in contact.
You were a Christian up until then?
Well, yes, I was raised in a Christian home, but I had doubts about all of that as well.
Okay.
Like I said, it was something that was missing, and I didn't find out what it was until I found out what it was. But I was involved in the school fight at that time with my young children at that time. I had kept my children out of school because there was only one school available, my son at the time, George, there was only one school available for him to go to when he came out of junior high, what is it called, grade school, going into junior high school. 139 was the only school available for him. And I was determined that I was not going to send him there. And
So
anyway, by going to the mosque and what have you, temple, I would ask Brother Malcolm certain questions. He told me, sister, he said, you stand up and fight for what you believe in. He said, and when you're talking to the devil, he said, you look him straight in the eye when you're talking to him. He took the fear out of me, you know, and he put a backbone in my husband as well. And because of that, you know, I kept my child out of school like for 5 months. They threatened to put me in jail. They threatened to do everything to me, but the encouragement and that Malcolm gave me, you know, I just believed everything the brother said, and I was writing to him, because right to this day, things that are happening right now, I can look back and say Malcolm said it. I mean, and this is for real. And he used to say the 1990s would be the decade of truth. He used to say that the Ku Klux Klan would be on the police force. He used to say that the time would come when you wouldn't know women from men. You know, he's all of it that is happening now, every single thing. I used to tell my husband, Johnny, you know, we shouldn't even be surprised in anything because we were forward. Malcolm told us everything, you know. But he just made me a strong, well, I was determined, but he made me a strong woman to give whatever I had, like, to my children, and it made it possible that they came up in the worst of everything, but they were able to hold their heads above water and never, ever cause us any embarrassment, like all of our children, you know, because of him. He just gave us that, I have to use this term for lack of a better term, that shot in the arm that we needed.
A champion, we have the best trained employees and loan officers in the business. They'll put you at ease and take the time to walk you through the second mortgage process step by step.
Malcolm X, one of this century's preeminent figures in the human rights struggle. The Like It Is documentary El Haj Malik Shabazz is now being made available by the National Black Archives for $29.95. Send your money order to National Black Archives, P.O. Box 2284, South Burlington, Vermont. Or by phone, the toll-free number is 1-800-843-0048, Master or Visa card only.
The forces that took his life. What do you think were the forces that went into play?
Well, the forces that took his life is more global than one would just initiate a look at. I think it's governmental. I think it was a covert operation. I would go as far as to say that, because covert operations have been instigated against our African people ever since Garvey. All the militants and the rebel Africans had to meet a covert operation if they had any good grounds of getting the people's attention. I'm talking about the African attention here. So
there weren't any white people pulling the trigger that day.
No, because we have a black convert in the CIA that does the work. They call them Oreo cracker, because the one that calls the message in Washington, D.C., they have their own agents of our color to instigate the same message that the government wants to proceed with. So, in all, I thought it was governmental, because the first thing the government was worried about, they separated Martin Luther King and Malik Shabazz. But at a meeting where we were at, they looked like they were trying to resolve their differences. And they know that if these two potent African Americans ever get their head, they'll turn this whole United States over on its head. And therefore, something had to be initiated. Yeah, they killed King.
There's no question in my mind it was governmentally inspired. They had to get rid of him. First of all, he had fathered the Black Nationalist revolutionary struggle that was beginning to mount to replace the integrationist movement here in the United States. A number of organizations, revolutionary radical organizations, had come into being as a result of his presence and his teachings. Organizations like the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, the Republic of New Africa, and the Black Liberation Army. And then they had to get rid of him. And so they seized on the fact that there were a group of people, obviously within the Nation of Islam, who were jealous of his closeness to the messenger, to Elijah Muhammad. And I think that they were able to exploit that. I'm sure that in the Nation of Islam, they had agents at very high levels that had infiltrated that organization. I mean, this is according to their own, they admit this themselves. And so I think that they were able to exploit the differences, and then it reached the point where he was put out of the nation, he was expelled from the nation, and then they were able to start working on him, and then they set up the hit. Now, how they got these black men to come in and do the job, I don't know whether they themselves are agents or I don't know. But I am positive that it was the United States government, its intelligence agencies that did that job. I was there when it happened, the professional manner in which it was carried out.
You were there?
Yes, I was there in the ballroom the day it happened. And the fact that here are a group of men who come into a building that is filled with hundreds of Malcolm's followers who would literally give their lives for him. They go up and shoot him down in front of these people, fill him with bullets, stand there after he's fallen and still continue to fire bullets into his body. They must have been assured that their escape was guaranteed. Somebody had to have made them believe that their escape from that building was a foregone conclusion. There'd be no problem. And the only people who could do that would have been the police department of New York City.
Where were you seated?
I was seated on the left-hand side facing the stage. I was in one of the, I think they call them banquets. Those booths.
Yeah.
Yes, I was. Yes, okay. I was 1, 2, 3, about 5 or 6 booths from the stage.
You saw the gunman then? You saw the gunman?
Well, from where I was sitting, when the commotion broke out, the two guys, one jumped up, knocked over a chair, get your hand out of my pocket. I looked over and I saw the two guys. And at the same moment, I swung back around to watch the stage because Malcolm had, when the commotion broke out, he stepped out from behind the podium and raised his hand like this and leaned forward and said, "Cool it, brothers and sisters." I saw him do that. At the same instant, I heard this loud explosion, boom! And he had started to lower his hands like this, and that hand went back up like this. Just a reflex action almost. And then the shots began to ring out, a fusillade of shots. And he just stood there as though something was holding him up. And I remember saying to myself, if they would just stop shooting, maybe he'd survive. Then he fell backwards. He didn't bend, he didn't crumple, he just fell backwards like a tree falling, and his head hit the stage with such a loud noise. I said, well, that's got to be the end of it. If the bullets didn't do it, he split his head open from that fall. And after everything quieted down...
Well, wait a minute, there must have been pandemonium now.
Total pandemonium. People screaming, chairs falling over, everybody scrambling to get to take cover. When the shooting stopped, it was as quiet as you could. You didn't hear a sound. It was as though time had stood still. And I looked across, and in where the center aisle had been, there were 3 men standing. They were standing one behind the other. The first guy had on a cap and a quarter-length coat, and there was some weapon in his hand. I couldn't tell whether it was a pistol or sort of what. Anyway, it was almost as though they were frozen in time. And then, as though a signal had been given, they started running towards the back of the auditorium. And they were stepping over people and chairs. And as they got near the back, some shots rang out. And then they turned and went through the exit leading to the steps. They took the outside of the building. And that was the last I saw of them. I then went outside. I looked up on the stage and I saw people around Brother Malcolm. And I said, well, there's no point in going up there. He's dead with all those bullets in him. And I went downstairs out in the street. Pandemonium was outraged. People had rushed out in the street following these men. And to my right, there was a group of people with a man who later on turned out to be Hagen, I think his name.
Hayer,
okay.
yeah, Talmadge
They were
Hayer.
pulling on him. A policeman fired a round in the air, and they got this man from the crowd, threw him in a police car, and the car drove off.
Our panel discussion about Malcolm will continue next week. Join us then. Welcome to Like It Is. This edition continues last week's panel discussion with some of those who were close to Malcolm X. We'll get started in a moment. Last week, our guests described their contacts with Malcolm and how he impacted on their lives. The discussion ended with a detailed eyewitness account of Malcolm's assassination, given by Herman Ferguson, who was there. We continue now from that point.
I was still on the corner. There was a pharmaceutical building right there. Or
right around the corner.
Right around the corner, right. Okay, I stood there, and then I saw something that stayed with me for the longest time, and I never understood it to this day. A police car came around the corner from Broadway and just parked, like we say, catty-cornered, right there at that corner. And it stopped. And there was a policeman in that car, but nobody else. And I stood on the corner there, and I watched. And then another police officer came walking toward this car, escorting a man who looked to me sort of Middle Eastern kind of coloring. He had on a fez with gold braid and what's not, an overcoat. And obviously in agony, he was carrying him like this. The man was bent over, and he took him to the car, opened the back door, put him in the back seat. The officer gets in the front seat. I'm thinking that this is one of our people because of the fez.
Yeah.
And I step over to the car, and I put my head in the back seat of the window and looked in the man's face to see if I recognized him. And he was in agony. I don't know, and he was holding his stomach like, I don't know whether he'd been shot or what. I was totally confused at that point. The police officer who had gotten in the front seat, who had brought him there, said to the driver, let's get out of here. And they drove off, and they went over the hill, and the car, police car, went out of sight.
Sister Jean, while Brother Ferguson was running the story, you were obviously upset. You were not in the Audubon that day.
Brother Gil, all I remember about that day, I was there.
You were there?
Yes, but how I got downstairs, everything is just sort of like a blank, you know. But I was with Sister Betty, you know, downstairs in front of the Audubon.
Were you sharing the same booth that Sister Betty had?
No, I wasn't. I don't even know how I got with her or how I got down the steps or any of that. That was just like a total blank to me. But I do remember, I don't know if you were there the Sunday before, they did the same thing that Sunday before. It was like a dry run. Get your hands out my pocket, brother. That's what taught me. Whenever I hear any kind of commotion or anything like that, I don't turn away to look anymore. Because when everybody turned away to see what this confusion was about, that's when they opened fire. You know, it was sort of to divert your attention from what was going on. I can't really truthfully say that I remember any more than that. Just standing there, I remember being with Sister Betty. I remember it seems like I went to a police precinct with her, and that's about, you know.
Aside from the obvious, though, what was the source of your obvious pain as you were listening to this story once again?
Just the very thought of it, and like everything that Brother said, you know, like it just brought back the previous Sunday, because we were there that previous Sunday, and it was some sort of commotion then. Of course, at that time, I didn't know that it was a setup for the next week, but that's what they did, you know. And the thing that just pained me so is, I think Brother Benjamin came out first.
He did.
Yes.
He spoke.
It seems like and
you
Mm-hmm.
then,
always open up for Brother Benjamin.
Right. I don't know if Brother Malcolm said Assalamu Alaikum.
He did say that, yes.
It's just bits and pieces. I was absolutely... the only reason why I was able to stand up is to be, you know, and not just get that feeling that I had, you know, was because I was standing beside Sister Betty downstairs. How I got there, brother?
But this is the kind of reaction they expected. It's a total confusion.
And chaos, you know.
And Mr. Alexander, may I call you Butch?
Yes, sir.
Where were you that day?
Well, me and Suleiman and Kenneth, I think Kenneth came on his own, but Malik had told me in Suleiman about 3 or 4 weeks, because we was riding shotgun with him, and we all was strapped. We had pistols. Malcolm had one, he had one, and I had one. So this night we was taking him home. We had a couple cars, and he stood outside and told us that he didn't want us riding security with him anymore. He said because he felt that something was going to happen, and he didn't want no one to be taken down with him like us that he loved so much. So he said, we just put the guns up. He said, you go home and put your pistol up. I'll go home and put mine. He said, we just do it like that. You understand? So that's how I wasn't even there that Sunday, the 2 weeks before, because he had told us that he didn't want us, you understand, to be with him. All right, Sidwan?
Did you give him an argument about that?
I asked him why, but I knew why.
But didn't you feel that that was a wrong decision? Shouldn't he have really...
Well, he felt so deeply about it. After when we did put up any opposition about it, he felt so deeply about it.
So he felt it was just better to stand there and
I don't know
be filled with bullets?
This goes back even farther than this incident, because earlier he had cut out anybody bringing weapons, in any of his security were using weapons in the meeting place in the Audubon Ballroom. He had stopped that, and he had also stopped.
What was the reason?
Well, he felt that when he explained to us in our meetings with him, the OAAU people, that he felt that it was frightening people away. He wanted to attract people who would come in and who would feel safe and would feel that the old image of the Nation of Islam, people being searched, weapons being on display, that it would play into that image that the system was trying to portray of Malcolm and his organization.
But nonetheless, the man's days were numbered. He knew it, you knew it, everybody knew it.
Malcolm was the type of person that when he gave an instruction and he explained it to you, there wasn't much room left for arguing.
I was just going to say something like that. You know, whatever he said, you just believe 100% wholeheartedly. Yes. Brother Malcolm said that you wouldn't dare think of going against his wishes or whatever.
Why is that? Why?
Because we knew he loved us and we loved him, and you wouldn't dare. I don't know if you would call it disrespect or what, but you wouldn't. If Brother Malcolm said thus and so, I'll never forget when we went to the Dawn Casino that night. It was a group of people there, right? Everybody came down to go around to shake his hand and what have you. One thing beautiful about the brother, he had to be who he was to me. He didn't have a swelled head or anything. He was just concerned about his people and their freedom. And when I got to him, first my husband Johnny shook his hand, then I got to him and I said, Brother Malcolm, I'm for you. He stopped me right there. He said, sister, you don't be for me or nobody else. You be for truth and what's right. And I never forgot that. You be for truth and what's right. Like, in other words, he could have chested out and say, you know, he wouldn't even let me finish. That's how beautiful and sincere and genuine that brother was.
Earl Grant, you've been sitting here very quietly listening to everything.
Yeah.
It's difficult, believe me.
You see, he knew the game was up. And as a leader, he had the responsibility to preserve as many of his people as he could. That's what any general, any commanding officer under combat does. You don't sacrifice your people needlessly. And so he took all of these steps to make sure we would survive. Like, we were in the back room, they're off to the side, the right side. And Benjamin was there, myself, James 67, and a couple of the sisters secretaries. And he wanted somebody to go make a phone call, can't think of his name. They had to run the amateur show at the Power Theater. Ralph Cooper.
He was supposed to be
there. Yeah, Ralph Cooper was supposed to be there. They were going to have some kind of fundraiser. And so he told me to go out. Well, man, I didn't go out. I didn't make phone calls. That's what the sisters did to somebody, some of the secretarial staff. And we wasn't concerned with that. No, he insisted that I go out there. I mean, he absolutely would not let anybody else make the phone call. And I'd never spoke to Ralph Cooper before in my life. And looking back on it, that was his way of getting me out of the room, because I'd have been standing right up front with that big tape recorder.
You mean to tell me you think he knew it was going to go down that day?
Certainly.
He sent Benjamin off the stage, which is most unusual. Benjamin normally, after introducing him, would go sit down.
Sit down, right
there and sit on the stage with him. As Benjamin finished speaking, Malcolm came in just before Benjamin finished speaking. He sat down. He had his pad there. And then when Benjamin stopped and introduced him, Malcolm got up, and as they crossed paths, Malcolm going to the podium, Benjamin going to sit down, he stopped Benjamin and whispered something in his ear. And Benjamin went back off the stage, down to the back, and I remember out of the corner of my eye, Benjamin was back, almost in the back of the stage when the commotion broke out. And that's what saved his life. Had he been on that stage, anybody on that stage would have been killed. The shots that rang out.
I'm having difficulty understanding why Malcolm would expose himself like that. If he knew that he was going to be shot, why wouldn't he take some sort of defensive action? Why would he send everybody away, remove his perimeter of defense, and almost bare his breast to the assassin? Why would he do that?
Well, he was a samurai.
He just felt it was hopeless and that it was going to go down anyway.
Yeah, he was a samurai.
Because he knew assassinations that occur in this country with presidents, you could have the Secret Service and the FBI around you. If the assassin is there, it's it. It's the shot. You understand?
I think he started putting things in order when he came back from the trip to France.
He had just come back from France or Africa in one way. And we went to the airport and picked him up. And we've been putting him in and taking him up, waking him up, and taking him out. You understand? This was almost a shock to me when he said what he did. This was before all of this. You understand? This was just the primary. He said, well, you're Gladstone, Suleiman, Kenneth. He said, listen, you all been with me on security, blah, blah, blah. And he said, listen, I see this as, it's like you said, he knew deep down inside that there was going to be some kind of reaction against him.
Where were you actually when it happened?
Well, it's fuzzy where we were. Where were we? Do you remember where we were, Suleiman?
When you heard.
I was there.
You were there. You saw it. Where were you?
When I first got there, and all the people that were supposed to be there wasn't there, my first reaction, I went to the brother that was head of security. I said, ask him, did he search the people who's coming in? He said, no. Malcolm said, don't search anyone coming in. So I told him, I said, brother, I said, you know, it hasn't been attempts on his life. I said, you head of security. I said, you're supposed to search. Regardless of what he said, you're supposed to search. Exactly what I told him. So then we went back out. He said, well, we can't send the people back out to search now, you know. But what I saw was nobody on the podium. I said something, and that's when I went to the head security. I said something's not right. You see, because every time we had a meeting, the people would be there before Malcolm got there, sitting down and thinking. There's nobody there. The police wasn't upstairs. Nothing.
They was hiding.
They weren't even there.
No, they was downstairs, but they were hiding. They were downstairs.
But when I drove up, I noticed there was one policeman standing across the street. When I parked my car and came back, he was gone.
Yeah.
And I never saw any more police
None
after it was over.
They were there, but they were hidden.
They were downstairs.
Downstairs, hidden spots. They knew what was going on before it went down.
But you know, I think that Brother Malcolm. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
No, what I was saying in reference to him realizing or knowing, you know, it wouldn't be long. I'll never forget, he said, you can kill the tiger, but what you going to do with the cubs? And I never forgot that. So he sort of, I think he knew.
You know, Garvey said that too.
Well, Malcolm said it too. I've heard Malcolm say it right there at 116th Street. You can kill the tiger, but what you going to do with the cubs?
King knew he had Jackson, Abernathy, all them around him. It looked like whenever a true person, a leader, is exposed, and they know that, you know, that their life has been in jeopardy for what they're teaching or trying to get across in this racist government that there's some kind of revelation comes down, you know. And then when it comes straight to the person, because there's a connection with the Almighty, that's when he got the nerve to say, oh, listen, y'all been with me all the while. I don't want to. I know that this is died, you know, died and cast, or cast and died. Y'all go ahead and, you know.
Get out the way.
Yeah. Because I know I'm the one they really want to kill. And he mentioned that to me. I don't know if we had picked him up at the airport or we was outside his house or whatever. And he just told me, because he had a pistol, he had one, Malik had one, and Kenneth had one. And we had been carrying them. It's a wonder we never got stopped by the police and searched. But they probably knew that.
But after he came back from France, we wouldn't let him into the country, he told some of us that he had made a mistake. He said, I was concentrating on Chicago. He said, it's not coming from Chicago. And so somebody said, but where's it coming? He pointed south. He said, from Washington. This was shortly before his death. I think it's just a mark of the greatness of the man. I had asked him on one occasion, what did he think, you know, what would happen, or what did he think was going to be the outcome of all of this turmoil and so on? And those of us who were with him, what about it? He said, well, the only thing I can promise you is either death or prison if you follow me. And so these were kinds of things that he would say, you know, that he knew. He knew. And I couldn't, you know, I would just stand sometimes on Saturday mornings. That's when we had our deliberation school would meet. We'd start about 9 o'clock, and he would be there just moving around, reading or doing something. And I just watched the man. He was so tranquil. He was so calm and relaxed. And I used to be thinking about somebody busting through the door, shooting all of us down. You know, you were always tense like that. He was the most relaxed.
Yes.
Well, how could he be relaxed under all this pressure? Not only that his life was being
but the man's own strength, though. See, that was the amazement and the aurora around this man. This is why we're here now talking about it. When you see things like that, like what this was, because all this is gospel here. Because a lot of them that's professing that they knew Malik Shabazz, they might have seen him, but we had actual personal experience with the man and listened to him. And talk with him and analyze some of the things that he was saying to us about this whole vast situation that we were thrown into suddenly, you know?
And you know, I want to say this. I used to always, ask a lot of questions, and I said to him one time, I said, what I don't understand, I said, the minute I heard this, I knew right away. I ran to tell everybody that I knew and lost every friend I had because they thought I was crazy.
You mean heard his message?
That's right. And I said to him, I couldn't understand it. I said, why can't everybody see this and understand it? He said, sister, he said, it's just like you be in a dark room for a long time. Dark. He said, and you come out into this. He said, if you don't cover your eyes, it'll blind you. The light will blind you. He said, but gradually you can peep through and let some of the light come through, you know. He said, and that's what it is like with some of us. He said it would kill us if we knew immediately the truth, everything. He said, but gradually. And do you know, I am so thankful that I am here to see some of what Brother Malcolm predicted and said. I just thank God, you know, for letting me be here. Because everybody thought I was crazy. I'm sure they thought all of us were crazy at one time, believing, you know, in what he told us.
What do you think is going to happen with us now? Such a long time since he's been taken from us, and things seem to be going downhill for us.
It is going downhill, Gil. And what it is...
Will we see another Malcolm?
I doubt that. Because this is coming down to the real nitty-gritty here. See, America has so much to pay for. She has been involved in so many covert operations. And the Statue of Liberty has committed fornication, adultery with all the nations of the earth. This whole situation is coming down. It's a dynamic statement, but you can see the crumbling and the crack. They think Russia disappeared was something to talk about. You just wait and see the cracks that are going on in all these governments globally, and all the various situations that's coming upon the whole picture.
Are you just saying this because you're angry because Malcolm has been taken from you?
No, because I'm looking at the scripture. I'm looking at all the great religious scriptures like Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. In that book, they say, in the last day, there's going to be a war of Armageddon. It wasn't me.
Is it possible that you're putting too much on one man's shoulders to say that if he had lived, things would not be the same? You seem to be implying that. That had he lived, things would be better for us?
No, he couldn't live. He had to be sacrificed.
But if he had lived, are you saying that things would be different?
I think so. Because
you wouldn't have the bankruptcy of black political leadership in this city that you have. I mean, they'd have to duck and run for cover.
You wouldn't have that black caucus running
every
around.
last one of them would have to hightail it out of here. They couldn't function.
Yeah. And I think another very important thing about Brother Malcolm that we tend to overlook, that he was a revolutionary.
He was.
And I believe had he lived that he would have, at this particular point in time, we perhaps would have achieved the goals that he set for us, which is land,
well, whatever,
a nationhood, and reparations. I believe we'd be well on the way towards that.
Because
I think we have to look at what he has left. We are not seeing, we are blind what he left for us. He left his speeches. He left 3 speeches, I think, that outlined the whole blueprint for what we should be about and what we should be doing. Okay, the
Ballot in the book?
Message to the Grassroots in 1963. In 1964, the Ballot on the Bullet. And in 1965, the last message, which he gave the day after his home was bombed and just shortly before he... If you read those speeches should be studied, should be read. It's a blueprint for what we should be about.
Yeah.
But I also remember Brother Malcolm saying that we are, believe me, we are the most beautiful people on the face of the earth. It's just that we have been taught to hate ourselves, you know. But I remember him saying that we are so spiritual and so beautiful. If the system would say, well, okay, we're just going to reverse everything. You'll be in opposition and we'll be in your position. He said in 6 months' time or less, it would be right back into the hands that it's in now, because we are so trusting and so, you know, willing to forgive. There's nobody else on this earth like us.
Because there are many people today who are in prison, dead, or in exile out of the country because they tried to implement his teachings. The prisons are filled with our brothers and sisters, political prisoners, yes,
political prisoners,
who follow Malcolm. In the prisons today, Malcolm is revered like a god or a saint. Yeah. Look at George Jackson, who was a follower of Malcolm. Look at some of the other people, Assata Shakur, Mtulu Abdul Majid, and Bashir Hamid. These are brothers who are followers of Malcolm, and they are the seed that he planted.
But
they are, and we don't support them. I think that we should concentrate on that.
Yes, we really should.
And perhaps the leadership that we talked about a few minutes ago, will it ever come again? It might come from those brothers.
I don't want to be spooky or appear to be spooky or anything like that, but, you know, I just feel, you know, I remember, you know, I also, like, I have to say the things that I remember that he said, you know, that God himself will have to fight our battles. He will fight it with the elements. Because we are such a forgiving and trusting people. Now, that may sound like a lot of hogwash to some people, but I believe it, you know. I believe, because look at the truth that is coming out, you know, all over the world now, not just locally, but globally, you know. Truth is, you know, and truth is what will probably get these people to...
Well, from my limited perspective, it would seem that it would be impossible to catch up with Malcolm unless you practiced what he did, and that was self-discipline and reading, being as well-informed as he. It's not just a matter of, being angry, but developing the tools.
And just like by you talking and this brother Ferguson talking, I remember what Malik said. I don't know if Suleiman or Earl heard it, but he told me, he said, Gladstone, he said, listen, see, he was coming off a rally, and I was saying, oh, brother minister, it was beautiful the way you cut the devil down today. You know what he said? He said, listen, he said, there's going to be some brothers that's going to come after me. That's going to come after me. He said, if you think I have a sharp tongue, he said, you wait till you hear them. But when he said it, it was just like water off a duck. I had no understanding whether, I couldn't put no finger on it. But he said, because these things is in the ground like seeds, they're going to pop up. And usually, like you see a lot of our African sisters taking the brunt of and taking on this government full force. And I'm so proud of them. I ain't going to mention her name, but she's there. And we're going to have these brothers coming out of the woodwork with the same kind of understanding, because Malik said, well, listen, if they're killing us anyway, and principally this is what they're doing, the police is killing us, they're killing us with all kind of medication, everything. He said, listen, there's going to be a time where they're going to stand up. He said, this African man has to stand up.
And speaking of that killing, he said that they no longer use they don't need to tar and feather you anymore. They don't need to hang you on a tree anymore. They are killing you politically, educationally, socially. He would name all the ways that, and this is exactly what they're doing.
Mentally. And racism is in the computer.
How did young people respond to Malcolm? Teenagers.
Now?
Then.
A lot of them, it was like, a lot was over their heads. It was a lot over a lot of elders. And as you said, you could teach a man truth, but if you teach him too much, he's gonna bust his brain. So you have to teach him like in stages. You teach him a little, let him digest it. When he comes back again, you teach him a little more. But you cannot go to him and tell him, say, you have to do so and so and so and so, because he's not going to listen. You'll make an enemy.
Or you short circuit him.
See, but if you let him, he comes, he's going to ask you a question. You give him a little truth. He's going to go and he's going to digest it. Then he's going to, I need a little more. You come back. Teach him a little more. Then, as he gets to the level, then, like you say, water seeks his own level. Then he start going for self. And that's just like a farmer plants a seed. He's not going to come up before this time. He plants it in the spring, but it comes up, when it's time to come up. But it's there. See, because we had, we was down 112th Street one night. It was 5 of us. The white man, he came up and asked, so what do you think of Malcolm's assassination? Let's look at it. I said, Mr. said, don't bother. I said, So he said, no, I'm serious. What do you think of Malcolm's assassination? I said, Malcolm was assassinated. So he was murdered. He looked. And I said, you know who murdered him? People like you. Called a taxi. He said, taxi.
I remember that. That was down on 12th Street on
So could I say this, because I think you raised, among a lot of other important questions you raised, this one about the youth, young people and their relationship to him. I think one of the best examples of how they related to him is that the Black Panther Party arose out of the teachings that Malcolm left out, and that was a young people's organization, and it became a nationwide organization. And I think that perhaps might be a good answer as any.
Last few minutes, and I want to ask you, if you had an opportunity to say something to Malcolm about how you felt about him, what would you say to him? If he were here now, what would you say to him?
I think I'd apologize to him. for not having carried on the work as I should have after he died.
Butch?
If I had Malik here now, I'd hug him and grab him and thank him so much for what he has helped me to do in this life. And I know that's far-fetched because I know he's gone. But Malik
I'm just asking.
Yeah, Malik Shabazz has impacted on my life so strongly that I could never forget it. You understand? Because when the sister said about Jesus, he sacrificed himself. Malik, when he really found out, when they cut him down and left him alone, from when they said chickens come home to roost, when I looked at that man, you know, the tears almost came to my eye. You know,
we got a minute left, and I want to hear what Sister Jean and Earl.
Sister Jean.
What would you say to him?
I would just have to thank him for guiding me on the right path, and enabling me to give to my children. And Butch could say this, and so could Sid, because we have beautiful children. You know,
yes, you do.
I
just would say to him, just thank you, brother,
Earl?
for opening my eyes.
Earl?
I tell him the struggle continues.
Brother Sealy.
Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah. Because it's going on.
Yeah, the struggle continues.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So ended our talk with Malcolm's associates. But there are a multiplicity of dimensions to the life and death of Malcolm. And in pursuit of more information, we talked with Wallace Muhammad, son of the late Elijah Muhammad, who was the head of the Nation of Islam, the organization that ousted Malcolm. That interview coming up.
So long I've been needing your love. Hear me please, love, my heart is bleeding. Take me back where I belong. I Take me back where I belong. So long I've been needing your love. Hear me plead, love, my heart is beating. Take me back where I belong. I know folks are saying from you I've been straight, but still I keep praying. Take me back where I belong. Oh, lonesome me, why can't you see? Let bygones be. Take me back where I belong. Don't be hesitating too long. I've been waiting, love. I'm agitating. Take me back where I belong. Take me back, take me back, take me back where you know I really belong.
Let the faithfuls be seated. Tenaimwari, let the faithfuls incline thine ears, thine hearts, souls to the word sounds and power. Word sounds and power that evokes Ma'at, truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, reciprocity, order. For word sounds have power. Hear the words, hear the words, hear the words. Truly, truly it has been said, that one who is so great, one who has given so much, can never truly die. Is that right, brothers and sisters? Truly, it has been said that all great people celebrate the outstanding events and contributors to their history. Is that right, brothers and sisters? And so we gather today around this sacred shrine in the presence of our ancestors and our elders, our children and the spirits that are yet to come forth, to give honor, to give praise to the name, to the spirit to the life force, to the legacy of the eminent King Papa Omowale Malcolm X, one who lived his life and gave his life so we could have a better life, one who stood up and faced his assassins and took 16 bullets all over his body for our liberation. This is the 50th anniversary of that brutal, savage, and treacherous event. The least we can do is gather in his name and in his honor. The least we can do is remember him. Truly, it has been said by great ones who have come before us that the way to honor great ones is first to honor great who have passed on, is first to continue to speak their names, call their names, call their names, call their names. And secondly, to deify their completed works, to deify their completed works, to recognize therefore divinity in their great works, and to honor their great works. And thirdly, to fulfill their incomplete works, to fulfill their incomplete works. And fourthly, brothers and sisters, Sister Marcia Rigg has just walked in. We're going to have to ask her to stand again. The sister of Sean Rigg. We know what happened to our brothers and sisters, and this sister has been fighting the battle. We just talked about Ma'at, truth, justice, and righteousness. Stand up, my sister. Just stand up and hold that space for a moment. Our sister is here with us. I ask us all just to rise for a moment and give her your love. Come on. Let her feel our love. Come on. Hello! Hello! Hey, 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 hey! Hello! Hello! Tatenda, thank you very much for that, brothers and sisters. Tendai Mware! We build monuments in their names and edifices in their names. We build monuments and edifices in their names, bearing their images and bearing the narrative, I said the narrative of their life and their legacy, brothers and sisters. Truly, it has been said that until the lion learns to tell its own story, tales of the hunt will continue to glorify the hunter. Is that right, brothers and sisters? And that which glorifies the hunter vilifies the lion. That which glorifies the hunter vilifies the lion. Who tells your story, sons and daughters of Africa? Who controls the narrative of your history? Who controls the narrative of the lives and the legacies of your great ones? Can you then complain when your oppressor distorts the truth about your history, about the men and women who died for your liberation, when you haven't stood up like men and women and taken control of the narrative? Today we take control of that narrative. We come before the shrine to evoke Ma'at, truth, righteousness, For without truth, justice, and righteousness, there can be no harmony, there can be no balance, there can be no reciprocity, and there can be no order. So what is the truth about Papa Omowale Malcolm X? What is the truth about Papa Omowale Malcolm X? Well, we know the truth. The truth starts. It goes way back, brothers and sisters, to hundreds and thousands of years, rooted in the sacred and blessed continent, our motherland, Mama Africa, where for thousands of years, Africans, we were unfolding history, building great civilizations, great kingdoms, in our search for the meaning and purpose of life, and our yearning to fulfill the meaning and purpose of life. And then we were interrupted by invasions from the east and from the west. Arabs who call themselves Muslims, Europeans who call themselves Christians, and in the name of their gods, in the name of their religion, meaning no disrespect to the son and daughter of Africa, we welcome, regardless of religion. But the truth must be told. Is that right, brothers and sisters? They use their religions to justify our enslavement and our conquest and colonization. They use their religions to demonize us and make us hate ourselves. They use their religions to justify reducing us to the lowest creatures on the planet, the lowest creatures in the universe. It was in that wave of the Ma'afa that an ancestor of Papa Omowale Malcolm X was snatched from the western shores of Mama Africa and dragged across the Atlantic Ocean, thousands and thousands of miles, and trapped in conditions called slavery. But we are told he was from royal stock and fought relentlessly against, he was from the Bambara people of West Africa, and he fought relentlessly against slavery until one day, missing. Read the book Seventh Child, written by the nephew of Papa Omowale Malcolm X, Rodnell Collins, the son of his elder sister, Mama Ella, who tells us the story about the lineage that brought Omowale Malcolm X into being. And when we understand that lineage, we understand that the birth and the manifestation of Omowale Malcolm X was not an accident. The name of that ancestor, who was the great-great-grandfather of Papa Omowale Malcolm X, was Ajar, or we say King Ajar. So we pour libation. I want to hear everyone in the room when we say King Ajar, say Uyai. Try it, brothers and sisters. Say Uyai. Oh, you can do better than that. Say Uyai. Let the energy flow. Let the spirit flow. Say Uyai. Let's call upon these great and powerful spirits. King Ajar. Oh, let me feel you, brothers and sisters. King Ajar. And King Ajar produced many children, one of whom was named Tony, who was married to a woman called Clary. And Tony was a mason and a builder. Tony was in the spirit of his father, sought to reclaim African sovereignty by purchasing land and property, building property, as many as he could in his lifetime, for those who would come behind him, because he believed deeply in self-determination. We pour libation to Papa Tony and Mama Cleary, the great-grandmother and great-grandfather of Tony, the son of Ajar. Uyayi! And again, Uyayi! And Papa Tony and Mama Cleary had 22 children. 22, one of whom was named John, or Pa John, married to Mama Ella, or Grandma Ella. We say Grandma Ella, and I'll explain that in a moment. We're going to pour libation to them because they also inherited the spirit of and Tony, going through the ancestral lineage. We pour libation to Pa John, Uyayi, Mama Cleary, Uyayi, and all the 20 children of Papa Tony and Mama Cleary. Uyayi! Papa John and Grandma Ella gave birth to 7 children, I believe. One of whom was the father of Papa Omowale Malcolm X. His name was Earl Little. Little was a slave name, the slave label that the family was lumbered with. And so he was named Earl Little. Uyayi! Earl Little, the father of Omowale Malcolm X, united first in divine conjugal union with Daisy Mason and produced 3 children, and then with Louise Little and produced 7 children. We pour libation to Papa Earl Little, who was a Garveyite, a branch president of Papa Garvey's organization, the UNIA-ACL, and Mama Louise Little, who was also a Garveyite. She was branch secretary, our branch publicity secretary for the UNIA-ACL. We hail them. We hail, brothers and sisters, the children of Papa Earl Little. Now, one thing we must know is that 4 of his brothers were also active in the Garvey movement. And Papa Earl Little and 4 of his brothers were murdered by white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist groups. 5 of Earl Little's sons, brothers, Earl Little and 4 of his brothers were murdered. One of the 7 children that Papa Earl had with Mama Louise was Papa Earl's 7th child and Mama Louise's 4th child. And Papa Earl had a premonition that this being his 7th child, drawing from the spiritual wellspring of our ancestral teachings, the number 7 being a special spiritual number, he knew this son would be extraordinary. Like the mother and father of Papa Garvey knew he was going to be a special force. Omowale Malcolm X was destined to be what he became. Do you hear me, brothers and sisters? It was in the blood. It was in the spirit of his ancestral lineage that he was to rise up and lead his people in the way that he did. It was no accident, brothers and sisters, nor was it by human design, but divine decree. That force could not have been stopped. It was inevitable. Because of time and moving very quickly, we give thanks and praises, brothers and sisters, that even after the death of Earl Little, and because of the pressures of the state that was heaped on Mama Louise, driving her into a mental institution, breaking up the family, the children farmed out and fostered, white families who abused them. Papa Malcolm X turned to crime, and he tells us in his own words, he became an extreme delinquent. And we know he ended up in prison. But his brothers and sisters, whilst he was in prison, brought the message of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey, which they back to him, which they saw being manifested in the nation of Islam, whose founding father was a former member of the UNIA-ACL. Brothers and sisters, Papa Omowale Malcolm X then joined the Nation of Islam and transformed that organization from a marginal, relatively unknown operation in the United States of America into a mass movement nationally and internationally, because of the power of his spirit and his undying commitment and dedication. Because of time, brothers and sisters, I'm going to move very quickly and just call the names of Papa Omowale Malcolm X's siblings, and then honor the woman who was his soulmate. We're going to come to that great woman in a moment. But let's call the names of his siblings. We start with Mama Ella. Uyai. Mama Mary. Uyai. Earl Jr. Uyai. Wilfred. Uyai. Mama Hilda. Uyai. Papa Filbert. Uyai. Baba Reginald. Uyai. Now we don't know, brothers and sisters, if the others who are younger than Papa Omowale Malcolm X, Reginald is his younger brother, but we don't know whether Wesley and Robert is the youngest one. This Yvonne. Wesley, Yvonne, I believe Robert, the youngest one, is still alive, brothers and sisters. So we will just for now call their name in honor. Let us honor them, put our hands together and heal them, brothers and sisters. Heal them! And let us honor the Queen Mother Goddess who gave love in his lifetime to our great prophet and king. The woman who held him in her loving embrace and received his life force so his seed could reproduce himself in mind, in body, and in spirit. Through her, he was blessed with 6 daughters, 4 who were born before him, and 2 who were in the womb of their mother, even as he was gone down in the presence of his wife and children. That great woman left our earthly company in very tragic circumstances in 1997. A fire that was started in her home that was attributed to her grandson, who was 12 years old. Time does not allow to go into the full facts, but many questions remain about how that fire spread so quickly. But brothers and sisters, this was a great woman in her own right, who met her man, her soulmate, in the nation of Islam and united with him while seeking a commitment to the liberation of her people, and who continued even after his passing to raise 6 girls and continue to keep her husband's name alive and continue to commit herself to the liberation of our people. This great woman deserves that we stand to our feet, call her name, summon her spirit, and heal her. Can we rise as we remember, as we call the name of Mama Betty Shabazz Uyai? Healer! 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 Whilst we are standing, let us remember the daughters of Papa Omowale Malcolm X and Mama Betty Shabazz, who annually honor the life and the works of their mother and father. We want to remember them. We always remember them when we come before the shrine in tribute to Papa Omowale Malcolm X. We call the names of the daughters. Tenaimare. The daughters are Atala, otherwise known as Miss Shabazz. Hello? We don't pour libation, we're just hailing them. They're all still with us. I should say they're all with us, not still. They're all with us. Atala Shabazz, Miss Shabazz. Hello? Kubila Shabazz. Hello? Ilyasa Shabazz. Gamila Lumumba Shabazz. Malaika Shabazz. Malak Shabazz. The daughters of Papa Omowale Malcolm X and Mama Betty Shabazz, whose spirits we aim to soothe and to heal as they continue to feel the pain of the loss, the tragic loss of their mother and their father, for standing up for us. Dare we forget them? And we must also sadly pour libation as we look to round off our libation, brothers and sisters. And as we complete this narrative, we pour libation to the grandson and first male heir of Papa Omowale Malcolm X and Mama Betty's son, Betty Shabazz. She was Saunders before she became Shabazz, who was viciously battered to death in May the 9th, 2013, who had told the world before he was assassinated that the government of America, through the FBI, was stalking him, had made numerous interceptions, prevented him from traveling on a number of occasions, had kidnapped him for weeks. Nobody knew where he was. And he warned us that there was a plot to assassinate him, and asked us what would we do when that happens. We didn't answer him then, and we still haven't answered him yet. We have work to do. But for now, for today, for this moment, we must remember, we must honor, we must call the name of Malcolm Shabazz Jr. Uyai! 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 That his name, his spirit will never die. We must remember his 2 daughters. He was 28 years young when he was snatched from us. We must remember his 2 daughters, who, like his mother, are now left fatherless. Let us take one moment to absorb the narrative, one moment to absorb the libation that we have poured today, so we may consolidate meaning, its energy in our souls, in our hearts, and so that our thoughts and our meditation will bear fruit. Tendai Mare. One male, one female. Now we're going to commune with our ancestors, brothers and sisters. We've asked 2 of our elders to join us as we commune with our ancestors. Ooh, ooh, mm, 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 hail your holy name. You great things. You have done great things. You have done. As I said, I want to title my remarks, Omowale, the sun has returned. Omowale, the sun has returned. And I see at least one person is partial to the title, brothers and sisters. But I'm sure that he's not biased in any way.
No bias.
There are many commentators on the life of Omowale Malcolm X, many students of the life of Omowale Malcolm X, who talk about the three phases of his life. And the three phases, they would say, are Malcolm Little. That is Malcolm X from childhood until he went to, from childhood to his imprisonment. Then they talk about Malcolm X. That is Malcolm X after he joined the Nation of Islam, but before he went to Mecca for Hajj in 1964. And then after that is El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. But very few people actually talk about Omowale.
Yes, sir.
Omowale.
Yes, sir. Tell the truth.
Omowale is the name. No, you shouldn't get too touchy about this. Omowale, as we know, is the name that he was given when he went to Mama Africa. Yeah? So, and it is an African name. It is a Yoruba name that means the sun has returned. And that was a name that he was given by a youth movement, a students' movement. I'm going to read from the book, the autobiography of Malcolm X in a moment. But it was when he went to Africa that he was given this name. But so many commentators on the life and so many students on the life of Omowale Malcolm X put so little emphasis on the Africa aspect of his legacy.
Yes.
And yet it was a profound, such a profound and prominent aspect of Omowale Malcolm X's legacy, especially towards the latter part of his life. In fact, in the book, the autobiography of Malcolm X, and we must remember that Papa Omowale Malcolm X had died before the book was actually published. Okay? And we learned from Baba Anthony Browder that there were another three chapters, or four, was it four? 4 chapters that should have been included in the final publication, but which were omitted. Huh?
He said 2 last
Well,
time.
I'm sure I've heard him say 3.
Yeah, I've heard it, yeah.
Right? Well, 2, 3, or 4 chapters, brothers and sisters. But the first time I heard this was in 1993 on an Al-Kebalan Malcolm X observance platform. 1993, Baba Anthony Browder actually was our keynote speaker at our Omowale Malcolm X observance in 1993. And he said then that there were 3 chapters that were missing in the final publication. 3 chapters were omitted. Yeah? And I think he did say that one of the chapters was the Africa emphasis. It was about his Africa sojourn. Now, the autobiography of Malcolm X actually has a chapter called Mecca. It has a chapter called El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. But there's no chapter called Africa. And there's no chapter called Omowale. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Indeed, the film X puts a lot of emphasis on Mecca, but doesn't mention Africa. Why no mention of Africa? When Omowale Malcolm X spent 6 months out of the last year of his life in Mama Africa. Understand this. It is very, very important, brothers and sisters, that we understand this and that we ask a serious question here as to how it is that Africa was so much on the mind and on the tongue and was so prominent in the mission of the prophet, of Omowale Malcolm X, in the latter stage of his life, and yet so little emphasis has been placed. How is it that he spent a couple of weeks in Mecca and 6 months in Africa, and you have books written and films produced about his life, and either mentions Africa marginally or doesn't mention Africa at all? There's something wrong there. That's right. Yeah? There is something wrong there, brothers and sisters. And Brother Omowale behind me, Papa Omowale's namesake, says it has something to do with the Jewish onslaught.
Yes, that's right.
But has it got something to do with somebody somewhere not wanting Africans in the diaspora to connect with Africa and Africans in Africa? Because that's something to do with that. And if that is the case, then shouldn't we as Africans be rushing to find out more about Africa and Africans in Africa, and why Omowale Malcolm X spent so much time in Africa connecting Africans in the diaspora with Africans in Africa? And that was his mission. I'll come back to that in a minute, brothers and sisters.
That's true, brother.
But to the name, when it was given, and these are his words, brothers and sisters. Is everybody with me so far?
Yes.
He says, afterward in the Students' Union, I was plied with questions. And this is on page 466. And I was made an honorary member of the Nigerian Muslim Students Society. Right here in my wallet is my card. Al-Hajji, that's another way of saying El-Hajj. Malcolm X, registration number M1338. With the membership, I was given a new name, Omowale. Listen carefully. He says, I meant it means in the Yoruba language, the son who has come home. I meant it when I told them I had never received a more treasured honor. When I told them I had never received a more treasured honor. Listen carefully and in context.
That's right. That's true.
Because Omowale Malcolm X is a man who chooses his words very, very carefully. If you know nothing else about Omowale Malcolm X, you know he was a master orator. You know he was a words artist who chose his words very, very carefully. Yeah? You could call him a forensic orator.
Nice.
Yeah?
CSI business.
So, if he says that he has the name Al-Haji Malcolm X already, and then he's given the name Omowale, and he says, I meant it when I told them I had never received a more treasured honor. What does that say to us? What does that say to us? Yeah? About the comparative significance of the Mecca experience and even the Arabic Muslim experience and the experience of Africa, where I will repeat, he spent 6 months out of the last year of his life. He started 2 organizations, one called the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and the other called the Organization for Afro-American Unity, named after the Organization for African Unity in Africa. Can you see the connection there, brothers and sisters? And he spent most of his time developing the Organization for Afro-American Unity. And understand the significance here of Afro-American. We hear in the eulogy where Baba Ozzie Davis emphasizes Afro-American, Afro-American. Malcolm X so much wanted us to be Afro-American. Understand, it wasn't the American peace that he was getting excited over, but Afro-American was, for us, very revolutionary in the 60s. It was our connect with Mama Africa. It was our connect with Mama Africa. So we were moving away from Negro and assuming an identity that connected us with Mama Africa. You are with me so far? Are you sure? Now, of his mission, the eminent prophet and king tells us, and these are his words. He says, new bridges must be built, because in the minds of the majority of our people today, Africa is too far away. So the only way that you and I can point them in that direction is to build new bridges. We have to have the type of understanding of Africa and the type of understanding of our people here in order to build a bridge, a contact, a line of communication. And once these lines of communication have been established and our African brothers can stretch forth, brothers and sisters, can stretch forth their hands and reach us, and we can stretch forth our hands and reach them, while there is nothing that this blue-eyed man here can do to you and me in this country successfully from this day onwards. Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? Yeah. This is what he was doing. Building bridges. New bridges, he said, had to be built. In another speech, he says he aimed to reunite Africans in America with the Africans from the Caribbean, with Africans from the continent. For the first time since Garvey died. Yes. So we see what his mission was here, brothers and sisters. For the first time since Garvey died. The latest daughter who was born to him, the last daughter who was born to him before he passed, remembering that there were twins in the womb. The last daughter who was born to him was given an African name. Lumumba was the name that she was given. So we can see that Papa Garvey was growing. Papa Omowale Malcolm X was growing in his cultural embrace and internalization of the African continent, of African traditions. And it is very, very important that we understand this and we understand the significance of it, because plans are still afoot even today to disconnect us from the African continent. They don't want us to have independent association with our brothers and sisters on the motherland. And we must ask ourselves why. Now, it was said last night in response to questions. I remember Baba Anthony Browder, and there's, we have a lot of love and respect for these great men and women, these great scholars that we have, and the work that they do. But sometimes we have a different perspective or a different opinion, or a different emphasis to theirs. And last night a question was asked, and I can't remember the question, but I do know that in the response that was given, that it was said that Omowale Malcolm X, it was when he became internationalized, when he became international, and began to connect with the struggles, quote unquote, of other peoples, that he really became, or was perceived by the American government to be a real threat, and therefore why he was eventually killed. But I want to remind us that Omowale Malcolm X was under surveillance from 1950, when he was in prison in 1950. And after he had accepted the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, as it related to the teachings of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey, with which he was raised. And he had such an impact inside the prison, he was put under surveillance from then. An impact inside the prison, he was put under surveillance from then. 1950, he hadn't even come out yet and started his real work, but he was already under surveillance. And he tells us that when he traveled in 1964, when he traveled to Mecca, when he traveled to Africa, all over Africa, he went to several different countries in Africa. He said he was being trailed by the CIA. Everywhere he went, he said they were there, trailing him. And I'm saying to you this afternoon, brothers and sisters, that the biggest threat that this African man posed, and I want to remind us that there were many Africans who were murdered under the American white supremacist system, who never had international profiles. Medgar Evers comes to mind. But there were many others who were even less known than Medgar Evers. Who were murdered, who were massacred by the forces of white supremacy in America, but never had international profile. The biggest threat to global white supremacy is African nationalist Pan-Africanism. That is the biggest threat. Not workers of the world united. The biggest threat
truth.
Is African the African world united?
That's not the truth.
They can deal with the workers in the world united. So they still own the purse strings.
That's right.
They still control the finances of the world.
Of the workers, yeah.
But when Africans of the world are united in our spirit, in our culture, when Africans of the world unite, it's all over for them. It's all over for them. Remember the words. Remember the words of J. Edgar Hoover. We will stop the rise of a black Messiah who can unify and electrify the masses of the black people.
That's
the
right.
masses of who?
The black people.
Did he say the workers?
No.
The masses of who?
The black people.
Who was J. Edgar Hoover? The head of the FBI.
That's right.
And he's saying, who can unify and electrify the masses of the black people.
The black masses.
He says we have denial objectives. Our objectives are, we must not allow the revolutionary black Messiah to get through to the youths. The who?
The youths.
No, the revolutionary black Messiah to get through to the youths. He said if we allow the revolutionary black Messiah to get through to the youths, then it's all over for us. Was Omowale Malcolm X a revolutionary black Messiah? Come on, brothers and sisters. And if the revolutionary black Messiah is a threat to the American establishment, what will he do when he gets to Africa?
That's right.
If he connects with the Africans in Africa,
And
he's going to revolutionize the Africans in Africa. And if the Africans in Africa are revolutionized, then what happens to global white supremacy? It's all over. It's all over, brothers and sisters. That is the biggest threat. And it is important. You see, when we deviate, from the philosophy of Garveyism, we get confused.
That's right.
Mama Frances Cress Welsing says if you don't understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it affects you, then everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. Yeah? Then she talks about white supremacy. She talks about propaganda as a weapon of white supremacy. And she talks about language and symbolism as the ammunition, let's say, of propaganda. She said we must learn to decode. If we do not learn to decode the language and symbolisms of white supremacy, then we will lose the war. We must decode language and symbolism. The symbolism of Omowale Malcolm X going to Africa, connecting with Africa. The symbolism of Omowale Malcolm X as a revolutionary black Messiah, connecting with the source from whence we were dragged and whence we were abused. You with me, brothers and sisters? The symbolism of Omowale Malcolm X being given an African name and saying, this is the greatest honor ever bestowed on me. The power of that. When so many Africans has the ear of this great man. We need to understand, brothers and sisters, the symbolism of a Barack Obama. Last night we were told, someone asked a question, whether within the context of Omowale Malcolm X's legacy, whether Barack Obama represents a compliment to Malcolm X's legacy or a contradiction, and we were told it represents a compliment. And I'm not trying here to cast aspersions on Barack Obama.
No.
He might well have good intentions. I'm not necessarily convinced. I've not seen any evidence to convince me that his intentions are good, that his intentions are noble. I've not seen the evidence. But it may well be hidden somewhere. He might well be playing a clever game. I hope that is the case. Why should I hope anything else? I have a vested interest in hoping that that is the case. But there is another side that we need to look at.
Look at it.
The nature of the white supremacist beast.
That's right.
That has its different facets. Sometimes it's called imperialism.
Yeah.
We say we answer, we claim, we understand that. Sometimes it's called capitalism. These are all institutions of white supremacy. We don't deny that any of this exists. Different facets. Sometimes it's called imperialism.
Yeah.
We say we answer, we claim, we understand that. Sometimes it's called capitalism. These are all institutions of white supremacy. We don't deny that any of this exists. Yeah? But understand that these are aspects of white supremacy.
Same level, that's right.
They are tentacles of white supremacy. They might call themselves the Democratic Party.
That's right.
They might call themselves the Republican Party. They might call themselves the Labour Party. Hell, they might call themselves liberals.
That's right.
They call themselves all kinds of names. They come in all shapes and sizes. And they answer to all kinds of fancy names. Still white supremacy. The good ship Jesus was white supremacy. And then there was some called integrity, brotherhood, blessed assurance.
That's right. Jesus is mine.
Jesus is mine. But it was still white supremacy.
That's right.
You all with me?
Yeah.
It's important that we understand the African aspect of the Omowale Malcolm X legacy, and even more important that we understand why the African aspect of his legacy is being undermined.
That's right.
It is important, brothers and sisters, that when we see a Barack Obama rising up in American politics, this meteoric rise.
From where?
Exactly.
And to where?
Through the tears of the American political system that excites us as African people because we're so hungry. You know, to see black people move on. That they know that in the eyes of the majority of our people, to see a quote-unquote black man up there presents itself as a symbol of progress, of racial progress in America. America is desperate to redeem itself after Iraq. Don't we understand that?
Tell the truth.
She has no credibility anymore on earth. Everybody's seen her open and naked in her viciousness, in her wickedness. Everybody knows now that the President of America, like the Prime Minister of Britain, lied to justify the war. Everybody knows that now. So nobody has respect for America anymore. Nobody trusts America anymore. In fact, something happened recently that would have shook up the white supremacist, the global white supremacist establishment. The EU-Africa Summit. The EU-Africa or EU-AU Summit that happened in Lisbon, Portugal at the end of last year. That was delayed by some 3 or 4 years because Britain in particular and European governments in general refused to attend because Mugabe was going to be there. And they told Africa that they must refuse to accept Mugabe as part of the summit, or they're not coming. So the African governments, for the first time, stood up on principle with all their shortcomings, with all their imperfections. They did one thing good for a change.
That's true.
They stood up and told that white supremacist beast,
That's right. The hell with you.
go to hell with you.
That's right.
Mugabe will come to the summit, or there'll be no summit at all. No, knowing that Europe is desperate to get round the round table with Africa. Because China
That's right.
is on the rise.
That's right.
And China is moving to assert its imperialism on the world.
That's right. And Africa.
And therefore, fundamentally, seeking to control the resources of Africa. Because whoever controls Africa rules the world. Whoever controls Africa rules the world. And the day when African people control Africa again, African people will rule the world. Look at history. Look into your history. Whoever controls Africa, that means the resources of the land and the genius of the African mind. Whoever controls that rules the world. And Europe understands that. So they have to humble themselves. And who didn't come to the summit? Brown. Gordon Brown looked like a fool not coming to the summit. And then him send some woman called Baroness Amos with her short skirt.
A little braid.
Yeah. And some might say pea braid.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't say it to be insulting.
Baron. Shit.
Yeah, with a baron title. She went to Lisbon. Yeah, in place of Brown. But Mugabe was there, and Al-Kabalan was there. Trust me. Brother Olatunji have a story or two to tell.
Not true, right? We see it for the news, you know? For TV.
I mean, look at the brothers. Stand up, brother. Look at the brothers. They probably talked about Omowale Malcolm X. There is some resemblance here. So you have to see with them. 10-9 months. Yeah? We made the news. Yes. We're all over the Portugal TV. We was over, we had called, text, and phone call from headquarters saying you're on TV, what's going on? Chief officer of the politics department and the editor chief of the world with my So Europe is desperate. When you see them having to humble themselves and come to the table with Mugabe at the table and said to their own brother, well, if you don't come, we'll have to leave you behind. You know they're worried about something.
That's right.
You all hear me?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we hear about Kenya.
Yeah, just so.
Just so. Civil war.
That's bust out.
And one, we don't call it tribal war. We dealt with it on Voice of Africa Radio. You must tune in to Voice of Africa Radio, brothers and sisters. Because we deal with all of this stuff. All of this stuff. Because we deal with all of this stuff. All of this stuff. On Voice of Africa Radio. And Kenya is in the news all of a sudden. Kenya, which was a beacon state in Africa for a long, long time.
Beacon of stability.
Kenya that had resolved its tribal conflicts. All of a sudden. Kenya's in the news and this tribal war, quote unquote. And then we hear about Baraka and his meteoric rise in the political system of America. And it so happens that he's Kenyan, half Kenyan. And guess what? Half white American Texan.
That's the worst white American do.
Well, George Bush is Texan. And we're hearing that he is a blood relative of George Bush and Cheney.
And Clinton.
Yeah.
Clinton too?
Yeah, Clinton and Bush related. Clinton and Bush related. Clinton and Bush, they're all related. Clinton, Cheney, Bush, they're all related.
No, listen carefully, brothers and sisters. And you have the Kikuyu, so-called, this is their narrative of the so-called tribal war. The Kikuyus dominate the government. Yeah? And the Luo people, or they call it tribe, and the Maasai and other so-called tribes, we know them as indigenous nations.
That's right.
Or indigenous communities of Africa. But they would call them tribes. Yeah? But the head, the Luo, Barack Obama is actually a Luo. Yeah? Do you think this is all an accident? Do you think it's all coincidental? When Mama Frances Cress Welsing tells us we must decode? Do you see that there's some decoding needed here, brothers and sisters? That this ain't no accident? That if we study enough, we understand that there are very few accidents of history. You know there's a debate going on whether history is conspiratorial or accidental. Yeah? Well, I sense a conspiracy here, brothers and sisters. Now I want to say this to you. Time doesn't allow for us to do all the decoding this evening, but I'm saying this to you. Watch this space. Yeah. And as I said to our elder brother, Baba James Smalls, last night, after the program, the irritated genie has told me that Barack Obama is the ace card.
That's right.
In a sinister plan of global white supremacy for Africa.
That's right. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Half white American, half African. You imagine a so-called African American president or even vice president. You see how the Democrats, the Republicans, how they use Condoleezza Rice and Colin Powell to justify all the wickedness. Because whenever they want to do their most evil deeds these days, they use an African to front it. Because we are the symbol of morality on the planet. You know that, brothers and sisters? So they put us, a lost African, up front to front the evils. Because if you put an African up front, it has the face of morals and ethics. Because we are the symbol of morality and ethics on the planet. It is Barack Obama that they're going to use, the Democratic Party is going to use. And they're disarming us again. They want to give us the impression that race relations has improved so much in America. But I want to remind you, brothers and sisters, there's more of our brothers in particular in America in prison than are in college or university.
That's right.
Yeah? Police brutality disproportionately affects us. Social deprivation. Yeah? Drugs, drug abuse, the criminalization of our young people in America, the shooting down of our young people on the streets, young people carrying wallets, take wallets out of their pocket, they get shot to death. because police thought they were carrying a gun. These are the things that we need to be looking at, brothers and sisters. Not one black man running for leadership of the Democratic Party. That's white supremacy. And so one of the things we did last night was reminded that we asked a rhetorical question. Because we could only ask questions. But we stated that Omowale Malcolm X was as scathing about the Democratic Party as he was about the Republican Party. And he told us, he characterized them as the fox and the wolf. And he said the fox and the wolf are both canine, both belong to the dog family. Both are preparing to nyam us up. Their objectives are the same. If we analyze Barack Obama in context with the Democratic Party, unless the Democratic Party has changed. But if we analyze him in context with the Democratic Party, what it stands for and its history, isn't it a contradiction? A serious contradiction. Are you all with me, brothers and sisters?
Yes.
We can't fall for these people's game.
No.
Another thing they love to tell us is how Malcolm X changed after Mecca. And try to reconfigure him as an integrationist. Yeah? A socialist integrationist, or a Marxist, let's say, integrationist. Omowale Malcolm X told us plain and straight, I'm a black nationalist freedom fighter. You heard Baba James Small say last night, quite rightly, when he came back from Africa, he said, put your religion in the closet. Leave your religion at home. Because if it hasn't done anything more for you than it has, then you need to forget it anyway. Those were his words.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying he turned away from his religion, but I'm saying he experienced something in Mama Africa that changed his emphasis. And that's very, very significant. Are you with me?
your own black men and women being murdered by the police, you haven't got no blood. You bleed when a white man says bleed. You bark when a white man says bark. You bite when a white man says bite. I hate to say this about it, but it's true. How can you be non-violent in New York and London, as violent as you are in Iraq?
Come on! Come on! Come on!
So today, what you and I need is not just a black revolution, but an African revolution.
That's right!
I said an African revolution.
That's right.
Because that's what you and I are. Africans.
Yeah!
The African revolution is a physical revolution. It's a social revolution.
Yeah.
Political and economic revolution.
Yeah.
And it's a cultural revolution.
Yeah.
This cultural revolution must be the journey to the rediscovery of ourselves.
Come on.
History is a people's memory. And without a memory, man is demoted to the level of lower animals.
Come on. Come on.
If you don't have any knowledge of your history, you're just another animal. In fact, you're a Negro. Something that's nothing.
Come on.
The only black man and woman on earth who is called a Negro is one who has no knowledge of his history. One who doesn't know where he came from and who he is. So you've been made to hate yourself. Hate those African features and that African blood.
Come on.
Oh, I say it and I say it again. You've been misled. You've been hacked. You've been took. Led astray. Run and run. So we must wage a cultural revolution to the rediscovery of ourselves.
Come on.
History is a people's memory.